Hey, man, what you doing?
What you mean by what I'm doing?
You just bumped into me.
So move out my way when you see me coming by.
No, you walk around me. This is Lord's territory.
You about walk around.
Hey, here's some Lords right here.
So
man.
what? I'm here too.
So what do you mean? Who you with?
Who you think I'm with?
Who you with, man?
The Hawks, sucker.
Hey, man, this is Lord's territory, and you got 5 seconds to get off.
I tell you, you start counting to 5 like a sucker.
Bet. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, man, hey, I think that's the dude, man, that was messing with little boy, man, in school. Yeah, man, that looked like him, man.
That's right, you right. That's just what he is, a little boy. Fucking with a man.
No, man, you're wrong about that. Little boy got more heart than you'll ever have.
Yeah, well, you can't prove it by me.
Hey, listen, we got a lot of bad blood between us. This is not the time or the place to handle it. No, let's settle it now. Hey, man, you don't hear right, do you?
He here. You not listening, that's what it is. I let it day, it didn't happen, I let it day, it happen now.
I mean, why don't you stop selling the tickets and forget about it, huh? Listen, man, I'm not going to waste any more of my time with you. You want to deal with the Lord, you deal with us later. You understand?
Later. Why should I do something later when I can do it now?
Because I told you to.
Because you told me to. Who you to tell
Listen,
me
man,
what
I
to
would
do?
get it on with you right now, but I'm man enough to take care of it at another time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. That's your best bet to take care of it at another time.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's your best bet, suckers.
Listen, man, I got you a sucker for
I know you do.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5, you bitch nigga. If you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. It's Sunday once again. And we are back. We are back in the house. Y'all know the deal. That's Brother Eric, 16 to Life, better known as 16 to Life. You can go to his YouTube page. You can go to his website. You can get some merchandise. You can hear some funny stories. Brother Eric's a good dude. Good dude. Go on over there and check him out. Support black businesses if you can. And, maybe you can buy a shirt off of them. Pull over. They're pretty cool. I got the shirt. I got the pullover. The Yard Down pullover. The Yard Down T-shirt. I got them. So I mean, I sent him my money. I didn't get robbed. He sent me the stuff. So you know what I'm saying. You know, we got to support. We got to support black businesses, man. You know, I know that it's hard to support. It's hard to support black businesses because we because black businesses don't have the big conglomeracy and the big infrastructure to make sure things look seamless. A lot of times they're doing a lot of stuff on their own, so it may take a couple of more days to get your stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. What's what we got to do? We got to start somewhere, right? You got to start somewhere, right? Shout out to Brother Eric. Appreciate you, man. Did 24 years, California penal system. And, he came home, man. He was supposed to do life, but, man, he got smart at some point and said, if I want to ever see the bricks again, I better change my attitude. And that's what he did, change his attitude. So by him changing his attitude, changed his behavior, and he was able to come home and talk to a parole board like he had some sense. And he was able to come back home. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good job. All right, so that's Brother Eric. That's him. Good Sunday morning to all of y'all. Good morning. Let me do the shout outs first. Risa Neal, the day one in the house. Glad to have you in the building, sis. OG Patrice. Glad to have you in the building, sis. We back on it again. You know, I got to give you a call, Patrice. I got to give you a call. Stuff went down yesterday, man. I think I need to call you about just to get your take on it. There he is, the man. Big Rig Slaps. Police do what they want to do. Well, we're going to talk about it, Big Rigs. We're going to talk about it, man. Shout out to Big Rig Slaps. If you haven't already gone over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships so you can see the hottest show in town, Easily Rigged. This brother is half of that dynamic duo. The other half is, of course, Be Easy, that dude. And these two young brothers have a dynamic show over there, man, where they address a lot of issues. And, they approach it from different angles, man. So shout out to them brothers. But you can't see them unless you go over to Knowledge and Relationships. You got to go over to Knowledge and Relationships and go over there and subscribe to them. Check them out. And then you can get all the alerts on the shows that not only Easily Rigged, but all the Knowledge and Relationship shows that they got over there. They got a lot of different content over there. Go and check them out. All right, so y'all know this is the Sunday show. We do the news, we do everything. We do the Black History Minute. We do all that first before we get into the topic. So y'all got to give me about an hour, and then if you got to go do something, go do it, and then come on back and check it out. But if you want this information, if you want that knowledge, we can ready give it to you. We can ready give it to you. So we're gonna start out. Big Rick said, "Let's collab on a topic one day." Bruh, you and Big E, you and Be Easy. All y'all gotta do is say the word, man. All y'all gotta do is say the word. I'm there. I'm there. You know what I'm saying? Just say the word. Shout out to 84. He gave me a call yesterday. We talked as men. We cleared up some things as men. And so I think I'll be good going over there now. I think I'll be good going over there. But shout out to the Knowledge Relationships, man. Shout out to 84, man. Man, he stood tall like a G yesterday. I gotta give him that. He stood tall like a G. But yeah, man, Big Rigs anytime, man. Anytime, man. You know I'm down for the brothers in the Bay, man. You know that, man. Appreciate you too, bro. All right, I got to get started, man. I got to get started, y'all. Okay, so let me get over here and get to the news, man. Okay. Hope y'all are doing well, man. Hope y'all are doing really well, really, really well. Let's see. Okay. Oh shoot, man. Oh shoot. Okay. Maryland court rules DC area sniper to be resentenced rather, not sentenced, resentenced. He's already, I think the dude doing like 6 life terms, 6 life. That mean I think they're consecutive, not not concurrent, consecutive, meaning that you got to finish this life term. Once you do that, then you got to start your next life term. So basically, effectively, the guy's not never going to get out of prison, right? And Annapolis, Maryland. Maryland's highest court has ruled that the Washington, D.C. area sniper Lee Boyd Malvo must be resentenced because of the Supreme Court decisions relating to constitutional protections for juveniles made after Malvo was sentenced to 6 life sentences without the possibility of parole. This is the young man that was in the D.C. area. They were snipers shooting people out of the back of a car. In its 4-3 ruling, however, the Maryland Court of Appeals said it's very unlikely Melville would ever be released from custody because he is also serving separate life sentences for murders in Virginia. As a practical matter, this may be an academic question in Melville's case, as he would be the first have to be granted parole in Virginia before his consecutive life sentences in Maryland even begin. Judge, so he would have to be granted parole in Virginia before his. Okay, so the sentences in Maryland. I think he's in Virginia now, and he's doing the life sentences. So he got to get parole from them, and then start the Maryland sentences before he would even be given consideration. McDonald wrote that, Judge McDonald wrote that it's ultimately not up to the Court of Appeals to decide the appropriate sentence for Melvo, whether he should be released from his Maryland sentences. Ouch. We hold that the Eighth Amendment requires the receiving a new sentencing hearing at which the sentencing court, now cognizant of the principles elucidated by the Supreme Court, is able to consider whether or not he is constitutionally eligible for life without parole under these decisions. Malvo, who is 37 now, 37, holy smokes, is now confined at the Red Onion State Prison in Virginia. Malvo and his mentor, John Allen Muhammad, shot people in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington as they pumped gas, loaded packages into their cars, and went about their everyday business during a 3-week period in 2002. Malvo was 17 at the time. Muhammad was 41. Muhammad was sentenced to death and was executed in Virginia in 2009. In Maryland, Malvo voluntarily testified against Muhammad in 2006. Malvo pleaded guilty to 6 counts of first-degree murder in Montgomery County in the suburbs of the nation's capital. After his sentencing that year, the prosecutor stated that Malvo, once under the sway of an evil man, had changed and grown tremendously since his participation in the crimes, according to the Courts of Appeals ruling. The ruling says that Malvo's sentence was consistent with pertinent state statute that the advisory state sentencing guidelines at that time. Since then, however, the Supreme Court has held that the Eighth Amendment does not permit a sentence of life without parole for a juvenile homicide offender if a sentencing court determines that the offender's crime was a result of transient immaturity as opposed to permanent incorrigibility, the ruling said. Okay, so basically what they want to do is they want to give this guy Melvo, I think they want to make it so that at some point he can parole out. Maybe as an older man, he could parole out. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? Man shot, killed 6 people, right? But he was a kid. He was under the guidance of this guy who he was under the guidance of this guy. What's his name? John Muhammad, right? A nutcase himself guided this kid that was looking for a father figure and took him under his wing and guided him into being a murderer, right? Unfortunately, I believe that that he did that, depending on how the people of the families that he killed, how they feel about it. If they're okay with it, I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? But not before he's like 50, 60 years old. At that point, he needs to do the time. But 50, 60 years old, if they want to start even considering him for parole, 60, I would say not even 50, 60 years old, yeah, then you could consider it, in my opinion. If the families are okay with it. If you got one family that's not okay with it, no, then no. It's got to be unanimously everybody's okay with it, in my opinion. What do y'all think, man? Let me know in the comments. What do y'all think? Y'all think, should this dude get parole at all? Should he be like, nah, F him? Why should we even parole him? He put 6 people down. Why should we even parole him? Yeah, but he was, he was a minor when he did it. I don't think he even understood the extent of what was actually going to happen and how it would affect the families and everything. So, you know what I mean? I could see this slack on both sides for that. Anyway, y'all would tell me what y'all think about Mr. Malvo. All right, y'all, moving on. We gotta get moving, man. We got some stuff to do. You guys know I just talked to Rico about maybe not even an hour ago, right? Oh, what time is gonna be? Okay, I'll be ready. Okay. You guys know I already talked to him already, right? All right, but hey, that's Rico. That's how Rico get down, right? All right, so let's see. Okay, here we go. Ooh, this is another bad one right here. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, just the hit parade right here. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, holy smokes. Holy smokes. The hit parade. Kevin Spacey must pay 31 mil for SEX misconduct. Just holy smokes. Holy smokes. Actor Kevin Spacey was ordered to pay 31 mil to the House of Cards production company for alleged SEX misconduct that got him booted from the popular Netflix series and upended his once high-flying career. Spacey, 63, ow, has starred in 5 seasons of the White House drama in 2017 when allegations surfaced that he had a history of SEX harassing and, in some cases, assaulting young men. Kevin Spacey, he's a good actor. He might be a good actor, but you got to watch all these people. Producer MRC2 Distribution Company fired him and wrote him out of the final season, which was trimmed from 13 to 8 episodes. It also did its own investigation, which added 5 House of Cards crew members to the list of men accused of Spacey's misconduct. Holy smokes! Kevin Spacey, slow down. Slow down. Easy. Uh, the company said Spacey's misconduct was a violation of his contract and sued him for damages in private arbitration. After 2020 depositions, ay, 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 an 8-day evidence hearing, an arbitrator ruled against Spacey, ordering him to pay MRC 29.5 million in damages plus expenses and legal fees of 1.5 million. Ouch. Ouch. Spacey Spacey objected to the award, claiming that it was based on allegations that had nothing to do with his work for MRC. But Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Mel Red Ricana rejected Spacey's argument and affirmed the $31 million arbitration award in a 14-page ruling Thursday. Ricana said the arbitrator had found that Spacey's conduct was constituted a material breach of the acting and executive producing agreements with MRC. We are pleased with the court's rulings, MRC lawyer Michael Kump said. Spacey's lawyer didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. The actor was charged in May by UK authorities for 4 counts of SEX assault. Oh, you got to still deal with that. Holy smokes. Kevin Spacey. You got to slow down. Slow down. What the brand Nubian said, slow down. Slow down. What do you guys think? Kevin Spacey, man. I'm telling you, man, dude had a good career, man. His career was going good, but you know what? What's undefeated? SEX is undefeated. That's one wall. Nobody seems to be able to climb that wall, man. Holy smokes. SEX is so undefeated, man. Taking people out. Right? Shout out to Be Easy, that dude, man. Glad to have you in the building. This is the other half of Easily Rigged, man. You can go and check them out over there at Knowledge Relationships. Check them out, man. Holy smokes. OG Patrice said, let's talk about Black Life. That's so sad about Kevin Spacey. I really liked his work in The Usual Suspect, not knowing that he's a whole pedo. I don't know if he's a pedo, but he definitely was pushing the program to these young men, man. I don't know if he's a pedo. So let's hold off on calling him a pedo, Patrice, till we know for sure. We do know that he was working with grown men. He was working with a grown, he was trying to push his program with grown men, and for whatever reason, they didn't come to authority. Maybe they were scared, they wanted to lose their jobs or whatever. They didn't approach nobody. So we'll see, because a pedo is a whole different type of dude, man. That's a whole nother guy. All right, so anyway, B said, I got one of those shirt designs for you, bro. Okay, good, man. Hit it, email it to me. Be easy so I can see what's going on, man, and then I can, we agree to something, man, I can put it up here, put it on blast, and say if you want some work, we could we could give it to you. Be easy, man. Let Be Easy do your work, and then we can everybody can everybody that's on this side of YouTube, man, can use you. You know, because I've seen your work for knowledge and relationships, man. Outstanding, outstanding. But Be Easy said he's a suspected pedo. Yeah, he suspected. Okay, I'll give you that, Be Easy. I'll give you that. But we don't know about the pedo because pedo is a specific dude. That dude messes with prepubescent people. So I don't know if Kevin Spacey is being accused of doing that. Or Deep She said, Brother Clarence, a couple of those guys were underage at the time he did it. Oh, okay. Didn't know that, Patrice. Okay. Okay. Well, well. Oh, well, let me take that back. I know in the UK thing, yeah, some of them guys was underage, I believe. I don't know about the guys with the Netflix situation, but definitely the UK situation. And they think there's more people over here. So I don't know. I don't know. So you guys probably right. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But like I said, pedos like prepubescent boys and girls, prepubescent, right, under the age of 13. That's what they like. That is technically what a pedo is. Kind of people a pedo gets involved with. All right, just to get y'all technical. Okay, we did that. So what does that mean? So I bring up Kevin Spacey. Why? Because I want y'all to know, man, these people are everywhere. These people is everywhere. These people. What do you mean those people, Clint? I mean people that they can't control their desires, right? They unable to control their desires, and because they have money, you know, a lot of time people just let them go and do what they want to do, and then so nothing ever gets said, and you find out this stuff years later, and you go, I didn't ever know, man. I thought he was a regular dude. I thought he was a stand-up cat. Because you don't know. You don't know. See, because nobody don't say nothing. Nobody don't say nothing because everybody's getting paid, everybody's getting their money, and so people be like, well, why should I risk my financial existence, my current financial windfall to point this dude out? Once I point him out, everything's gonna be over, right? So nobody wants to do it. Everybody let the dude do his run his program. You know what I mean? In most cases, as long as it's not children, they'll just let him keep running his program, right? But they found out the hard way, man. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. It's not gonna work. All right, y'all. That's the hit parade. Watch out, man. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open, man. Open, open, open. All right, y'all. Let's hear from the good doctor. The good doctor's gonna give us about 5 or 10 minutes of some knowledge. We're gonna rescue some black boys, y'all. Y'all ready to rescue some black boys? Let's rescue some black boys. What are the rest of them? I wonder what the rest of those guys on YouTube are talking about this morning. Are they really talking about anything that's gonna help our community? No, they arguing, hollering, fussing, and screaming at each other, probably. Or they say the same thing. You gotta submit. You gotta submit. You gotta submit. Submit. All right, let's listen to a good doc.
MAs and PhDs out of work. Can't make nothing. They have been trained, not educated. We have to work on that. So these are just some of the kinds of ideas we want to share with you with regards to parenting, that we want them to believe they're the primary educator. And that means you have got to share some of the power. In other words, We can't on the one hand say we want them to be the primary educator, and then when they begin to question us, use our authority over them. In other words, it should be a 50-50 proposition with regards to this child's development. Any comments about parenting, the role it plays with regards to our students' achievement? Yes, is it Gwen?
Gwen,
Right.
in terms of helping parents with parenting skills, what do you recommend? You mentioned being where the parents are, and parents are getting younger. I'm thinking again in terms of parenting skills, where let's say that you are in an urban setting and you have many young parents, and they don't seem to know which end is up. You talk about process.
And see, that's my point. Two things. One, I don't believe that there's not a parent in this country that does not want the best for their child. I sincerely believe that. But I also believe that before you deal with child development, you have to deal with self-development. When those parents that are 13, 16, 19, 21 and the like, they have not found themselves yet. And so before giving them a workshop on child development, we have to work with them on their own self-esteem, on their own relationship, on how to find a job. So I believe many times we have not asked them what kind of workshops they're interested in. And Head Start is more successful because they ask the parents what they need, rather than us deciding for them what they should have. Okay? Let me go on because of our time. Let me move to the third area, and that's one of my favorites, and that's the issue of student self-esteem. I sincerely believe that education is more than reading, more than writing, is more than math. It should first of all teach our children who they are. You see, if you don't know who you are, then you will not know what to do with your life. And if you don't know what to do with it, then you won't know how to achieve your goals. So Alex Haley raised the question of who am I? And he asked his mother, father, aunt, and his uncles who he was. Some people told Alex they were Negro. Some told Haley they were colored. Others told Alex they were Black. Some said they were Afro-American. Some told Alex they were African. And lastly, some said American. Now, we have the only children and some adults that give 6 different answers to a very simple question like, who am I? Again, you cannot teach a child that is, first of all, not know who he is. It's more important than reading, math, and science. So we began to ask ourselves, why do Germans call themselves Germans? Why do Chinese call themselves Chinese? And we were told there's a land called Germany. There's a land called China. So let's go back to a world map. Germans are Germans, land called Germany. Chinese are Chinese, land called China. Let's go to a world map. Is there a place in the world called Negro land? What about color land? What about Black land? What about Afro-America land? There's only 2 answers left, Africa and America. But be honest, what comes to most of our children's mind when they hear the word Africa? Tarzan? Running around, no clothes on, be honest. And what about America, red, white, and blue, and apple pie? That's because this word right here, which is nothing but his story. You didn't know that? It's all history is somebody's story. You know what I'm talking about. Columbus didn't discover America. He was lost, and the end discovered him, and Abraham Lincoln didn't free any slaves. Or another way to look at it, my story is very, very close to the word mystery, and I want to clear up a couple of mysteries right now. The book is titled Great People, Past and Present. What happened to a people that built the pyramids and yet now live in projects? What happened? What happened to a people that were the first to read and write using a term called hieroglyphics and yet now can no longer read or write? In essence, what happened to a people in terms of Egypt? It's amazing. King Tut came to America, and we didn't realize that King Tut was one of us. Somebody mysteriously took Egypt out of Africa and placed it in the Middle East. Now, how do you take a country out of a continent and then call it something else? As a result, we didn't realize that Egypt is in Africa. Egyptians are Africans, and we were the ones that built those pyramids. But my new history book, Lessons from History, Celebration in Blackness, for elementary, and there's also one for high school. You see, we are concerned about some issues here. The first one being, where do you start? You see, we have found that many Black youth are embarrassed talking about the history. The Jews, now about the Holocaust, but us about slavery. I think one reason is where you start. The law says where you start will determine where you end up. Now, where do you want to start our children? If they started in 1619, they start on a plantation. That means they'll probably end up in a ghetto. But if you start 4 million years ago on a pyramid, they end up being free. Now, where do you want to start? On a plantation or on a pyramid? Because depending upon where you start will determine where they end up. Our first problem is we've been starting in the wrong place. And you cannot discuss 4 million years in 28 days. Black History Month. Now, I'm glad we got the month It used to be a week, but you can't discuss 4 million years in 28 days. It's simply not enough time. And then the other issue, what are we going to discuss? You see, if all we're going to discuss are names and dates and events, then you can do that in about 28 days. When was King born? 29. When did he go to DC? 63. When did he get the Nobel Prize? 64. When did he die? 68. That would never change. But if you want to make it relevant, you connect the past with the present and with the future. In other words, what were our mistakes? Because the mistakes you want to avoid, and the strengths you want to reinforce. I'll say it clearly. Those that don't know their history, don't know their mistakes, are destined to repeat it over and over and over and over again. Our children need to know their story, and it did not start here. And it should be more than just names and dates and events. But let me calm down and go on. There's still two answers left, Africa and America. But there's a tremendous difference between who you are and where you're born. My hometown, Chicago, the ex-mayor, Daley. If you had asked Daley where he was born, he just said he was born in the USA. But ask Daley who he was. Ask him where his roots are. And he said his roots are in Ireland. Next stop, East Coast, Philadelphia. The ex-mayor there, Rizzo. If you ask Rizzo where he was born, he too would say the USA. But ask Rizzo who he is. Ask him where his roots are. And he said his roots are in Italy. But I think you know what I'm talking about. You and your husband, you and your wife are traveling across the world, and you're pregnant, and you gave birth to a child in Russia. Would your son or daughter be Russian? You're not sure? Next stop, China. And you gave birth to a child in China. Would your son or daughter be Chinese? Hold on. You still not sure? Suppose you gave birth to a child in an airplane in the middle of no place. What are you going to call your child then? Delta Airlines and United Airlines? Just because you're born in America doesn't make you an American. If someone asks you where you're born in America. But if someone asks you who you are, where your roots are, you either say African American or European American or Mexican American, but the who always comes first. Education is more than reading. It should first of all teach you who you are. But you know what else it should teach you? It should make you feel good about yourself. Now,
Ooh, man. The good doc, man, is always on point, man. He's always on point. What's going on, Brother Rico?
I'm doing well. I'm early for my people. I'm early again.
You got some sunglasses and a hat on, man. Maybe I think you might have had a little long night last night, brother.
Or a very short day. Yeah, one of the the night and day run into each other now. They're running into each other.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, man, I'm glad you're having a good time out there. If those of y'all that did not know, it was Rico's 69th birthday. What was it?
18th.
70. 70. Oh, what about like Black Man Unfiltered? They said you was 85.
Anything about them fools. This is my 18th.
Is your 18th birthday?
This is my 31st, 21st birthday.
Right
my
on.
31st, 21st birthday.
Right on, man. Well, hey, enjoy yourself out there, Rico. Okay, man. What do you think about the good doc, man? What do you think about what he was saying, man, as far as being who you are, where you're born, not necessarily determine who you are. It's who you are as a person and as your background. Does it, which one makes more of a difference? Or what do you think about that, brother?
I think he's spot on. Like you said, it's the who, which is more important than the where. He killed. I'm like, I can't mess with him. He just smacked you in the head with all those gems of knowledge and the way he describes it. You just take the terms and we just heard them forever. And I'm like, oh damn, wow, I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, he killed it. He killed it. He did an excellent job. He always does.
Always. So we're gonna like I said, y'all, we're gonna keep on listening to the doc till we finish this video, and then we move on to another one. All right, so that's the good doctor trying to rescue those black boys. All right, so Rico, are you familiar with the Missouri Compromise?
The Missouri what?
The Missouri Compromise.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now
that was where Lincoln did the thing. He did some sort of compromise to get their votes for freeing the slaves or something other like that.
I'm not sure.
It was around. I know. I've heard of it, and I forgot what it. But I know it was a compromise.
Yeah, it was a compromise.
He was making with the slave states.
Right. It was a compromise that was made with the slave states. Said that the Missouri territory that had just been acquired, I think, from France, that it was going to be slave free. It was going to be slave free. So, in other words, slavery was not going to be enforced or respected in that area. Right.
Right.
That's where the whole Dred Scott situation came in. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Dred Scott was a slave that said, "Hey," because his master took him up into the Missouri territory, and after being in this Missouri territory, Dred Scott said, "I'm here now. You brought me into this situation. I was a slave when I was brought in. Now I'm here. They don't look at slavery, so now I'm a free person, as because I'm here." Of course, the court said no. The court said no. It don't go like that. But we're gonna look at the Missouri Compromise real quick, man. All right. Oh no, that's not the one I want. Let's see. So we can kind of get an understanding of what actually happened here. I'm trying to give us some good information, man. I was watching a what do you call that? Podcast, and man, all they was doing was screaming and hollering at each other, man. I'm like, damn. All right,
And they all look like us, right?
Everybody on the panel. All right. So this is a map of I think the Missouri.
What America looked like back then.
Yeah, back then. Okay. And so the Missouri Compromise was this territory over here that was not going to be eventually Missouri got turned into a state. Slavery wasn't going to be accepted over there, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so let's take a look. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was a law that tried to address growing sections of tensions over the issue of slavery by passing a law. President James Monroe, so it was Monroe, signed the U.S. Congress, admitted Missouri to the Union as a state that allowed slavery, and Maine as a free state. It also banned slavery from the remaining Louisiana Purchase lands located north of the 36 degree 30 parallel, the southern border of Missouri. The Missouri Compromise will remain in force for just over 30 years before it was repealed by the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. In 1857, the Supreme Court ruled that in the Dred Scott decision that the compromise was unconstitutional, setting the stage for civil war. So it was saying it was unconstitutional, meaning that if I take some of my property into another territory, that property can't now say that it's free. That's still my property, right? So that was the unconstitutionality of that. Okay, so pro and anti-slavery factions in Congress when the Missouri territory was first applied for statehood in 1818. It was clear that many in the territory wanted to allow slavery in the new state. Part of the more than 800,000 square miles bought from France in the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. Missouri was known as the Louisiana Territory until 1812, when it renamed to avoid confusion with the newly admitted state of Louisiana. Missouri's bid to become the first state west of the Mississippi and to allow slavery within its borders set off a bitter debate in Congress that was, like the nation itself, already divided into pro and anti-slavery factions. Okay, so basically, okay, so it was a stalemate. Missouri renewed its application for statehood late 1819. This time, Speaker of the House Henry Clay proposed that Congress admit Missouri to the Union as a state that allowed slavery, but at the same time admit Maine, which was at the time was part of Massachusetts, as a free state. All right, so this is the Missouri Compromise. Basically, let allow Missouri to come in as a state in the Union, and then allow Maine to not be to Missouri to come in as a slave state, and Maine to come in as not a slave state in the Union. Think about that, Rico.
Yeah, I mean that was all sorts of compromises and backroom deal they was doing for our ancestors. It's a damn
Right.
shame we never had a say in any of it. But see,
Yeah.
that's how they could talk about you. You know,
Yeah.
that's how you could talk about, you know, an entire class of people. And you said it's funny and ironic that so few of us know that about our history. But
Hold on, Rico. Let me do a shout out. Shout out to Eyes. Shout out to Eyes. Glad to have you in the building. Okay, Rico. Go ahead, Rico.
I was just saying, yeah, you know, it's that's why I just think that, you know, we need to be more respectful when we talk about our ancestors, you know, because I'm like, can you just imagine, like, you know, you were just being wilt and dealt and discussed like that as if you were not even a human being. You know, you wasn't. You were just considered, okay, we're gonna have cows here and they're not gonna have cows there. It's sort of like that. That's the way they discussed and decided it, you know,
Yeah.
to the point that they even went to a civil war over it. So it's like it's kind of disgusting when you really think on it. And I just think that sometimes we too easily disassociate ourselves from what our ancestors had to endure.
Yeah. It's sad, you know, but and then we got a lot of people now saying, I don't want to even talk about that. Right.
Yep.
And but the people that's in power over you, they won't let you forget what
Nope.
happened to them, right?
Nope.
They won't let you forget. The good and the bad. But they definitely ain't gonna let you forget the bad. Because they
And
go,
that's why I said this is I'm like that's why, you know, when we talk about, you know, when I talk about the issue of white supremacy, I'm like it's so deeply rooted in this country, in most countries around the world. So for people who to talk about you claiming victimhood when you're sitting there acknowledging that it exists and you're trying to battle against it to say, hey, no one person should be born with a head start inherently just because of the color of their skin. You
man,
know, I'm like,
definitely
they
not in
come out with a
today's
head start.
definitely not in today's world. Yeah,
What
today's
do you
world.
mean?
Well, I mean, you know, there was a time, you know, where, um, you know, everybody accepted that. That was accepted thinking
Right.
process, right?
Mhm.
But in
But you
today's
get
world, everybody's got a chance. Everybody's got a. That's the whole point of America, right? Everybody's supposed to have a chance to be the best or whatever they want to be, whatever
but you
they
see
can.
that it's not true. You know what I'm saying? You see that it's not true. It's just like, no, it's just not true. You know, so this whole concept, if you think for a moment that that supremacy, and even if you say they'll tell you, oh, you all got a chance, but do you have a chance if all the systems around you are are tilted against you in favor? I'll tell people like okay, I'm not gonna say that the law is against black people, but it's in favor of white people.
Yeah, very
So it's like, is it? Do we all have a chance? You know what I'm saying? It's like we're in a foot
you
race.
have a chance. You have a chance, Rico, if you understand that concept that you just said, right?
Yeah, but it's
If you
like,
understand that, but if you don't understand it, if you go out there and naively think that everything's equal,
right.
everything's blind and all that, then you're gonna get you're gonna have some rejections that you're not gonna understand.
Yeah, because I'm
And
like,
correct.
I know if you tell me and you were running a hundred yard dash, and you tell me, but Rico, you got to put this 100-pound pack on your back, I'm gonna probably lose. I'm probably going to lose. So even if you, oh no, y'all starting at the starting line together, I'm like, yeah, but you put an additional 100 pounds on me. I'm probably going to lose. Well, why you always losing? You put that extra weight on me right out of the starting gate.
Yeah, but
So
we put it on everybody's back, and
no,
some
they
people
don't.
win.
But see, that's just it.
Some people get there. You got
But
LeBron James, you got Michael Jordan, you got Oprah, so everything's fair.
those are the people who succeed in spite of the
Uh,
obstacles. So yes, can you be one in a million and succeed in spite? Sure. The
well, most of
underdog
the time,
sometimes
Rico,
look,
most of the time,
here's a specific term. The underdog sometimes wins. But guess what? We call them the underdog for a reason.
but
Why?
sometimes,
Because you're disadvantaged.
most of those kind of people, they're gonna they usually get rich by making somebody else rich. They're
Of
not
course.
like, they're not going to get there by
Absolutely.
not just being
For
saying,
just themselves? No.
yeah, right. So they're not going to be
No.
able to just do that and network with people and just do it
Mm-mm.
on their own. No, they're going to have to, like Oprah Winfrey said, they king the distribution company that distributed her show. They came to her and said, we're gonna make you a millionaire.
Mhm.
Because we're gonna do, and they came to her and told her that, right?
And
You do
and
business with us.
she made $1 billion and we made 100 billion.
There you go.
That's a pretty good deal.
That's a pretty good deal. That's a
That's a
pretty
pretty
good deal,
good deal.
right?
Because
Would you
they
give somebody $1 billion if you knew you was gonna get back 100?
absolutely. Absolutely. So they can look and they can see the genius in someone who doesn't look like them. They do it all the time.
Right.
They do it all the time, but you better believe there's still an advantage. You be like, you see, she succeeded. She's a billionaire like them. No, because they 100 billionaire. She's a 1 billionaire. They're 100 billionaire. It's like it's exponentially. It's like yes. So that's just the system. So when I constantly hear these people argue about it, and especially when they come up with that victim Olympics bullshit, it's disgusting. That's the nicest way I can say it. It's just disgusting.
The victim, you a victim. You a gold medalist, Rico.
No,
You're a
no,
gold medalist.
no. It's like why can't you just lay down and accept this white supremacy?
Accept it, man.
You just need to accept it.
And you talking about it, something wrong.
It's
with
not you accepting it.
Something wrong with you.
Learn your place, boy. Learn your place. How dare you bring out the unfairness in the system?
Okay, I got one more question, Rico. Why do we need to remember stuff like this, like the Missouri Compromise and the Dred Scott and all that? Why do we?
The good doctor just told us you got to know where you start to where you finish.
Yes.
The good doctor just told us. That's why the good doctor was saying it's like because they don't, like you said, you started at 1619 and your whole history is on plantation. Yeah. You need to go 400 million years ago to the pyramid. You know what I'm saying? You need to study
before that even.
Yeah. Right. To study the things you did wrong, the mistakes, so you can try to avoid them, and the things that you did right so you can reinforce. The good doctor told us. And that's why you do see all of these other cultures who do not forget their history at all.
Right.
They don't. You can't go. The Chinese, they go all the way back to thousands of years of their dynasty. Same thing with the Japanese and so forth. They do not forget their history and say, look away from it. No one cares.
Right.
They don't.
Victim Olympics, right? They have big old museums, right? Especially the JEWs, man. They have big old museums and they get money from the government they don't even have to use their own money to build these museums. The government will put these museums up for them.
Do all of them do. You go to Thailand, you go to Japan, they got temples that go back, and monasteries that go back thousands of years, and people go and they pray. I'm like, are you crazy? Yeah. They all of them. It's not just the JEW. It's literally we're the only one who either keep being told to forget it, or we tell ourselves we don't need to know that bullshit.
Do you think
what's disgusting about it is they say it as if knowing it is causing you harm. Like all of a sudden, because I know my history, I can't. I'm like, that's stupid. They know theirs.
Yes.
It makes no sense. It's like it can only help you to know your history. It doesn't hurt you knowing it. And people are like, oh, it makes me sad. How the fuck does that make you feel sad knowing your ancestors were in bondage? That's a reality. It shouldn't make you sad. You should want to know that period we went through to ensure we never become enslaved again.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? That makes sense, right?
Because if I didn't know, that's like, usually it's like, why, a lot of people don't go back to prison because they remember what it was like before.
Right.
I don't want to go back.
Drug addicts.
Because they remember.
Yeah.
They remember.
Yeah.
The people who go for the first time, they never had no concept, no belief.
Right.
So it's easy if you've endured something traumatic enough in the past, you tend not to want to repeat that shit. You
Definitely.
tend like, I don't want to do that no more. That was a bad experience. I do not, and that's what generally makes you want to not do it again, is because you remember what that shit was like. I don't want to do that no more. I don't want to do that no
Definitely.
more.
Definitely. All right, Rico. So this is the Black History Minute. This is Missouri Compromise. Go check that out, but don't just take our word for it. Dig that. Go ahead and check it out for yourself. Go check it out for yourself. All right, moving on. Rico, do you need a job? I know you're in the DR. Do you need a job, man? We can get
I'm busy working now. I'm working on my tan. I'm working on my tan. I need a little more color.
All right, man. Yeah, man. Because I don't know, man. Got a lot of light skinned brothers out there in the DR, man. You got to separate yourself, man. Got to get them youngins to look at you, brother. All right, so your money is this week. Your STEM C job of the week is a parking enforcement officer. Let me bring that up. For those of you guys that need a job now, this job is out here in the Los Angeles area, in the beautiful city of Hawthorne, but you it pays $4,000 to almost $6,000 a month. That's not bad. That's not bad for driving around giving people tickets, right? Okay, so what is the first thing I told you guys to do? You see a job, first thing you need to do is look for the minimum qualifications. Go to the minimum qualifications and you see, oh, graduated from high school. Okay. 1 year of experience working as a parking enforcement for a public agency is highly desirable. Okay, it's desirable. That means you don't have to have it. That doesn't mean you have to have it. Licenses must possess a valid California license and must successfully complete a background investigation. Pretty much. And or a polygraph examination. Okay, pretty much the background investigation you got to pass. That's it. So anybody graduating high school can take this job, right? So let's see, essential function choose to parking and assign area enforce parking laws and regulations, give directions and information, issue parking citations. Due to the uniqueness of the position, the incumbent is required to perform at a high level of service with very little supervision. Maintains effective working relationships with general public, supervisors, and subordinates, performs other work as needed, right? So basically, this is a pretty good job. Now, this job is out here in Hawthorne, all right? But check your city, check your county, check your city for parking enforcement officers because there might be some openings out there, and it's a pretty good job. You're not doing nothing but giving out tickets, but most of the time you give them out, people ain't there. So you got to even deal with the people, right? But that's your job of the week. Go check that out. It's on Indeed. You can go see, man. So there's no reason why we can say, oh, well, there ain't no jobs out there. There's plenty of jobs out here. Come on. And I try to find you guys jobs where they don't need college degrees. I have a whole bunch of jobs with that, but I want people without college degrees, like my son. Oh well, my one son's got a college degree, but without college degrees, like my other son, don't have no college degree. But I would like people like that to be able to find a job. Right? Anything to say about that, Rico, before we move on? Uh-oh. I think Rico went to go refresh his libations. All right, so that's your job of the week, man. Check that out. Man, let me ask y'all a question. Who else is telling y'all about these people in the hit parade? Who else out there is trying to inspire y'all to rescue black boys and girls? And then who out there is actually giving you a Black History Minute that you can discuss it with your family? And then who out there is telling you how to make you some money? What are we doing? What are we talking about, man? Ain't nobody doing that on every Sunday but us. You with the right program, man. You with the right program. Trust me on that. All right, so anyway, shout out to Sister Annie, by the way. Annie, by the way. Sister Annie, shout out to Sister Annie. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to everybody in the bushes. Shout out. All right, so that was the STEM job of the week. Check that out. Okay, now let's get to the root of the matter here. Let's get to the root of the matter. Let's see. Do y'all know y'all rights? Do y'all know y'all rights? There was a question earlier this week about whether
Now to the black pastor arrested by Alabama police.
There's a question of whether we need to show our ID to the police, right? Do we really need to show our ID to the police? If the police roll up on you, do you need to show your ID? It's a very good question. If the police ask you, hey, I need to identify you, come here, can I have your ID? What is your options? What are your options at that point, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see, this man, I think he handled it wrong, although he had some rights, but he handled those rights kind of out of pocket. So let's look at a little bit of this.
Are they saying that, is that your vehicle? It's not? The neighbors?
314, I'll be on 13.
Okay. You live here?
No, I don't live here.
Okay. They saying that this vehicle is not supposed to be here and you're not supposed to be
Who's
here.
saying that?
They called about it. I don't know who called.
I'm supposed to be here. I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering they fly.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, do you have like ID and all?
Oh, no, man. I'm not going to give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did nothing wrong.
Well, you look, listen, I'm not saying do nothing wrong.
Doc, listen,
there's a suspicious person.
Look, I used to be a police officer in Goodwater. Come here with that. Okay.
Look, man, don't do this to me. There's a suspicious person in the yard, and if you're not one to identify yourself.
I don't have to identify myself. It's not a stop and identify state. That guy know me. He came to my store that got broke in. I live right over there across the street. Who calls y'all?
That's what we got to figure out. But first,
he
don't live here. I'm not saying nothing about.
You have no right to approach me if I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor. I don't want to hear you.
Sir.
You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
Nobody wants to
lock me up. I'm not showing y'all anything. I'm going to continue to run these flowers. I don't care who called y'all. Lock me up and see what happens. I want you to.
Hey, man, just come here and talk to us. What? Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down, okay?
No.
Stop.
I like this.
Okay. We're just trying to talk to you and see.
I don't want to argue with you, okay?
All right, go ahead and do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up.
Look, just have a
seat. It's already locked up.
You're just
already a lawsuit, dog.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just have a seat, okay?
Okay, already a lawsuit.
Do you know that gentleman? Like,
yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Does he have
permission? He lives right there.
Okay, does he have permission here to be watering flowers?
He may, because they are friends.
Okay.
And they went out of town today. So
right.
He may be watering their flowers.
Okay.
It'd be completely normal.
Okay.
That's
That's fine. If he would have said, "Hey, I got this," gave his identification because he's a suspicious person, he said that's not his vehicle; it's their vehicle.
Okay.
All right, y'all. All right. Okay, so now, in my opinion, he should have. The pastor should have handled this a whole different way. He should have handled it a whole different way, because he could have presented his ID or not presented it, but didn't have to get so argumentative, right? If you're not willing to present your ID, is your state a state where you don't have to present your ID, right? Well, we're gonna get into that. Should you know that? You should know what your rights are, man. See, we out here freestyling. The police know exactly, and they can walk you right into a corner because they know what you can and can't do. They know what they can and can't do. The police can actually lie to you about different things to get you to admit that to self-incriminate yourself. Yes, they can. Oh, the police ain't supposed to lie. I know they shouldn't, but they can. It's not illegal for them to mislead you so that you will say something incriminating to yourself. We're going to talk about your Miranda rights, where they come from. How do you got Miranda rights that every law enforcement officer is supposed to read to you? They're supposed to give you your Miranda rights and then check and see if you understand those rights, right? That's what's supposed to happen. And when, under which circumstances is that supposed to happen? See, you don't know none of that. A lot of us don't know this. We don't know this information. We're going to talk about it today. We're going to definitely talk about it today. So at this point, another neighbor has come out and said, hey, wait a minute, the good pastor, he's always out here watering those people's yard. So now this lady is vouching for him, right? Did you see the video, Rico?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
It was ridiculous too, because the dude, I'm like, y'all worried about he got a fucking water hose in his hand.
Yeah. But
that was crazy.
But Rico,
yeah,
that don't mean he ain't up to no good, right?
Dude.
No, he
was that does mean that. That meant he was up to some good. He was watering.
No. I'm not saying that.
Day.
I'm not saying that, Rico, but Rico. You got to look at it from the police officer's
No, I don't. Not in that case. Not in that case. No, I don't. No, I don't. Not watering plants. No, sorry.
Let me ask you a question. So if you on vacation right now, you in the DR, there's some man pops up, starts watering your grass, right? You don't know this man or nothing, right? Your neighbors don't know this man. The neighbors call and say, hey, there's some dude watering Rico's grass. Can you guys come and check it out? They come and ask the dude, hey, what are you doing here? Oh, I always water Rico's grass. And do you want them to, don't you want them at least to check it out?
If he says, I'm his neighbor, I live right across the street.
Well, what if
and
you
I
don't?
always water his grass? No. They're observing him doing nothing suspicious. So how he ended up in handcuffs is ridiculous. You didn't even have a.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, but I'm just saying.
There was no crime reported.
No. It was just suspicious activity, right? They're just asking him questions.
Right. So what did they handcuff him for?
Now we're gonna get to that.
There was no reason to handcuff him.
We'll find out. We're gonna find out. Okay, so this is the body cam, right? We're gonna talk to him.
And then the other neighbor came out and confirmed that he lives right there. That's his truck, and he always does that. So there was no. I'm sorry, you can't explain this one away. Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's finish up. Let's finish up with this one.
Call. We're here because we're called here. I don't know who called, but somebody did.
Yeah, he lives right there, and he would be watering their flowers. This is probably my fault.
Okay. Who is Roy Milam? That's you, ain't it?
I'm Michael Jennings, sir.
You're Michael Jennings. Who is Roy Milam? Okay, that's who that vehicle belongs to.
Yeah, that's all I know. His name is Roy.
That's who lives here?
That's Roy. I call him Roy and I call his wife Connie, and I've been dealing with him for 7 years that I've been living here.
They are friends.
Okay.
So you called not because of the car, but because you thought you saw someone besides him.
Right. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah, I got to keep their flowers watered. I got to keep their flowers watered while they're down. You okay?
Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Anytime the police come out and they say, we want to identify you, you have to identify yourself because there's a reasonable suspicion. There's a reasonable man. There's a vehicle. There's a reasonable suspicion that you're here. It's not a crime. Yeah. If you would have said, yeah, here's my name, here's everything, we were like, okay. I told
him my name.
You didn't tell me your name.
I decided he asked me who I was. I said,
you didn't give it to me when I first asked.
Pastor Jennings.
That's not a name. That's a pastor. Yeah. I need your name.
The way y'all handle this situation was totally wrong.
Well, listen.
You're racial profile.
We're not racial profile. No, sir. No, sir. We're not about that.
I told you I was here watering the flowers.
How do I know that's the truth? Anybody?
I had the water hose in my hand. I was watering all the flowers.
Anybody can pick a hose pipe up.
He is gonna be so pissed when I tell him I got arrested watering his flowers. 7 years we've been friends.
We got that. Look, let's sit back in here.
Okay.
You can sit down. Give me so we can get this going on the ball. All right. What is your social?
I'm not gonna give him a social.
You need to give me your social.
I'll give you my name.
Okay. Do you have to give your social security number?
No, you're not even obligated to. He identified himself by telling him who he was. So The fact that he didn't have ID on him, and no, you're not required to give him your social. They want you to give that information. They have a right to ask you, and they can lie, but you are not. You're. I believe you're required to identify yourself. But if I identify myself as Brother Clarence, unless they can come up with some information to counter that, I'm Brother Clarence. That's who I am. I've identified myself.
Okay, but Rico, do you see that that might cause confusion for the police who is there to investigate some type of suspicious activity?
Okay, they approached. They spoke to the subject. The subject identified himself. He was doing nothing illegal, and he was doing nothing suspicious. He was watering the yard. The neighbor identified him as who he was. The neighbor identified that he knew the homeowner for 7 years. There was nothing further other than to offer that man an apology and to unhandcuff him, Clarence.
I agree. I agree.
The police in America is assuming too much authority. Unlimited, unbridled authority does not rest within law enforcement. They tell you that bullshit. But you have constitutional rights against things such as unreasonable search and seizure.
Okay.
You have a constitutional right against it. What they did went against the Constitution. Now they're gonna get away with the shit because they always do, but it's unconstitutional.
Okay. All right.
I think it was absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, the guy sitting there with a smile on his face with a damn hose and his hand on the hip, watering flowers.
Rico, he could have just broken into the house and put some, took some of the stuff out of the house.
Man, shut the hell up. Just shut up. Okay?
I could have.
Ain't nobody going to then stop. Oh, let me stop. This is a good disguise. Let me water. And it might be a good disguise, but they don't think like that. Okay? They don't think like that. No
right, well, let's ask Patrice.
Let's ask Patrice. Your vegetation.
Patrice, are you there?
Hey, family. How y'all doing?
Hey, Patrice, what's going on? Okay. And to the rest of everybody else, give us about another 20 minutes, and then we're gonna put the link out, man. And then we're gonna put the link out for everybody. All right. So because I had to ask these two a couple of questions.
Yeah, I just thought that was when I saw that, I just thought that was just kind of crazy. I'm like, what?
Well, we're gonna get into that today.
But when you saw it, I was like, normally I give the police the benefit of the doubt. But when they rolled up on this guy, it was like, really? And you needed that many? The guy standing outside with a water hose.
And I thought, hey, the neighbors, independent of each other, come up and say, hey, this dude is a good, he's all right. Like, okay, what? Why is he still in handcuffs? But we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
Why do I gotta sit in the back of the police car?
We got to. Well, that's your rightful place as a black man.
Now I'm a pastor, and people, and what if his parishioners riding by and they see him handcuffed in the back of the police car? Now you damaging my reputation.
I think that's his point. That's his point. Okay, Patrice.
I'm here, brothers.
Okay, what's your take on the situation, Patrice? So far.
So first, may I ask what state was this in?
I think you know what? Let me check.
I'm assuming it's down south the way he talked and the way they
talk. I'm assuming it's down south too, but yeah, I'd like to know what state.
I don't know exactly where, but I'm thinking Alabama. It just sounds like some Alabama, Mississippi, and their law enforcement is that way too. So even when, like you said, that's a good point, Patrice, because even when you talk about like if that was a northern city, not to say that they wouldn't, they're less likely when you walk up and you see the guy watering the lawn. But down south, they expect their citizens to be unbelievably compliant with every damn thing they tell you to do. So yeah, that's an excellent point, Patrice. But it definitely sounds very southern. Where?
Yeah.
Alabama.
Okay. So
where was it again?
Alabama.
Yep, there you go.
So unfortunately for us, a lot of us, not all, let me put that discretion out there, some. Unfortunately for a lot of us, Black people in America, we don't do our homework and knowing what our rights are, right? Knowing that we are one of the most predominant race that should know our rights because of a lot of the disparities that has happened against us within the criminal justice system. You would think that we would at least want to know the basic rights when it comes to the Miranda rights, when it comes to depending on the state you live in. You know, do you have to show ID? Is it legal? Should you not? Can you not? If there's no probable cause, if there's no probable reason to suspect me of committing a crime, or if there is no reason for there to be any type of suspicious activity, does it look like, do you suspect me even to be? Like, we as Black people in America really should be definitely more on it and doing our homework and our research and knowing what our rights are in the state that we live in, because it truly does depend on the state. Because I think if you are in, I know at one time in New York, if you lived in the state of New York, you didn't even have to carry ID on you. And you didn't have to show police your ID and things of that nature. So it depends on the state you are. Like where I am, I know if there's no probable cause, if they don't suspect you of any crime, anything like that, we don't have to show our ID here. Now, if they stop us while I'm driving and say, you know, you tail light busted, or I didn't stop at the stop sign. So if they go there with you and suspect and ask you for the ID, you should comply and give them the ID if you have nothing to hide. We actually should comply if it's within reason. But if they are coming at you in a way where they have not read your Miranda rights, but they coming at you like you are a suspect, you have a right to ask them, am I a suspect? Why are you stopping me? You have a right to ask those questions. And unfortunately, police, most not all, let me put that discretion out there, majority of them, because they are on such a power trip, they get offended when you even ask questions. They get offended when you know your rights a lot of times and you choose to exercise it. They truly do, because we see a lot of people that exercise their rights or have the conversation with the cops and say, I don't have to show you my ID. Am I being arrested? Am I being detained? Am I under any suspicion? Like, they literally a lot of times don't even want you to ask them questions. And if you tell them, I know my rights, you don't have a probable cause to search my car, you don't have a warrant, this is a legal search and seizure. Like, when you are that type of person that know your rights, they get offended at Black people that actually know their rights a lot of times, not all the time. So I will say, and the reason why I asked the state, because a lot of times in most of those southern states, we know the history of policing just amongst our people in general, you know, disproportionately with the racial profiling that was proved, especially in New York when the whole stop and frisk came out. In a lot of these states, the stop and frisk was definitely racially profiling predominantly Black and brown men. That was proven. That's why they stopped it. And so in a lot of southern states like Alabama and places like this, now I will admit I did not see some of the beginning of this video, so I can't judge it. So I don't know how he was acting. I don't even know how, when they first pulled up on him, what was the transaction. So I didn't see that, Brooklyn, so I can't speak to that.
Hang on, Patrice, we're gonna back it up, because I want you, and that's what disturbs me the most is when they originally walked. I'm like, this guy couldn't be more compliant. Are you kidding me? He smiled.
He could have been more compliant, Rico. He definitely
no, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. Come on, let's play.
Okay, well, let's watch it.
And you tell me what he needed to do more, other than for them just to have a conversation.
I'll show you, and I'll stop it.
Yeah, you better.
What you doing here, man? Are they saying that? Is that your vehicle? It's not? The neighbors?
314, I'll be on 13.
Okay. You live here?
No, I don't live here.
Okay. They're saying that this vehicle is not supposed to be here and you're not supposed to be
Who's
here.
saying that?
They called about it. I don't know who called.
I'm supposed to be here. I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering they flock.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, do you have like ID and
Oh,
all?
no, man. I'm not gonna give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did.
Okay, Patrice. So
that's a great place to stop it.
About that.
Yeah, it wasn't at all. So they pulled up and they asked, did he live there? Something about the car. That's what he told them. He answered everything they asked. But then when he said, well, we got a call, and he said, who called? Of course, they never want to tell you if it was a call or not, and probably wasn't even a damn call. Okay, they probably was just passing by or whatever, or just say even if it was a call, right? It was nothing wrong with the way they approached him, and it was nothing wrong with the answers he gave them. Nothing at all. Okay, so, and then when he asked for the ID, now this is when, whether it is legal or not in that state for him to produce his ID.
Right.
Because right now, he can still say, I don't have to give you my ID because he's not committing a crime. He literally told them, he answered the questions they asked. So so right now, at this moment, he's not being suspected of anything. The police officer didn't say that to him, where is some suspicious or you suspicious. He asked him, did he live there? He told him no. He said he was a neighbor across the street, etc., etc. So right now, there is no he's not being confrontational. Just because he said, I'm not going to show you my ID or I don't have to show you. It was nothing wrong with him saying that.
And he ID'd himself.
At that point. Yeah,
said,
at that point, it was nothing wrong with him saying that to the cops. And that's what I say a lot of times when you answer the police in a way they don't want to hear, or if you think you know your rights or exercising your rights, they get offended by that because they are of authority and authority figures. The power for them becomes a thing for them. Well, they figure I'm the authority and I have the power. I have a right, and you better answer everything I say when I say and how I say it. And so right now, I don't see anything wrong right now.
But let me tell you what's probably offended me the most was, I'm like, what did he say or do that escalated to a situation that he needed to be placed in the handcuffs? Because
what was the fact that he told him? Number one, he didn't want to. He told him he didn't have to show him his ID. That was it.
But here's the deal. Typically, the officers only put you in handcuffs if they feel that you present some type of a threat of harm to yourself or another. This man is
they have told you that they suspect you of a crime, or they are detaining you. And they said none of those things.
Exactly. And that's what I'm sitting there saying. But I've seen so many encounters where a person of a particular persuasion will be armed and they'll sit there and tell them, just wait right there, and they don't put them in handcuffs. It's the officer's discretion, and the mere fact of this guy watering some fucking plants, even if he wasn't supposed to be there, it'll be like, dude, look, just wait right here. Let me run. You can do your little investigation. It doesn't require you to put a person in handcuffs unless you have a reason to put them in handcuffs. And they talk about
I agree with that. Police. But it was the audacity of that pastor to say, I don't have to show you my ID. I'm telling you, that's where the contention started right there.
Okay, well, let me read y'all something before I get into it. It says in Alabama, you have a constitutional right to not answer the police or if they ask you questions. But if you refuse to identify yourself, they may have grounds to make an arrest. So they can arrest you if you don't identify. Just like if you're out here and you get a DUI and they suspect you're a DUI, you can refuse the blood test. Right?
No. But my question is this. Now, reading in Alabama, does it say you have to produce ID? Because identification could be you just giving them your name.
I'm sure it's a state identification. It doesn't say, but I'm sure they're talking about a state issued ID.
Alabama.
Right?
Okay. It needs to specifically say if you have to produce your ID or not. So that's what I would Google.
I can say I'm Donald Trump, right? So identifying myself,
No. Listen. But bro, Clarence, the law in some states says whether you should or should not lawfully produce your ID. It needs to be specific.
Right.
Because that's where, the gray areas, right? So that's where the gray areas come in, right? So when the officer asked him his name, he said, "I am Pastor so-and-so," right? So if he didn't believe that he was Pastor so-and-so, he should have said, "Well, I don't know that you are who you say you are." He didn't say that. What he said to him was,
"He's gonna tell him that later." He told him that.
Okay. Well, let's listen more. But now, I don't see where there's a problem right now.
Right, and I'm reading, and it says there is no law in the state of Alabama that requires a citizen to carry valid identification.
Right.
So he could have just said, "I don't have ID on me."
But Rico.
But then the officer must make a decision.
Exactly.
Do we arrest you or let you go?
Okay, so
that's it.
That's
they can just take your word for it.
But at this point, there was no arrest. He didn't even tell him he was suspicious of anything.
Exactly.
Arresting him, anything. Now, obviously, the rest of us can realize that the man is just watering the grass, and he
so in essence, if you're not required to carry ID, then identifying myself is just telling you who I am. Whether you believe me or not, that's up to you.
But you don't have to carry it. No, nope. You can go to jail for not having it.
Sure.
That's it. That's okay. Right. So you need to be ready for that. Just like I was telling you about the breathalyzer. You can
refuse it, and they can't make you produce.
Of course, right?
You can refuse it, but guess what? You got a free ride to Pokey. But
guess what? Right now, and the reason I said, can police force you? Not unless they're arresting you. So they can't even make you come back and question you.
That's the point I was going to make. That even in California, they can't force you to produce your identification. The only time they can force you to do it is if they're lawfully detaining you, and that's another gray area, or they putting you under arrest. Yep. Now they have to get some kind of ID from you.
Exactly. Right? But prior to an arrest,
they're going to ID you anyway, because once they get you downtown, they're going to take your fingerprints or whatever, right? So say, I don't have no ID. Or, okay, well, we're going to fingerprint you anyway, right? All right, so my point
prior to an arrest, you don't have to give them nothing.
You don't.
That's a constitutional right against unlawful search and seizure.
Tell them as well, you need to be ready for that ride. You need to be ready for that
ride. We're not disputing that.
Okay, no, but I'm just saying we got to tell them everything. You could just, because if you just tell them, hey, you don't have to have an ID.
So and the reason why they're like, okay, but if I arrest them, it's not just the paperwork. It may be an unlawful arrest, and now I'm gonna end up being sued because I arrested them for a crime that they didn't commit, and they don't have any evidence of a crime. So then, when to arrest you, they have to tell you what they're arresting you for. So he's going to either have to tell him, "I'm arresting you simply for failure to show ID, but I'm not arresting you for watering the grass. I'm not arresting you for being here because none of that's a crime."
Right.
So I have to say, this is what you're being arrested for because you would not show me government ID. And then I'm going to go to court and say, I'm not required to carry ID. And I'm going to sue your ass for a crime that I did not commit.
Right. And that's just the long way around doing things the legal way and the right way. Right. And we know a lot of times that does not happen because, tempers flare, things escalate, and unfortunately, we end up on the short end of that stick. So just say that happened and he did it the right way, but they still arrested him. Then what your scenario you just explained, Brother Rico, would be totally the way to do it, because that is the proper way of, number one, walking away from the situation and not being deleted or brutalized or anything. That is the absolute smartest way to do it, and say, you know what, if I know I did everything the right way and the legal way, and y'all still gonna arrest me unlawfully, then I'm gonna be inconvenienced for a minute, but y'all gonna pay in the end. And that is the smart way that we need to start thinking about handling these situations, instead of being a part of the problem with helping escalate the situation sometimes, because
But
we
Patrice,
can get that attitude, we can get that, that disposition of, and of a lot of times when, and that's what make it bad for when people like me are in community meetings and we fight for a lot of things, and then we look at some tapes where some families are trying to sue, and it's totally bullshit. Like, dude, seriously, like, you was on that bull. You was on that BS. Stop it. You are dead wrong. It is those incidents. I will say that. And it makes it hard for the ones that are fighting for the unfair treatment, the brutality that is real, the racism that is real with, when that happened with racist cops or just cops that are just a-holes, right? Because it's those as well. And it's people, that be on that BS that makes it bad for a lot of times for when it is really truly happening to our people disproportionate.
But it gets me, Patrice, as I'm sitting there saying, so I'm like, so he could have just refused to answer the police questions because he's not obligated to answer. Like, what do you want? I'm not answering no question. Or this, to me, this is like, oh, okay, so you know how we got driving while black, picnicking while black. So now we got watering plants while black. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, there's nothing in this interaction. Even when parents play a little bit more, I'm like, there was nothing in this interaction that rose to the level that they needed to put this man in handcuffs. I'm like, yes, you can.
Yeah, I want to definitely see more
all your questions. So he's not being a super. I've seen too many incidents where if that guy was white, ain't no way in hell they would have asked him a few questions and went on their way. Ma'am, we don't see him doing nothing. He said he's the neighbor. He's watering plants. I observed him watering fucking plants. In my history of being a police officer, I've never seen a criminal come out and water nobody's fucking yard. So I have to believe his story makes sense. He's saying, this is my neighbors. They're out of town. He said, well, this car ain't supposed to be here. He's like, I don't know who car that is. How am I responsible for knowing whether the car's supposed to be here or not? But I'm over here watering their goddamn plants, and that's all you observing me do. So why? To me, it's like it's to dehumanize us, to instantly put us back in bondage.
And Broclans also regarding the vehicle, right? And when he said he didn't know, or he thought it was the neighbors or was the neighbors or something, all he had to do was run a check on the license plate. If wasn't no license plate on it, they could run it through the VIN. They could run it through. They could run it through the VIN and find out, right? Like,
they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it, Patrice. They're gonna get to all of that. But
let's just go move forward then. Let's just move forward.
This point, I just want to separate it. At this point, he's refusing to answer their questions. Everything's cool. No,
and he don't have to. Yeah,
he's refusing to answer their questions.
Exactly. Thank you, Patrice. He didn't answer because he didn't.
He don't have to. And see, and I'm telling you, it aggravates them. It makes them mad when you don't answer, or you answer. You answer in a way that they don't want to hear the answer. They have a problem with that, and that's that whole authoritative, a power tripping that they are on. Oh, so you're not gonna answer me? You're gonna tell me no? See, that's the whole power trip that a lot of those cops are on.
Well, we shall see. So anyway, the guy, I don't think is anybody.
Clarence old pig lover. Clarence old pig lover.
I don't think anybody's out of pocket right now.
So it should never even go further. Exactly. Where's their de-escalation?
Well, it's gonna, I don't think it really got escalated, but it definitely
did when you put them fucking handcuffs on that man.
We pushed it to that point because they don't know what's going on.
No, that's not what pushed it to that point. They still the same way they did everything, and he never produced ID, and they got to the resolution. They could have did that exact same thing without ever putting.
Well, let me see it, brother Rico. Play it. Let's play it.
Let's play some more.
Nothing wrong.
Well, listen, I'm not saying do nothing wrong.
Doc, listen,
there's a suspicious person.
Look, I used to be a police officer in Goodwater. Come here with that. Okay.
Look, man, don't do this to me. There's a suspicious person in the yard, and if you're not one to identify yourself,
I don't have to identify myself. It's not a stop and identify state. That guy know me. He came to my store that got broke in. I live right over there across the street. Who called y'all?
That's what we got to figure out. But first,
You live black man
He don't live. I'm not saying nothing about.
You have no right to approach me if I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor, so I don't want to hear you. Sir. You want to lock me up? Lock me up. Nobody wants to lock.
All right.
That's the third time he identified himself.
Right. No, he didn't identify himself.
Yes, he did. He said, I'm the pastor Jennings.
That's not identifying yourself.
Yes, that is identifying yourself.
That is not identifying yourself.
That is identifying yourself.
When you identify yourself,
they can't verify that.
Well, when he asks them,
yourself,
listen, if you get asked, who are you or what's your name, and you say so and so, the assumption is you believe that you are who you say you are. Exactly. Until they say, let me see ID. Then you can say, let either show it or say, I don't have to, which is what he did. Yes. And so now he's saying something about suspicion now. Oh, you a suspicious person, and we got a call, and he's like, suspicious? Who's suspicious? I'm here watering my neighbor's plant. He said his name again, such and such. And he was like, and did he say something about he was a police officer or something?
He said a police officer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's not doing anything wrong. He know that this is not the way you're supposed to do it.
Right. And so he figuring at this point, okay, y'all just doing this to me because I'm black. Because he literally said, I'm a black man and I'm
being racially profiled.
And I'm being racially profiled. So in his mind at that point, okay, this is more to it than what y'all just saying it is, right? In that pastor's mind, right?
Yeah.
So and then the police officer is saying, oh, don't do that to me. Don't, like it ain't that. It ain't, it ain't that. But the thing is, he's making it, oh, it's suspicious. It's right. Well, we got a call. Well, who called you? Well, that's what we got to find out. That's not that pastor's job to find out. Ain't no we got to find out. You find out. Or it's not my problem.
And you
know what I mean?
And you know who called you, okay? Because that's why your ass showed up.
Right.
Tell me we gotta find out.
So now it's starting to escalate a little bit when the voice is raised and when there's some contingent in what they're saying, what's being said to each other in the conversation. So now it's just a little bit of the temperature and raised up just a little bit. But let's move forward.
Yep. Thank you, Patrice. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this old Negro here. Damn pig lover.
I'm trying to tell y'all something, but okay, we'll move forward. Come on.
I'm not showing y'all anything. I'm gonna continue to run these flowers. I don't care who called y'all. Lock me up and see what happens. I want you to.
Hey man, just come here and talk to us. What?
These back flowers.
Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down. Okay?
No.
Stop.
I like this.
There you go.
Okay.
There's the handcuffs.
We're just trying to talk to you and see.
I don't want to argue with you. Okay?
All right, go ahead and do what you got to do, Doc. Do what you got to do. Go on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right. So I'm on. Well, wait, y'all. Y'all already said that the good pastor is good, right? So I'm not even going to do that. What I'm going to ask you is, do you think his attitude was helpful in how the situation was turning out?
Not necessarily, but he's not required to help the police.
Right, and I agree. Not necessarily. He should have escalated it at that point, vocally. But I get the frustration, right? Like, because he's frustrated that the questioning is continuous, and I'm not saying that he should be. I'm saying that yes, because when he started moving around and saying, "I'm gonna continue to water these flowers and do what y'all got to do and arrest me or whatever." Yeah, no, he didn't have to say all of that. He didn't have to say all of that. He could have just continued to water the flowers and walk away. He didn't have to say nothing, but he continued to entertain the conversation, right? So that's where it continuously escalated. And then the police officer said something about, well, let's don't act like that or something. We just want to talk to you, whatever. And he would, no, do what you got to do, whatever. So then the cops decide, well, okay, since you're saying what you're saying and you don't want to be still and have the conversation, now we're going to handcuff you. So now I'm going to handcuff you. And honestly, even at that point, right there, it still did not warrant him being handcuffed.
No,
I don't know why they
it did not.
I don't know what was the reason for handcuff, but I'm just saying
because their job is to de-escalate, right? So
Yes.
if they see that he's agitated and aggravated and irritated and every kind of aided there is, he's there, he's at that point.
Well, I definitely.
You let him get it off. You let him.
The thing is,
and you just
let him
go.
say what he want to say. And if you really looking at it, he ain't running. They ain't running after him. He ain't cursing them out, like none of that. It probably, if they'd have done their job right at de-escalate, said, okay, man, look, we understand what you're saying, but can you stop for a minute and let's have the conversation?
And if
you know what I'm saying? But at that point, it was too late because he was already irritated, and it escalated to the point where they are so quick to put the handcuffs in, and they didn't even no warning or none. They just basically walk up to him and just put the handcuffs on him. So that part to me did not warrant him being handcuffed. They have been entertaining the conversation with him now for over 5 minutes. So at what point you feel just because the voice is raised a little bit and there's a little continued that you have to handcuff me because I'm raising my voice a little bit and being a little contingent. I have heard people literally cuss the police out and they didn't get handcuffed because you can't even arrest someone for hollering at you, cussing at you. You cannot lawfully arrest. People can say what they want to say. See, that's the thing.
Job. Yep, that's part
of the job. Police, but the part is when there's any contingent or any attitude and vocally or things like people, the police power trips on that. Oh, you gonna talk to me like that? Oh, you gonna walk away from me like that? Oh, you gonna not show me your ID? So let me show you my authority. Let me show you the power I can exercise over you. And that's what I'm starting to see right there.
All right, y'all. Let me bring in Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, peace and blessings to all the family. You know what I'm saying?
Peace and blessings. Happy Sunday,
sir.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to the real OGs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all definitely real OGs for real.
You OG, man. You stood tall yesterday. I appreciate you for that, man.
Man, no problem. You know, let me say this real quick. Rico, I see you, man. You're looking really comfortable in that chair. It's still summertime. You're very comfortable, sir. You know what I mean? But let me say this. Before I build on the topic, number one, privately, I apologize to Bro Clarence. So publicly, I'm definitely gonna do that because I'm a man and I'm a businessman and I stand on my word. You know what I'm saying? So, Bro Clarence, I apologize to you. I apologize to you, Mr. Rico, and I definitely apologize to OG Patrice. You know what I'm saying? I had a misunderstanding. You know, and I just want to say, you know what I mean, I welcome Bro Clarence, Brother Rico, and of course OG Patrice to the Nigel Relationship family. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know how we do. You know what I'm saying? And definitely going to be doing some great things moving forward. So I definitely want to, like I said, apologize to you publicly, brother, for the misunderstanding to your whole platform and everybody on here.
Not a problem, brother.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. It's duly noted and duly apprieciated. Thank you.
That's how the young men of our community should conduct themselves more of.
He did it yesterday privately. He didn't have to do it publicly, but I appreciate the fact that he did come over here publicly and do that.
That shows huge integrity and authenticity. That's huge. You don't see that enough in these spaces. But thank you, sir. Continue.
No problem.
I agree.
No problem.
I agree. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
And as you know, and as the elder statesman, I definitely I'm encouraged that y'all give me the space to speak in this platform. Thank y'all for that. To build on the topic, you know, it's crazy. Anytime we show any form of real power or real assertiveness or real intelligence, we're automatically demonized. We're automatically demonized as we're being unruly. You know, we're not complying. We're resisting arrest. You know what I mean? We're evading different things and all this other stuff, right? So it's so easy to flip the script on us when we show any type of pushback, you know what I mean? Whether it's in a positive or negative way, even if we say, sir, why are you checking me? You know, why do you need my ID? Or why do I not need to be in this location? Or what do you mean? What am I doing over here? Because you drive, you go in certain communities, they'll ask you, what are you doing over here? They will ask you that. The citizens themselves will ask you, why are you here? They will ask you, why are you here? Where are you going?
Yep, thank you.
You know what I mean? And sometimes I want to pull a Paul Mooney and say, hey, I'm driving until I run out of gas. But sometimes you can't say that.
Right.
Sometimes you can't say that. But you know what I mean? For the most part, it's anytime we are in a space or we are we are doing something that they feel like we should not be doing, or they feel like we should not be allowed to do, it's always pushback. I remember I went to this nice little burger place in this other area out here in Silicon Valley. It's a really, really nice, prestigious area. Went out there, I've had this place before. I've ordered from DoorDash. It's never been a problem. But this is the first time I went in person. Went there in person, and man, I mean the rudeness, not of the staff, but just the people there. They made it, and they made it known that we look at you as a nigga. They made that be known. Right?
How'd they do that?
It was no type of, and how did I know that? When they came in, they wouldn't say excuse me. One dude tried to reach over me and grab like something for his child in one of those children's seats, and he's saying excuse me. Everybody else, to me, he don't want to even say excuse me. He just tried to walk past me, and then when I went and moved, he want to say excuse me. You should have just said that off top. You know what I mean? The demeanor, the looks, the stares. We all know what it is, man. You know when you go to and Brooklyn, you know this. If you go to certain areas in LA County, you know that you're gonna be looked at. You know that.
Of course.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got all the money in the world to afford being there. You know what I'm saying? But they make you feel like, yo, you don't belong here. You know what I mean? And that's what they do. They don't have to say the word. The actions are shown. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I felt. And I'm like, man, like I still get food from time to time for that place, but I don't think I'll ever go back there. And even ordering food from there, I'm kind of thinking about even ceasing that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like the treatment that not the staff. The staff was great. They were cool. But the people there were just terrible.
At 84. So let me ask you a question. Can you imagine like this pastor, right? Imagine and I'm just trying to put myself in his place. I'm standing outside watering flowers. Like, how in the hell? Even if somebody called you, what's suspicious looking? I look like a fucking gardener. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you serious? Watering flowers. I don't think I should have to explain myself to anybody. You see what the hell I'm doing. What if I'm mute? It's like, why does a person watering flowers or washing something so mundane that we end up in iron? So as Patrice said, yes, he was agitated, irritated, and everything. But it's like, do you know how many times, like Patrice said, we see white people sit there and cuss the goddamn police from sunrise to sunset, and they don't ever end up handcuffed? They never produce ID. You see them walking up and down the street with a damn AR-15, openly carrying, refusing to produce ID because they know, and the police accept the fact that they know the law. So when they're throwing it back, but when, as Patrice said, when we do know our rights and we do protest again, we still would end up arrested and handcuffed. And I hope this going viral get that police department the living shit drug out of it. I definitely hope they sue, but more so than that, I hope that the embarrassment of them, and of course, Alabama, they anything they can do to put us as close to back on the damn plantation and in slavery that they possibly can, they do. It's crazy. The guy was watering the flowers.
I got two stories, Mr. Rico. I got two stories, right? My first story, I'm gonna say this real quickly because I don't want to take away from the panel. My first story was me, they do these things, in the neighborhood where I'm from, which is Brownsville, you know what I mean? Which is it is what it is to hood, you know what I mean? It's in Brooklyn. And they do these things where they will literally do these police barricades. They will cut off parts of the streets and highways just to harass people driving. You know what I'm saying? Now they know what the dealers are. They know what's going on in the neighborhood. They know all that, right? But they will set up these barricades. So me and one of my family members, we were in a car. He was driving, and we came up on one of these barricades. Right now, when a barricade is there, you have to stop. You have to stop, and they take everyone's ID, including mine. The driver's ID, the passenger, they take everybody's ID. They don't care who in the car. You have to give them ID. If you refuse, they will pull the whole car over and they will search the entire car. So we gave them ID, everything checked out. As we're leaving, the officer looks at us and he says, "Today's your lucky day. Go ahead." And I'm like, "Today's my lucky day? I ain't even do anything. Like I've never committed a crime, anything. You got my ID, you see my record. I don't have no criminal record, no possessions, no nothing. I've worked since I've been 18. But today's my lucky day? Really?" You know what I mean? So that's one story. The second story is I was working, since I do computer tech, I work in these these high esteem buildings. And I was working this location for a startup. And for a few locations. So I would sometimes, if I didn't want to take Uber and Lyft, or I didn't want to take the community bus, sometimes I would actually they have this thing called the BART, which is Bay Area Rapid Transit. I would get on the BART and I would have a seat. I would sit in a seat. You know what I mean? And I'll be decked out. You know what I mean? Glasses, formal sweater, you know what I mean? Nice hat, nice professional hat,
Briefcase.
slacks, dress shoes, everything. You know what I'm saying? Nice watch, cologne. I'm decked out, right? You can tell that I am somebody who's a professional. Nobody was sitting next to me. Literally. Nobody was sitting next to me. They would look, they would see the seat, and they would move on. Even if they had to stand up the whole entire train ride, they would not sit next to me. And like I said, I'm
That's
decked out.
crazy.
I'm decked out.
Yeah.
Watch, beautiful sweater, glasses, nice hat, slacks, dress shoes. There's nothing hood about me at all as far as my attire. And nobody was sitting next to me.
That's crazy.
This happened to me as more times than I can count.
It's funny, the story.
Shout out to Juan here.
The story you was telling about New York, and I think that's exactly what it is because, like you said, you said that the neighborhood
Shout
of
out to Juan
Brownsville,
Bryant.
and it's like, yeah, but out of all the people who live in Brownsville, most of the trouble is only committed by 10% of the people. But you set up barricades and you're harassing 100% of the neighborhood. So people who got to go through that shit every day, and they coming from work, they trying to get to work, you making them late. It's harassment. And you're being harassed because of your skin color. Eventually it builds up a lot, and then the police, well, there you got to respect the police. Like, this is why we don't respect you motherfuckers, because y'all do this to us. You will never see that in a white neighborhood. You'll never see it. You'll never see it around the trailer parks.
And also, Atlanta, Georgia was on this point system, which was so messed up because they were judging how many points you do when you arrest a juvenile kid, which was the higher point you can get. Stop signs, stop lights, any kind of traffic violation. They actually had a point system, and I don't know any other city or state that had this, and they just stopped it because they got so much backlash for it, that because they were patrolling and setting up these things for these point systems predominantly in the urban neighborhoods and Black neighborhoods in Atlanta, Georgia. So literally, if they would get more points if they arrested juvenile children that were in the Black neighborhoods, the urban neighborhoods, which were Black and brown predominantly. So it affected us more. So when I say things like things that disproportionately hinder us or prevent us from the law and having the law willfully on our side, or disproportionately profile us, then these things people, act like these things don't exist when literally in Atlanta, they admitted to predominantly doing this in Black urban, low impoverished neighborhoods where they would you get so many points for stopping for traffic violations. You get the higher the points you go was how many arrests, how many people that you actually shot, like shot during an arrest or chase or something like that, and how many teenagers and juveniles that you arrested. And it predominantly affected the Black neighborhoods in Atlanta. Like literally, they just stopped this system because they got so much backlash from the community and other communities, and they were all on the news for this point system that they were doing on which was affecting us most. And the police officers admitted that they would actually go into these communities where predominantly Blacks, low impoverished urban neighborhoods in Atlanta, and execute the point system that they were on. So when we looking at this, we have to be real about the lack of trust, when it comes to us and police officers because of the history, right? We have to be real about that. We have to know that this is a real thing. We have to find a way where, the police and Black people, especially in America, can bridge this gap. And it has to first start with the police officers, right? Because if they are there to protect and serve, then their job should be to protect and serve first, right? So when you come into our communities, don't come in with the hostility. Come in trying to build the trust back up. Come in, you know what I'm saying? When you ride through the neighborhoods, are you riding through to the fact that you're looking to show your power, to show your authority, or are you looking to actually bridge the gap of trust and communication that is so broken between the police officers and Black people in our communities, right? So that there used to be a certain rapport that we would have in our communities because the Black and brown police officers that policed our community actually lived in our community. Now that is not the case anymore. So when I go to these meetings and I say, are you guys patrolling these neighborhoods, having, community conversations and meetings in the neighborhoods? Because it's hard to get our people to go and show up at the meetings. That they have them at the police station, they have them at City Hall and all these places, because I'm there. I say but actively they should be in the community. That is their job. That's what our taxpayers is paying the taxes for them to do that. I live in the suburbs, right? So I see them all the time, and I can see them say I'm going to the grocery store and they may be in the parking lot. I stop and have conversations with police officers. I do, because I want to know how they build in the community that I live in, right? But when I am at the meetings in the lower income impoverished neighborhoods, you don't see that so much unless it's after the fact of the crime. And when they want to say that, calling the police here is to save the day, let's be real. 99.9% majority of the time, the police are called after the crime has been committed, after somebody's been hurt, or it's after. They come majority of the time after the fact, right? When of calling the police, the crimes have already been committed. So really, truly, and genuine, how much crime are they really stopping? When the crime, when they are called, the crime has already been committed. So it's so much things that need, so many pinpoints of conversation needs to be had with policing in Black communities.
You don't think that the police had a right? Well, I mean, do you think that they were overstepping their bounds by asking the man to identify himself?
No, I don't think they were overstepping their bounds, because they could ask anything. You can ask somebody anything. The police can ask you anything. Doesn't mean that you have to tell them no. Doesn't mean you have to answer. You
Shout
can
out to
tell
Brother
them at the
Anderson.
moment they start asking you questions, you could ask them, am I under the arrest? Am I suspicious of anything? Do you have any probable cause? And if not, then I'm going to choose to not speak to you until I have an attorney if I'm being arrested. So I'm like, you can literally say that. Or you could say, you haven't even read me my Miranda rights. Am I under suspicion?
We're gonna
Am
get
I
to
being
that. We're gonna get to
arrested?
that.
Am I being detained?
Well, Patrice,
We're
let
gonna
me
get to
ask
that.
Clarence a question, right? Let me ask this pig lover a question. Because he's so right. This is the thing, right? So you seem to struggle with the fact of someone telling you who they are is an acceptable form of ID. Why is it
Right.
not? We ID each other that way every day. I
Because
identified myself to you as Rico. You don't know if that's my real fucking name. I ain't produced no ID. But guess what? It's a natural assumption that you believe a person when they ID themselves as who they are. Unless you have a reason to doubt that. And in this interaction, they had no reason when he identified himself as Pastor Jennings, which we heard him say at the beginning. I'm a pastor. I got the church there and I lived there. They had no reason to not believe him. Now, did they say,
Rico,
I don't believe you? No, they demanded to see an ID after the man identified himself. They didn't say, well, you told me you Pastor Jen, but I don't believe it because you don't look like him or I don't think you are or anything of that nature. Other than that, didn't believe him. They wanted to see, again, like Patrice said, it's that power trip. Boy, when I ask you something, you do what I tell you. Produce a damn ID. I don't want you to give me your word, even though that's a form of you identifying yourself. I demand, boy, that you identify yourself at a higher level.
Okay.
Your word ain't good enough for me, boy. Boy, your word ain't. Now, if you was Mr. Johnson down the street, your word is good enough. But boy, your word ain't good enough.
Maybe so. But
yeah,
Rico,
that's exactly what it is.
Rico, you out in the DR right now. There's a
Come on, pig lover.
There's a dude out there wiping your windows off. He's, oh, I'm the officer. I'm just here wiping off Rico's windows.
Okay.
What's your name? John Brown.
Okay.
I don't know, Reggie Miller, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we need to see a state issued ID. Oh, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that. Well, okay. Well, they say, okay, well, you don't have to do that, man. We'll see you later. Keep on washing those windows. Hope you have a good job. Man goes in and robs your whole house, right?
Okay.
But are you gonna stick up for the robber and say, hey, robber, I'm glad you was able to get away because the police didn't press you for your ID. That's the most important part. Not that you robbed me or you out here did something that that was violated me. The important thing is that you didn't tell the police, give them your state issued ID.
No, because you know why that's completely irrelevant? Because if they're a robber, they're not going to give it to them any fucking way. But if I'm there and I'm using this and I'm doing the fake with this and I plan on robbing your ass, I ain't giving it to you anyway. I don't see how the police can either say you look suspicious and I think you're here to rob. Producing an ID doesn't make that go away. I still, if you look suspicious, I don't give a shit if you got your ID taped to your shirt. It's your behavior, which is what. So I expect the police, if you see somebody ass trying to climb through my window, not if you see them washing my windows. You see his ass trying to climb through the window.
Washing your windows because he's trying to climb through your windows later. He's going to try to climb through the windows.
If you see suspicious behavior, yes, I expect the police to act. Unsuspicious behavior, we say that you cannot, we have the Constitution against unlawful searches and seizures, and they have this thing for the police to act called probable cause. That's reasonable suspicion.
Right.
We require our police to have reasonable suspicion to trespass on any citizen. And the reason why I want the robbers to have that same protection because I want that protection. We can't see who's robbers and who's not. So
no, you can't see who's robbers. Even if you give the ID, you're not going to be able to see who's a robber.
Right, but what I'm saying is
you're going to be able to see who you dealing with. and if that person has warrants, or if they've committed similar crimes that you suspect them of.
What we do for saying to see who you're dealing with, it has to be based on reasonable suspicion. Not because other than that, this is what they do, right?
I have reasonable suspicion. Somebody called him out to the house.
He watering the fucking yard. That's not reasonable suspicion. Because you know why? Because with your premise that you
they
say,
don't know why he's there, Rico.
Let me. No, you don't. But here's the thing: you're applying a reasonable suspicion to everybody that looks a certain way.
No, I'm talking.
Yeah,
if
but
it was a white dude,
because
forget him being black. Forget him being black. Forget him being black.
But don't know.
If it was a white dude out there.
You can't because that's the slippery slope. Is that when you sit there and you give the police that much authority, it gets applied in a discriminatory manner. That's why we set the bar so high for them to take you into arrest. Here's
where I agree with you. If you're not gonna get Mr. Charlie's ID and you're gonna let Mr. Charlie walk away saying, I'm past the so and so from that block, then you shouldn't have to. Then I should be required to do it.
And that's why the bar is set
and not go to jail, right? And not go to jail.
Because see, here's the thing: the bar is set and it's written to be colorblind, even though we know it's not applied that way. But you need to set it high. You can't set it so low. Well, the police shit. Look at the way. That's how the boy Elijah McClain. Remember the kid in Colorado? You guys remember? That got killed. The little skinny.
Oh my God! Yeah, that case right there. That
because
case broke my heart.
Suspicious. He was
oh
walking
my God!
around
That case broke
with
my
a
heart.
fucking hoodie on, and they choked him. They killed him.
Yeah, that Trayvon Martin, same thing.
Hey, so this is what I'm sitting there saying is you can't, and that's why they're and I think them police officers all got fired. They're being sued. They're going after some of them. Like you guys got to have a fucking reasonable suspicion. Not just have an ID. That's not reasonable enough. The bar has to be high.
That's not reasonable suspicion. The reasonable suspicion is he's there and he doesn't live. They
don't know he doesn't live there. They don't know.
He said that he don't.
He said he didn't. Right. That doesn't create suspicion.
So, you can't stand on both sides. Now we're supposed to believe that we're supposed to believe him in this instance, but not believe him in this instance.
No, what I'm saying is him standing there and him telling me he doesn't live there. He lives across the street. I'm watering my neighbor flowers. No suspicion is raised. None.
It must have been some because somebody called.
No, he did. As Patrice said, it goes right back to what Patrice said. It's a fucking power trip. Boy, I asked you for ID. That's all this is.
Now, I agree. That's probably some of it.
I asked you for ID, and I ain't going to ask you again. And if I have to ask you again, we taking it to the next level, boy.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
Okay, y'all. Well, let's watch the rest of it. So at this point, they put the pastor, they put the good pastor in handcuffs because he will not submit and show his ID. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not because, in my opinion, the good pastor's attitude wasn't a helper of his in this situation, and if his attitude
race certainly didn't help. Because let me tell you this: if he was lacking melanin, he could have cussed their ass from one side of the farm to the next, and they wouldn't put them irons on.
Maybe so. Probably.
We got millions.
Especially in Alabama,
millions of videos of showing that. Millions,
especially in Alabama, probably would have went that way.
They wouldn't have put them irons on.
But right now, I'm talking about him walking away with his life.
That's too much melanin. Right. That's the only positive. He's not dead.
But anyway, okay. So let's watch the rest of it, y'all. Let's see how it comes out.
Look, just have a seat. It's already locked up. You're just already lost it. Yes, sir. Okay. Just have a seat. Okay. Already lost.
You know that gentleman? Like, you do?
Yeah.
Does he have permission?
He lives right there.
Okay. Does he have permission here to be watering flowers?
He may because they are friends.
Okay.
And they went out of town today. So
right.
He may be watering their flowers.
Okay.
It'd be completely normal.
Okay,
pig lover.
She just identified. She just identified, or not identified. Excuse me.
Yes, she did.
Backed up his claim.
She identified him. She said he lives right there. They're friends.
He's not identified.
Yes, she did.
He can be identified according to the government.
That's an identification. Yet. You know why? You know why that's an identification? Because we have eyewitness IDs every time that come to the police and point your ass out in the lineup. It was
But
that guy right there. That's called an identification. That's an eyewitness identification. They don't have a fucking ID card. I pointed at your black ass and I ID'd
That's
you.
not, no. Those are two.
Yes,
That's two
that
different
is.
things. That's two different
Okay,
things.
go ahead.
You identifying somebody as
Yes.
being the perpetrator of a crime. That's
She's
not
identifying
identifying
him
that
as
person by
not
name.
being a perpetrator of a crime. It works both
Exactly.
ways.
So that's what I'm saying. So this has nothing to do with the perpetration of a crime. We're just talking about him knowing who the guy is, as far as the state is
The
concerned.
woman just
That's what we're
said
talking
it's
about when we're saying
perfectly
ID.
normal.
No,
That
I
means she
agree.
thinks
This
innocent.
is where this thing should have stopped right here. Should have stopped
Immediately.
right here, right? When she came out and verified that he is a person that lived on the street, and
Immediately.
verified her,
And this guy's still gonna want his fucking ID.
exactly, right? And
You gonna
then
tell me
even
color ain't
another
got nothing to do
person's
with
gonna
you
come and do the
crazy.
same thing, and they still pushed it to this next level. And to me,
And also, Bro Krantz, the police asked the woman. They asked her, and she said, "Yeah, he lives over there, and they friends, and this and that and the other." So
that should have
now
been the
you
end of it.
have a witness, right? That is familiar with him, knows where he lives, knows he's friends with the people that who are out of town. So at what point now are the police going to make
But see,
a
now
wise and
hold
sane
y'all.
decision to say, hey, well, maybe we jump to conclusion.
Right.
And it's
But see,
unfortunate
they in too deep now. But
No,
let me
Clarence,
ask
let
y'all
me-
this, because did y'all miss this?
Well, let me tell you this.
They never
Clarence.
asked.
Let me
They
go
never
with your
asked
group.
this lady for ID.
But
for
no,
her
but Clarence,
ID.
Never
Yes,
asked
true.
her for ID.
Yeah,
Did
they
y'all
never
miss
said, well,
that?
who are you and where do you live?
Exactly.
Yes.
Who are you to say who he is?
Right.
Right.
Because
Right.
Clarence, going with your goofy
The
ass
hypocrisy
logic,
is real.
Look, to go with your goofy logic, Clarence,
Yeah, I'm
she
gonna let
could
him
be
talk.
his accomplice. She could have been the lookout.
Exactly.
To go with your crazy
That's
theory,
my point. But this is where the hypocrisy comes in, because
but they
you asked him for
accepted
ID,
her.
but you didn't ask her for ID.
They accepted her story as
Exactly.
value.
Now, so let me ask the obvious question. Why did they accept her in her story?
You got eyes, Negro.
Well, I would
Why
say
did
number
they accept
one.
her story without
I
asking
would
her
say
for
number
ID,
one
right?
because she is a female that looks like them. How about that?
There you go.
I guess that's the best way you could probably put it.
Not to
84,
say
you got
though,
something
not
say
to
on this?
say, not to say that they may or may not would have believed a black female, but I believe predominantly the reason why is because she is a white female.
Thank you.
I believe that's probably most likely the reason why they didn't check for her ID, right? Because normally, to put anybody coming and getting involved would say, okay, who are you, where you live, what's your ID, you have your ID on you.
Excuse me.
They would have
excuse me.
actually asked everybody.
Clarence, if that was a black woman, the first thing would have told her, stand back, get back.
No, well, they asked her. They talking to her, Rico. They called her.
Get away before I put handcuffs on you. You in P9 investigate. You too close.
Okay,
That's how they do
Rico,
us now.
But they asking her for her. They asking
exactly.
Her. Okay, but I just wanted y'all to catch the fact that they never asked her for ID. They asked him.
We know that.
And asked her for ID. Okay. All right, so let's move on.
Well, she don't look suspicious watering grass.
They ain't suspicious looking at all.
Hey.
Now, if she had a hose in her hand, maybe it would have been different.
What am I gonna do with Patrice and Rico? What am I gonna do with them two?
Hey,
nothing pig lover. Nothing pig lover.
All right, y'all. Let's look at this. Let's watch the rest of it.
All right.
That's fine. If he would have said, "Hey, I got this," gave his identification because he's a suspicious person. He said that's not his vehicle; it's their vehicle.
Okay.
We have a call.
Yeah.
We're here because we're called here. I don't know who called, but somebody did.
Yeah, he lives right there, and he would be watering their flowers. This is probably my fault.
Okay. Who is Roy Milam? That's you, ain't it?
I'm Michael Jennings, sir.
You're Michael Jennings. Who is Roy Milam?
Okay, y'all. Gotta stop it right here for just a second. Now, y'all, we all know, those of us all up here on the panel, we all know that when when they're wrong on something, when they approach you and they think they're right, and you prove them that they're wrong, that is That is one more nail in the coffin for you, right?
He ID'd himself again. He said, "You Roy's son." You Roy. He said, "No, I'm Michael Jennings." That's another identification.
So he went from who are you to who he told him he was to now he's suspicious, and then who is somebody, and he said, "I'm not him. I'm Michael Jennings or something." So it's like, who is the other person that they're calling
I
name for?
believe they probably, like Rico said, they ran the plate on the other car, on the car that was in the driveway that he had nothing to do with.
Right.
He had, then they tried to say that, hey, that's you, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he go, no, okay, right.
Because he
and this is the thing. Now they're gonna see. They have to, because they have to say now that they're gonna claim, the police are gonna claim it was justified because he looks suspicious. Do you hear how they saying suspicious now?
They have to. Yep. They have to.
Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Yes.
You see how they saying suspicious now, and he said it again, like repeating it as to say, because we gotta have a reason. We gotta have a reason when we get to court to say, well, you look suspicious watering those flowers.
Yes.
Exactly.
And we got a call, so you look suspicious.
They trying to justify putting them irons on that man.
Okay.
They know they ain't got no justification for that
at
shit.
At this point, my point with him is only that he's not helping his case. He's right. He's completely right, but he's not helping his own case, in my opinion, with his attitude and his behavior.
But there's no obligation to help it.
No. I'm not saying, but I'm saying if you want, he could have had a different attitude, and maybe it wouldn't have got this far. Right?
Well, bro, plans, of course he can, but let's be real, okay? I won't even. Yeah, that was an attitude, and he was frustrated, right? He was pissed off.
Yeah, agreed.
We all know, yes, that could have definitely went left, but we all know, being realistic, we have seen a lot worse from people, and a lot less has happened to them.
I agree.
He didn't get irate to the point where there was a struggle. He didn't resist when they were putting the handcuffs. He didn't resist, none of that. So just because his voice raised a little bit and he got a little contingent, I have seen so much worse. I have seen resisting arrest. I have seen fighting the police. I have seen the struggle. I have seen escalation get to the point where absolutely it was just totally unnecessary, and bare minimum have happened to them. So for this to me wasn't a major thing. This wasn't major. This wasn't on no major level where that man should have been handcuffed. Number one, it wasn't. It just wasn't. Even because he raised his voice a little and got a little contingent, was no reason for them to handcuff the man. Number one, honestly.
Not saying they should have handcuffed.
And it started from the fact that he told them he was not going to give him the ID. I'm telling you, it's the power. It's the power and the authority that they felt the need to escalate the situation by handcuffing him. They actually escalated it to the point of where it was unnecessary with the handcuffs.
Okay.
Because by that logic, Clarence, hell, you know, your wife and my wife need to be in handcuffs every day.
Why?
They always yelling and screaming at us. Right? So it's like, come on.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me do a shout out real quick. Shout out to Billy Pilgrim.
Hey, Anderson the Great, just to help you out, I think GTSY is glad to see you or great to see you.
You don't know. He don't know Anderson. Anderson, go look.
That's my guess. I
He's an old dinosaur. How would you go?
But yeah, you know, I'm just sitting there saying this. I'm like, we handcuffing people now because they catch an attitude and they scream at us.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, he shouldn't have showed his ID, right? He should have just.
Yeah, he should have showed his ID. I don't disagree with that.
But my thing is that by having a attitude, like walking away from stuff, you should have just addressed them.
Because here's the thing.
Am I under arrest?
Well, bro, Clarence, I disagree with that because it was literally a conversation. They didn't tell him he was under suspicion at that time. They didn't tell him he was under arrest. If they were just going back and forth in conversation.
You asked them, am I under arrest? Am I being detained?
No.
Okay, well then I don't have to show you my ID.
I
don't have
disagree,
to,
Clarence,
right?
because here's the thing.
So if there's nothing else, officer, am I free to leave?
But see, the officers know the law, so the officers know that, like, it's not okay. I understand what you're saying when you saying he should have said that, but what if he didn't know? Because it looked like
that's my point. Patrice, he didn't know how to respond to the situation, so he got upset. His natural response to the situation.
He had every right to get upset because here it is. It comes to that man is not a young man. He's a pastor, former police officer, black man in Alabama. He knows the history of the state. It gets to a certain point that he looked like he's in his mid-50s, maybe, I don't think he's 60, but maybe up there.
He looked like he looked like he in the 60s, but I'm gonna tell you that he got frustrated. Right. He got frustrated because he realized that that there was some profiling going on. He realized that, and that made him agitated in and of itself.
And I'll give her say that, Patrice. And it gets to a point where the indignity is like, why y'all even pulling up on me? Even me standing out here watering the plant, and the police coming up questioning me, and people ride by and see this shit. Look at it. It's the indignity of it, and it gets to a point where it's like, I'm sick of this shit. I can't even walk across the street and water my fucking neighbor's plants without y'all sitting there. And Clarence, he knows it's based on race. Ain't nobody stupid.
Rico, I'm not saying that it's not, but what I'm saying to you is, yes, you can't control how two Alabama white boys are going to come and approach you.
But you know how they're going to come, and you just get to the point. And you're right. He did nothing to help himself. I get that.
That's my point.
But it gets to the point where, Clarence, you're like, I don't give a fuck. Like you heard him say, arrest me because you're just so fed up.
That's a dangerous mentality to have in that situation, Rico.
But Clarence, if after damn near 60 years of living under this oppressive bullshit, I wouldn't be able to take it. That's what I'm saying. Some of us get to a point where it's like, look, I'm a damn man and I'm tired of this.
Listen,
and
I agree. Listen, I agree with both of y'all. This is the case where two things can be right. I agree with Bro Clarence that it's very dangerous in this day and age for us to give any type of attitude or contingent towards the police. I agree with that. And I agree with you too, Bro Rico, that Black people are so fed up. We are so tired of the mistreatment of our people, of the brutality, of things we've saw, witnessed, happen to us, experienced just throughout history. We're like up to here. We passed, it's over our heads with the bullshit, right? So I get it. There is a certain amount of contingent and attitude that is already in the air. And no, I'm not excusing that. That doesn't help us in these situations. But it's a fact. It's factual that, because listen, it happened to me one time. I'm driving on my way somewhere, and I'm in one lane. To the left, cop car is in the other lane to the right. The exit for me that I need to get off on is to the right. So this cop, it's like every time I try to put my signal and go over, so because my lane is coming up for me to exit, I said, this damn cop kept scooting up. I kind of felt like he was messing with me. So look, I got to the point where I was like, okay, my exit is coming up, like I need to move over. So I put my signal on. I go in the lane in front of him, and then I end up going over to the exit. He got mad because I did that, and he stopped me. Like soon as I got off the exit, he come right behind, and I knew he was. I said, watch this. I said, because I know he's upset. Number one, that I got in front of him to exit, which is, it's a legal thing to do as long as his lights wasn't on, he wasn't in some type of emergency mode where, now I need to respect the police because, sirens on, etc., etc. It was not that case. I would have done that to any car, you understand, that I needed to get in front of to get off at the next exit. But he got upset because I did that, and he stopped me. And I already knew it was coming. First thing, when I pulled over, he walks up. My hands on the wheel, license and registration, proof of insurance, please. You know, and where was I? I was in Vegas when this happened. I was in Nevada. And I'm like, got all my stuff ready because I knew it was coming. I say, did I do something wrong, officer? He didn't answer. I said, oh, you must have got upset because I had to get in front of you to exit, to get off the next exit. I said, but you do realize if that had been any car, I'd have done the same thing. So I did not do anything wrong. I put my signal on. There was an ample enough room between you and I for me to get off at my exit. I said, I think you got a little upset because I had to get in front of you to do it. So what did you want me to do? Wait till you got so much in front of me or miss my exit to get off? And he just stood there, just kept writing. He gave me the ticket or whatever, but I went to court and I beat it. But I told the judge, I said, this is exactly what happened. So but he didn't like give me that whole power trip. He chose to remain silent when I was saying what I was saying to him.
I ain't answering none of your questions. Right.
Yeah, I'm not answering none of your questions because I don't have to. I'm the police. And I said, well, you do realize that I got off at the next exit, so I had to get in front of you. I would have got in front of any car. I said, your vehicle wasn't in emergency mode, so I didn't do anything unlawful. I said, I think you just didn't like that I got in front of you to get off of my exit. But it's that whole thing.
You know what's funny about it, Patrice? And knowing the law, they know they're supposed to answer your questions. You have a right to ask, what am I being stopped for? And they're lawfully required to tell you. But it's the power trip. No, you answer my fucking questions. I don't answer yours. It's that mentality. It just literally comes down to, and it's sort of like, you think about it. You go through life and you following all the rules. You doing everything that they say to do, just that whatever. And it's like you making good money, a good job. And it's like, I'm telling you, I'm compliant as fuck. I always comply because I think the same way, like Clarence said. But sometimes you get to that, like, I'm sick and tired of being fucking sick and tired about this shit. Being followed in the stores and they're like, I ain't stealing nothing out this funky motherfucker. But it's the way they make you feel after a while. And when you, like I said, I can imagine what it's like. I ain't never lived in Alabama.
It's so funny you said that, bro, Rico. I was just shopping in the mall yesterday, and I was in Macy's in the mall. I promise you. And I already had 2 bags in my hand, and I'm just shopping, looking around, and they have areas where they're kind of hidden, where they have like the sales racks and stuff. And I love me some sales, so I'm over in the little back, all the way in the back in the little corner where they got the sale racks at, right? And I'm just shopping away, and I'm picking up earrings, a little different stuff that I want to wear, and then all of a sudden, the armed security guard appears and everything. So I don't care. I'm minding my own business. I'm shopping. I'm doing what I got to do. So he see that I have bags, but he also see that I have stuff in my hand, like small stuff.
You already got like $1,000 worth of shit you done bought.
Yeah, I got earrings. I got little bracelets and stuff like that in my hand. So I'm literally going through the aisle. I'm, going through clothes rack or whatever. And everywhere I go, he's there. Yeah. Everywhere I go. So I don't say nothing because I don't know if, coincidence. The cameras think they caught something. I don't know. I don't know what the case. So I ain't saying nothing to him, right? So literally, I go way to another area, and I'm paying I pay for my stuff. Now he didn't disappeared all of a sudden. Now I think he stood back somewhere to watch if I was gonna drop my earrings and bracelets in the bag that I was carrying, because that's theft as well. But I went to the register. I said, "Can I pay for my stuff here?" The lady said, "Yeah." So ring me up. I get my receipt. And then she give me a small bag. I take the small bag and I drop it in my larger bag, right? So soon as I'm getting close to the door, out he comes from behind one of the aisles, and he's watching me walk out the door. But you literally watched me all while I shopped, and you literally watched me until you saw me go to that register to pay for my stuff, and then you watched me go out the door. I already know what that was, and I just looked back and I waved at him. to let them know I saw you. I knew you was there. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that is a particular type of profiling that happens a lot of times to our people. I'm not saying he wouldn't have done it to nobody else, but he was a white guy. I'm a black woman, in Macy's shopping. So it blows my mind sometimes. And I'm not saying that he wouldn't have done it to a white woman that wouldn't have looked suspicious. I'm just saying I just felt away, right? So I get what you're saying. It's a certain amount of level of frustration because we get profiled on a higher level because of what the hype of what everybody think black people are. They automatically think that we are these type of people that go in the stores and steal, that do this, that do that, that do this, that do that.
And I get so mad because I come to the store and
I play with them. I waved at them. I said, see you later. But I let them know I knew you was there all the time, Mister.
But this is the thing, Patrice. You sit there and you say to yourself, I come to this motherfucker every month and spend 3, 4, 5. I patronize the fuck. I'm probably the reason why. It's because of black people like me why you got a fucking job. Because I spend so much money in here and you treat me like this. Sometimes it just wears on the back of your last nerve. And I be telling myself, I ain't coming back to this motherfucker, but I know I like the stuff in there. And it's like, I might even have their rewards card because we buy so much shit all the time. I'm like, I'm a fucking member here because we spend so much money at the corporate level. I'm the type of customer they're constantly sending emails. Oh, look at this new sale, Rico, because me and my wife shop like that. And y'all motherfuckers following me? Seriously? You ought to be giving me free shit. But you act like I'm in here trying to steal.
And I'm just say this for the record. I'd have waved at him the same way if he was a black security officer.
But
I just like to let him know I see you. Like you see me, I see you too.
Y'all.
Go ahead, let's finish the video.
Yeah. Come on, man. Golly.
All right, pig lover. Come on, pig lover. You always defending the
that's who that vehicle belongs to.
Yeah, that's all I know. His name is Roy.
That's who lives here?
That's Roy. I call him Roy and call his wife Connie, and I've been dealing with him for 7 years that I've been living here.
They are friends.
Okay.
So you called not because of the car, but because you thought you saw someone beside him.
Right. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah, I got to keep their flowers watered. While they gone. You okay?
Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Anytime the police come out and they say, we want to identify you, you have to identify yourself because there's a reasonable suspicion.
That is wrong.
Thank you.
That is wrong. They only can demand ID from you. They only can demand ID from you if they are arresting you or they're lawfully detaining you. Now, a lawfully detainment, that's a little gray area right there.
And here's the thing: he still did not stipulate what suspicious behavior the man was doing.
He already said, Rico, he was watering the plants.
That is not suspicious behavior. That's what I'm saying. They're saying is he did not. You have to have reasonable suspicion or probable cause that a crime is being committed.
Take the obvious. The obvious is a black man. He's watering the grass, or he's in the yard, or he's on the property.
But no ID is required if I'm not doing anything suspicious. He kept saying the word. It's a suspicious to who and for what.
Right.
That's the door that they gotta. That's the leg they gotta stand on.
So the suspicion was. Here's the suspicion. It was a black man.
Of course.
Do you see what I'm saying? But that's not a lawful suspicion.
Well, of course.
Okay, but so that their suspicion is based on the fact that the person that actually called him said, "I didn't know it was this guy. This guy lives right over here."
But if it was another black man. But if it was some black man I didn't know,
right?
If it was now, what if they had hired a kid down the street? Hey, I want you to water my yard. I'm gonna be out of town for a couple of weeks. I'm gonna pay you. And it's a 15-year-old black kid out there doing it, and the neighbor don't know him. That's still not reasonable suspicion.
But Rico,
because they don't know you. That's not reasonable suspicion.
No, it's not that they don't know you. They just trying to make sure everything's on the up and up.
You don't have a right. You do not have a lawful
They can
right.
ask you, Rico. They can ask you for your ID if you don't
And you
want to
can
produce
refuse it.
Exactly.
What if it's a 15-year-old kid that I'm paying to cut my grass while I'm gone, and he doesn't even have a state fucking ID because he's 15?
Exactly. So at that point, they can go, okay, well, where do you live? Let's go to your parents' house.
You don't have to do that. I know I'm gonna finish cutting this grass.
I'm just saying this is an
me
option that they have. No, they don't have to do that. They can just put them in the car and take them. They can.
And that's an unlawful seizure because I ain't doing nothing wrong.
Okay, maybe
you can ask for an ID that I don't even have. I'm here as a free citizen, as a free 15-year-old.
You see, they calling them suspicious because they're going to say we didn't know if a crime was in commission. So we don't know that.
You can't arrest people because you don't know. You arrest people when you know.
Wait, no, you can't wait sometimes until you know you got probable cause. That's why you have probable cause.
No, then you have to have reasonable suspicion.
That's my point. That's why they keep calling him suspicious.
Right, exactly.
But I'm saying, but you're just making it up.
But that's my point, Rico. They're gonna. You think these guys are gonna? Man, they know how to cover each other's asses. So they know already what to say.
They're gonna go to court and they're gonna say, Your Honor, we have reason to believe he looks suspicious.
Exactly.
And he's gonna say, Your Honor, I was watering the grass. How suspicious do they look? So that's gonna be his word against their word. And then the judge gonna have to make that call.
All right, y'all. Let's finish the video.
Suspicion. There's a reasonable man. There's a vehicle. There's a reasonable suspicion that you're here. It's not a crime. Yeah. If you would have said, yeah, here's my name, here's everything, we were like, okay. I told
him my name.
You didn't tell me your name.
I decided. He asked me who I was. I said,
you didn't give it to me when I first asked.
Pastor Jennings.
That's not a name. That's a pastor.
Yeah.
I need your name.
The way y'all handle this situation was totally wrong.
Well, listen.
If you're racial profile.
We're not racial profile. No, sir. No, sir. We're not about that.
I told you I was here one.
This question, y'all. Got to ask you guys this question. Is he being racially profiled? Yes or no?
Yes. Absolutely.
I believe there's some form of racial profiling.
I believe too as well. I believe too as well.
Because okay, even though he said, "Oh, Pastor so and so is not a name." Oh, we don't do that. We don't. When he said, "I believe you're racially profiled," oh no, we don't do that. We don't do that. Of course, that's what he has to say. That's what he's going to say, right? But look at the scenario of where it started and where it ended up, and then now. He's over there. It took a neighbor, which was a white woman, to say he is who he is. He does know these people. He usually do this for it to now start to de-escalate.
Okay, kind of. Okay, but
now what if that lady wasn't even home? What if she wasn't even home?
He'd have been gone, and so we don't see what happened. Yes. Okay, so let's finish.
How do I know that's the truth? Anybody
I had the water hose in my hand. I was
anybody can pick a hose pipe up.
He is gonna be so pissed when I tell him I got arrested for watering his flowers. 7 years we've been friends.
We got that. Look, let's sit back in here.
Okay.
Why is sitting him in the car?
Give me so we can get this going on.
Take the goddamn handcuffs off.
All right. What is your social? You need to give me your social.
Give it to me.
Now look at him. Why are they asking for a social?
Okay, this is another question, y'all. Do you have to give the police your social security number?
No. You don't give your social security number to no goddamn body.
When you're being you're not even being I don't even think he's being detained.
Well, let's be real.
He is being detained.
Let's be real. Let's be real about it. When you give them your ID, is your social security number on there?
No.
Thank you. Hell no, you don't have to give no social.
You crazy.
Oh, my question is, and he's gonna say, I'm not gonna let you check my credit so you can ding it.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but here's the thing. All of this is for all of you guys out there you interact with the police, especially us, right? When I say us, I mean black men, in particular the younger ones, right? They ask you for your social security number. That is definitely something that they cannot when they can ask you for it. You do not have to give that at all.
And you should never give that.
Yeah,
I'll give ID before I give my fucking social. Hell
yeah, right. You don't have to give your social security number at all to the police at all. All right, so I just want to clear that up because some youngsters might be watching this. Or they might see it on the replay. All right, y'all. Let's finish up.
That's all I'm gonna get you. You're not gonna run no 27 and 28 on me and get me in the system for no reason.
All right, what's
Hey,
your
the girl already told you who I am.
Okay, yes,
I'm Michael Jennings. That's all you
Michael
gonna get.
Jennings.
Michael Jennings.
There it is. You on mute, Clarence.
Now what we want to do is now we now what we want to do is we want to hear from himself and what he had to say about the situation. So let's hear his version of the story.
Yeah.
Let's hear from him and
They
see
were
what he
dead
has.
ass wrong.
Absolutely. Okay.
Police as he was watering his neighbor's garden while they were out of town. TJ Holmes is with us now, and what Pastor Michael Jennings is saying after the ordeal. Good morning.
All right, Stray. Driving while black, walking while black, golfing while black, swimming while black, napping while black, staying in an Airbnb while black, sitting in a Starbucks while black, bird watching while black. It's become a part of our vernacular here. And look, you and I talked about plenty of these stories here. Add to this now, watering your neighbor's plants while black. That's what this pastor was doing, and police were called on him. And now we have this police body cam video that shows how he goes from literally a water hose to handcuffs in just a couple of minutes.
I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor until I don't hear. Sir. You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
This newly released police body camera video shows the arrest of an Alabama pastor who was watering his neighbor's plants.
Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up.
This past spring, Pastor Michael Jennings was doing a favor for a neighbor who'd asked him to water their plants while they were out of town. But police arrived and started questioning him.
This vehicle is not supposed to be here, and you're not supposed to be here.
Who's saying that? I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering their flowers.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Do you have like ID and all?
No, man. I'm not gonna give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did nothing wrong.
And if you're not one to identify yourself,
who called y'all?
Clarence,
that's what we're gonna figure out.
I ain't did nothing suspicious.
I want to ask you something. Now, see, this is the thing that I find really weird. They said somebody called and said this vehicle not supposed to be here. The homeowners are out of town. How the fuck does somebody say that a car's not supposed to be in your driveway?
Well, I think it was the neighbor's yard.
Okay, but it doesn't. No, that car is in the driveway of the house that he's watering. So even if he wasn't out there watering the grass, if they say I see a suspicious car in my neighbor's driveway and the police show up and nobody's there, they don't tow the car. They just leave.
Right.
They come up, they look around. Well, don't nothing look suspicious, and they leave.
Right. Okay. So Rico, what happened is the lady called because she didn't recognize the car. Yes. And she didn't recognize him.
Okay.
Right. And so
the police roll up.
And they roll up. Right.
They don't see no busted windows. They don't see anything. Nobody's home. Imagine he's not there. They don't take the car because you said it ain't supposed to be there or suspicious. They just leave because they don't know if that car's supposed to be there or not.
Right.
They don't. So seeing him there watering, they don't know if he's. They went up there. They checked it out. That's what the police do. Let's go check it out. If the story makes sense, they just leave. We don't need to go no further.
That's what they should do. That's what they should do.
That's what they do in states that ain't so fucking backwards like Alabama. We checked it out. It's reasonable. The guy's watering the yard. We see no suspicious activity. We leave.
Okay, so it's no. Okay, so let's just do a little logical walk. I don't think there's anybody has a problem with the police coming to check out.
No, they didn't have a problem with it.
A suspicious dude in the yard, right? The problem we had was when the man said, "Hey, I'm I'm Pastor so and so from across the street," right? He said, "That's who I am. I live across the street." Now,
he gave you a very reasonable explanation for why he was there, and it was evidenced by what you visibly saw. There was no reason to go a single step further.
Well. They could have went a step
none.
further. Wait. They
no,
could have Rico.
The only thing that made that man suspicious was the color.
In the course of Rico,
he was a black man.
Listen to me, Rico. And then
I'm listening to you, pig lover.
All right, so he
But you trying to defend this shit and it's
don't laugh at
wrong.
him, Patrice. You just encouraging him, Patrice. You just encouraging him.
I'm just laughing. I'm laughing.
You're encouraging this crazy behavior. All right. So anyway, okay. So listen to me, Rico. The issue came up about his identification, and then I think that's where everything went left because now, like Patrice was saying, they got upset not with him, but they got upset with the fact that he refused to comply with what they asked him to do.
Okay, Clint, let me go.
That's when this thing started.
Patrice, you in Arizona, correct? Remember a few years ago when your state tried to pull that papers, please shit?
Papers, please.
Yeah, they was trying to do that law against the fucking Hispanic community where they was going to start demand because they was trying to figure out who was here undocumented. They raised holy motherfucking hell about that. Because they said they knew.
I didn't live here then, but I remember that. Yeah.
Because they knew they were going to start stopping every Hispanic person in the state of Arizona.
And they said,
it was called the
that's
papers,
not our job.
please law.
I remember that. They said that.
And because
that's not our job.
but you see what that's creating? And they was like, are you out of your fucking mind? Because you're only going, you're not going to stop white people and ask them for no fucking identification. You're going to stop Hispanic people.
And,
so
and that is a form of racial profiling.
It's racial profiling. Exactly.
I mean, it is.
So what did you want to ask me, Rico?
No, so what I'm sitting there saying is because it lacked any suspicion, it never should have even escalated to asking him for ID. That meant 9 times out of 10, he probably didn't have ID. He probably didn't have ID on him. Because if I'm leaving my house, Clarence, when you walk across the street, Clarence, you walk across the street to your neighbor's house, you don't reach for your fucking wallet.
No.
If it's sitting on the nightstand, I'm gonna take my wallet for him, go across the street.
I'll
be right back.
I've been stopped by police.
I don't care, but if I'm going to my neighbor's, if I'm going to my neighbor's house,
I'm not even in that
who
situation.
lives down the street, there's a high likelihood that I ain't got no ID on me.
Okay,
because I live right there. That makes no sense. Why I would take
that.
ID.
Rico, I understand that, but this is my point. Maybe you do have it, but you just don't feel comfortable giving it up.
But I would be willing to bet 9 times out of 10 because he walked down the street.
Let me tell you this story. So anyway,
that's what it is.
I got stopped by the LA sheriffs one time, right? I got stopped by the sheriffs, and they and to me, because it's just how you respond to them. So anyway, they said, "Hey, you got any ID on you?" I said, "Yes, I do." And so that what they were willing, they would see, they ask you like that, and then if you and so they expect when you answer that question, you're gonna just pull it out, because they can't tell you to pull it out. They can't demand that you pull it out, but they ask you, "Do you have some ID?" So normally, a normal person is going to say, "Yeah, I got some ID. Here it is, right here. Let me show it to you." So I didn't do it. So I didn't do it. So I just said, "Oh, yeah, I have ID on me." And they said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm just walking from here to here. That's what I'm doing." So they said, "Have you been here long?" I said, "Yeah, I mean, I was just complying with them." And then I gave them about maybe 5 minutes of my time, and then I said, "Okay, well, am I under arrest?" They said, "No." I said, "Are you detaining me, or am I, or you think I committed some kind of crime?" "Well, no, but we just, we're just trying to check out the people that, we've had a lot of things going on around here, and so we just want to make sure that, just to check out everybody that's around here." I said, "Okay, am I free to leave?" They looked at each other. "I guess so." Pew, I'm out of there, right? But I'm telling, my point is, I've been in this situation, not only just that time, several times where I didn't show my ID, and I didn't get arrested, and I just went about my way.
Exactly. But see, that's the same thing too. Even if we talk about like New York City, where they had to stop and frisk, and they finally said, "Look, that shit's unconstitutional," because they were stopping all these black and brown men, and like I said, 98% of them, 98%,
and that was racial profiling.
No crime.
Yeah,
98%. So can you imagine if, like, okay, you got stopped the case. Now you living in New York City during that time, and like motherfucker was saying, sometimes they were being stopped 5 and 6 times a week. God, like, I'm going to school, taking my little brother to school, and they
don't encourage him, Brother Anderson. Don't encourage him. Y'all,
And it's
you
like,
on Patrice
this is
encouraging Rico.
crazy. It's crazy when you sit there and you have to live in a system, as 84 said earlier. That's harassment.
And
That's
let me
harassment.
show you. Let me show you a different narrative, right? That we talk about. That that when it's against when a black person is saying a particular thing. That was a woman again in the southern state, South Carolina. This just happened recently. I watched it on Roland Martin because they interviewed this woman, a black woman, older woman, has served her country, single, live in her house. Her neighbors were next door, father and son, and they were Caucasian. And she was out shitting, and she got cameras, proof. She got cameras in her backyard, and she was out there mowing her grass. And I think she might have went over a little bit into the neighbors because there's no fence or anything or whatever, and I don't know. But the white man comes out, he start hollering, cursing her out, calling them monkeys. Now that's racial. That's racial right there. When a white person is calling a black person a monkey.
Absolutely.
And then they going at it, and then the sun comes out, guys. This is on camera. The sun comes out. The white sun comes out and literally says it on camera. You can hear it loud and clear. He said, "I will murder you."
Wow.
So she calls the police, files the complaint, etc., etc., and there was no outcome. They didn't get arrested. For no threat. Like, it was a total different situation. So they interviewed her, and because she suffers with PTSD, she talked about how it affected her, and she's gonna have to go back to therapy, because when a person literally threatens your life and tell you they were MU, like, that was a trigger for her, right? And she has a son that doesn't live with her, and she was talking about she had just came from the film festival, because I think her son is a filmmaker, but she talked about how that there was a lack of empathy, there was a lack of protection and speaking up for her when it came to the police department down there in South Carolina. And so they were, on Martin, they was advising her, what to do. And she's licensed to carry. She said it. She's licensed to carry. She said, and she didn't, wasn't normally doing it, but now she's going to start doing it because this is literally her neighbor, and she's still fearful. She don't know what's going to happen because of this whole contingent against them, and she literally lives next door to them. So when we say sometimes disproportionately that our outcomes are different from our white counterparts, it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true. So even for this man, I think the only reason, if he went to jail, I don't know, bro, Clans, did he end up going down to the police station
I
and
don't
going
know.
to jail?
I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I
Okay.
don't think so.
Yeah, so if he didn't, it's probably because there was a white woman that witnessed and verified him, that to say, look, her word was bond to them, right? To the police officer, her word was bond to them to say, look, he is who he is, and he lives where he lives, and he does what he does, and I can say that because I'm privileged enough to verify this black man as a white woman.
Yes,
okay?
That's a good one.
But,
That's a good
remember, they
That's
didn't
a good
ever
one.
identify her.
Exactly.
Never identify her. She could have been staying there for the week, right? She could have been a relative or whatever, right?
Exactly.
But they didn't identify, or she could just
She could have right. Exactly. And that's the difference of when we say these scenarios happen to us disproportionately more than our white counterparts predominantly. It is absolutely true.
But we notice, y'all, so that's why in today's episode, we're going to go over the Miranda rights. We're going to go over your Miranda rights and what you need to do. So let's hurry up and get through this video. Yeah.
Nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor, and I don't want to hear. Sir, you want to lock me up? Lock me up.
We're just trying to talk to you, man. Come here. Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down, okay?
No.
Let me stop it right here. They can ask you for your phone. You do not have to turn it over to them.
Exactly.
You do not have to turn your property over to them.
And bro, Clarence, Ambrose Clarence, when he said, if y'all just gonna arrest me, you don't have to talk like that. Don't say that. We ain't gonna do that. But they end up handcuffing him.
Right.
So if you had no intentions of arresting him because he said, just arrest me, just arrest. And, oh, we not gonna do that. There is no need. But I'm gonna handcuff you though. I'm gonna handcuff you because see what
and that's
the
why they had to keep calling them suspicious.
problem. Yes, the real problem with that, you guys, and Dr. Joy DeGrucci said this: white men are afraid of black men. And the bigger and the darker, the more they fear them.
I don't know. I don't know if they was scared of him as so much as they was.
There's a sense of fear.
Well, I'm talking about this.
I'm not talking about necessarily
okay.
I'm speaking in general. There
Shout
is
out to New Growth.
fear. There is a fear, guys, that white men have for black men predominantly. There is just, I'm not even talking about police. I'm talking about majority, just every day in general. There is a fear. Why do you think when they feel the way they feel when you are in certain spaces? Like 84 came up here and said, nobody would sit by him. And he was stressed to the 9.
Yeah.
So when we say these things, people think, oh, it's not happening to predominantly to black people like the way they are saying. It's not, but go in certain spaces, in certain areas, in certain scenarios. I've been in scenarios where I was the only black person in the room, literally.
Yeah.
And you can feel the teaching, and you could feel that, and I'm not saying all of them was that way, but you could just feel, it's a feeling of staring, of whispering and looks and body language. And I've worked all my life in entertainment and other sectors, and there is a sense of authority literally predominantly in places I've worked where white women just feel like they can talk to black women any kind of way they want to.
Yeah.
I've experienced it.
Yeah.
It's a sense of a privilege. It's a sense of they feel they have a right to do it.
Well,
and when people say this, they think that they literally think that you're crazy.
Well, here's the thing.
That don't happen. That don't happen like that. You're over exaggerating it. You're being unrealistic.
Well, some people are with the business, Patrice, and they have to cover down. You know what I mean? Like they say, hey, you black and you in the clique, you gotta go out there and fight the dragon out there. So you gotta go out there and do it, because if we do it, it's gonna look like a racial thing. But if you go do it, then you know what I'm saying, it's gonna look like you just you got a good name, so your good name will cover us. And see, so that agreement has been made on a couple of occasions, right? All I'm saying is we recognize that these things are happening. So what we have to do is teach these young men, hey, what not to do. And you don't give up your social security number. They can ask you for, these people can ask you for whatever. They can ask you for your mother's maiden name. They can ask you for whatever. The police can ask you. They can lie to you. They can say, yeah, we saw you coming out of that store.
And when I tell you they are some big pathological liars.
Some of them are.
Police, some of them are. All of them are. Yeah, we're not painting the all brush. Let me put the discretion out there. Some, not all, are big liars. They lie on the paperwork. They lie in court. They lie.
Right. Yeah, I think they were talking about yesterday about somebody who Kim Kardashian is trying to get out of jail to court. They lied. They got the DNA evidence to prove that he didn't do it, and they still won't. They still are not reopening this case.
Did they not lie about the no-knock warrant on the Breonna Taylor case? Did the police not lie and perjure themselves on paper and in court? I mean, I cannot believe a lot of times when I hear our own people say that things like this does not happen to us or affect us disproportionately more than any other races. That's why I say it is so important, guys, for us to be in the meetings, to vote, to do jury duty of your peers, because we know when we are in court, that's why we get sentenced harshly more. And when you're not on that jury as a Black person and to hear the story of another Black person that is on trial, guys, I am telling you guys, it makes a difference. Stop dodging jury duty too. I want to say that so bad to our people because we bad at that. And I admit I used to be too until I started getting involved with policing and police brutality in communities. And I see the difference in the things that we're not doing. And these are some of the things we need to do to fight back.
Okay. So, but one of the other things we need to do to fight this is to know your rights, and your rights the police cannot confiscate your property. They cannot confiscate your property unless you are under arrest. Then they take control of your property. But if you ask them, am I under arrest? And they say no, then no, you can't have my phone. You can't have none of my property unless I'm under arrest.
Bro Crayons, starting, I think it's September the 1st, which is not far from here, Arizona, where I'm at. Yeah, just passed a law now. They can't take your phone, but if you trying to record an incident that's happening involving the police, you have to now be at least 8 feet away to record.
So you can't be the person involved in the situation recording it, right?
How you gonna be, unless you like you in your car or something like that and you got it on record or live and they don't know that you're recording, then yeah. But other than that, if I'm a bystander and I see police stop somebody and I see the situation escalated and I see them now, that it's a form of they're fighting to subdue the guy, or if he's handcuffed and subdued already and they are still beating this guy, and I say, look, I'm gonna record this. I'm getting this on because this is not right. He's not resisting, yada yada yada. And I take out my phone and I start recording. I have to do it within 8 feet. That's the law that they.
You got to do it within 8 feet, or you can't.
8 feet away.
I have to be 8 feet away. If I'm not 8 feet away, I can get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I can get in trouble. They just literally passed this in Arizona.
Yeah.
8 feet away.
I understand that. See, but I believe that's something that's going to be challenged. I mean, I think at some point somebody's going to challenge. That's going to go to court and it's going to get challenged. But let's finish, y'all, because we got to go through these Miranda rights.
Okay, go ahead.
Let everybody see what they need to do.
I want to hear the pastor's response to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
stop.
Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up. I told you I'm a pastor.
Okay, look, man.
Who called y'all?
You have to identify yourself.
All I did said, hey, man, do you live here? No. Is that your car? No.
The pastor was eventually put in the back of a squad car. A woman soon arrives on scene, identifies herself as a neighbor, and vouches for Pastor Jennings.
He lives right there, and he would be watering their flowers. This is probably my fault.
She says she is the one who made the initial call to police.
So you called not because of the car, but because you thought you saw someone beside you.
Right. I didn't know it was him.
I saw a black man.
Whoa, stop it. Stop it. Whoa. That right there.
Yep.
What?
She was the one that called, and she said, this is probably my fault.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't know who he was.
Yeah. She's the one that called the police. Yeah.
But he's still in irons.
Yeah.
He's still in irons.
And she never got identified.
No.
Yeah, they just said a neighbor, yeah.
And he's still in irons. No apology, none of this shit.
Well, let's see where it goes, y'all. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
Jennings spoke to GMA about the ordeal.
It was kind of surreal at that moment because I'm wondering, why is this happening? I was thinking if I did something wrong or resisted, that I could have been shot. So I was trying to cooperate, even though I didn't understand what was going on. I was agitated. I was angry, but I knew to comply.
The 56-year-old maintains this was a case of racial profiling.
You racial profile?
We're not racial profiling.
He's
No,
56
sir. We're not about that.
I told you I was here wanting to fly.
How do I know that's the truth?
Because I had the water hose in my hand.
Throughout the video, police can be heard suggesting that the situation might have been different if Jennings had provided identification.
It doesn't matter if pastor or if he's a pastor or not. Like the thing is, he seems like a nice enough, reasonable guy. Just talk to us, man.
Alabama law allows police to ask someone for identification in a public place if they reasonably suspect that person of committing a crime.
Thank you. Thank you. And he's not in a public place, he's in a private place.
You know, it's something else. It's dehumanizing. And I thought, you know, why would they be doing this? It's something that it gives you nightmares. It gives you nightmares after.
Jennings maintains there was no crime, given he was on private property with permission.
The neighbor, a white woman, they took her word as the gospel truth. But the pastor who preached the gospel every Sunday, they didn't take his word at all.
The pastor was charged with 1 count of obstruction of government operation. That charge was later dropped. For now,
Okay, pig lover, what you got to say?
I want to say this because before I forget the thought. Because so he said I was angry and I was agitated. He said, but I didn't resist. I want us to listen carefully. Just because you're angry and you're agitated and your voice escalates and there's a little contingent, that's not against the law. That is still not a reason to get handcuffed. No. That is still not a reason for it to have escalated the way that it did. Because even when they handcuffed him, as he said, I didn't resist. So the reason why those charges end up being dropped is because they know that if he chooses to move forward to sue it of saying his civil rights was violated,
he's gonna sue them into oblivion. He's gonna sue them into oblivion.
Yeah, he probably is going to win his case probably if he chooses to.
And what's crazy is, as they said, Alabama law says they have a right to demand ID in a public place. He was on private property. I ain't required to give you shit.
With permission, and then you heard that pastor say, "Yeah, they took the word of the white lady."
I'm on,
but they didn't take the word of the pastor, who was a pillar in the community.
But I'm like, I'm a private citizen,
and doing a community service for my neighbor, doing a neighborly thing. Right. And I'm you didn't take his word, but you took the white lady who just said, "I'm a neighbor, but I'm a white lady, so take my word because my word is bomb."
And Claire, and look, Patrice, no. Here's the thing. She said, I didn't call because the car was suspicious. I called because I didn't recognize him. Him is the replacement word for I didn't recognize this black man.
This black man, right?
And he said, I'm watering their flower. He said, well, how do I know? Because you see me with the damn water hose in my hand.
Yeah, but that in itself doesn't mean he ain't committing a crime, Rico.
It doesn't mean he is either, and you don't get
exactly.
Crime on someone.
Exactly. And bro, Clarence, let's be real. We're innocent until proven guilty. We're innocent until proven guilty. We have to get out of the mindset because they already have the mindset that we're guilty before proven innocent.
Clarence,
let me get out of that mindset.
Are we educating today, right? Okay.
Yes.
I looked at the definition. Reasonable suspicion. Okay. Reasonable suspicion is a standard used in criminal procedure. Reasonable suspicion is used in determining the legality of a police officer's decision to perform a search. They must have reasonable suspicion. Okay. When an officer stops someone to search the person, courts require that the officer either have a search warrant, probable cause to search, or a reasonable suspicion to search. Water in the fucking yard is not reasonable suspicion. In descending order of what gives the officer the broadest authority to perform a search, the courts found the broadest is a search warrant. They didn't have a search warrant.
No.
Probable cause. They didn't have probable cause. And then reasonable suspicion.
That's what
reasonable suspicion is applied to stop and frisk. In Terry v. Ohio, the Supreme Court held that a police officer believes that an individual has a weapon which poses a danger to the officer may stop that individual to search the individual for a weapon. The court held that to determine whether the police officer acted reasonably in the stop, a court should not look at whether or not he has a hunch. Okay, so it's not a guess, but rather the specific reasonable inferences to which he's entitled to draw from the facts in light of his experience. So being an experienced officer, you can't say seeing somebody watering the fucking grass is a reasonable suspicion.
Well,
if he's acting suspicious in
bro,
a way, then you
he
can
was gonna
do that.
take that. He was going to take that water hose and water him to death with it.
Right.
Well, here's
You're
the
being
thing,
crazy.
Here's the thing. They obviously knew they didn't have no case. They obviously knew they had no case because they dropped it, right? I'm sure the DA took one look at that and said,
"Of course,
this is a
they
nightmare.
looked at him, what the fuck
This is a nightmare. We'll never be able to prove this case, right?"
They gonna try to sit there and figure out how much we got to pay this Negro.
Oh, I would say at least 7 figures, at least, right? So this is a nightmare.
Nah, Brooklyn. We talking about Alabama. He'll get 6. He be lucky if he gets 6.
And he black.
We talking about Alabama.
I don't know.
He gets
Maybe I would say that before it got to GMA and got some national attention. I would say, yeah, you're right. But now it's got some national attention.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm telling you,
because once the feds
it's
get involved,
Alabama. I'm telling you, it's Alabama.
What he can do now, Patrice. What he can do now is push a case.
I believe it'd be in the high
he can push a case to the alphabet boys and girls, and the alphabet boys and girls can say, hey, you violated his civil rights, right? Not only did you racially profile him, but you violated his civil rights, and you because they're already gonna get hit. They're already gonna get hit with the unlawful arrest. Now they're gonna get hit with the violation.
You can't tell me, right? The video, you know, I'm telling you to arrest me, and you said, "Nah, we ain't gonna do that. No need." But you handcuffed me, like that part right there.
Yeah, that blows me.
Like for me, that part. And it's good to look at, because this is the way we.
Pastor, you might hit me with that Bible.
This is the way we break down these videos when we looking at them for families. We literally have to chop it up and break down each thing and discuss each thing in our meetings a little bit, point by point by point, and write it down, so that way you can actually see in real time where the unlawfulness is being committed, or whether it's fair and whether it's just on both sides. Because I'll tell you, we look at some videos and we be like, oh Lord, these black people on some bullshit right here. You know what I mean? Like, they ain't finna win this lawsuit. This dude was wrong on all angles. Let's be real. It's that as well. But yes, we do see a lot more of the unlawfulness on the police side of it.
Simba, where he gonna stretch that money? And you're right, it wasn't physical, but where he gonna stretch that money is, if I'm his lawyer, that pastor ain't slept since this happened.
Right.
He been up for 3 weeks straight.
This is the thing.
He having all kinds of emotional dreams. Every time
the thing. The numbers, exactly. This is the thing. That's where the numbers gonna go up. If he's in therapy, if he got record of being traumatized,
right now.
He having nightmare. Listen,
I started drinking. I didn't used to drink before. Beat my wife. I beat myself when I see the police. All kinds of mental shit.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, he's in Arizona. I mean, not Arizona,
Alabama.
Arizona. He's in Alabama. He ain't gonna get millions.
Yeah,
they cheat.
But I think Patrice, I think you're absolutely right. But I think he still can get in the high 6. I don't think it'll be the low 6. It'll be 500 and above.
I don't know. There was no bodily harm done. I'm telling you.
But I don't sleep. I ain't slept. I feel myself when I see the police. I'm a nervous.
It will be, but it'll still be interesting to see.
I can't.
You know, later how much he end up with. It will be interesting to revisit this later on.
I think maybe you guys are right. Maybe for the county charge, he probably will get 6 figures around there. But if he decides to bump it up, because he can, so right there on camera, them violating his civil rights, they can bump that up.
Let's talk about the real thing that needs to be resolved here. Like, what are the end results as far as punishment for those police officers? We already know they're going to get a slap on the wrist. They'll get reprimanded. They may get reprimanded. It'll go on their record. But nothing happens, right? Because they are well protected. So when you talk about these type of things, because it easily could have went left. Let's be real about that.
Yeah, exactly.
But unfortunately, because there's no harsher punishment, suspension, being terminated, and I'm not saying that I think they should be terminated. I'm just saying we see incidents where they are not being, there's no harsh punishment that like happening when it's been escalated to the point where brutality has been happening.
Let me ask you a question, Patrice. I got a question for you, Patrice. Why don't you think they should be terminated? I think they should be.
Well, no, I think that there should be suspension. I think they should definitely be suspended. I definitely think they should be. I don't think they should be fired. I will say that.
No,
they need to be re-educated.
And the reason why I'm asking you is,
I think suspension.
I disagree with it at this point because.
Okay, tell me why you disagree.
Right, and I'm saying I'm glad you
tell you why. And I tell you why I disagree.
Okay. My thing is, one thing I think, the police is the only job that I'm aware of that if you break the law, you don't get fired. Pretty much in every other job, if you break the law, they'll fire your ass. Them illegally arresting this man on private property is against the law.
Yeah, you're right.
It's against the law for me to walk up to you on your private property and detain and handcuff you because of some unfounded suspicion. They would come and arrest my ass, and I'd probably lose my job.
So but the police it's considered breaking a rule or breaking a law. So, but the reason why I say suspended and not fired is because there was no brutality when it comes to the actual brutality of that man. There was none of that. Should there be a suspension? Yes. Now, if they'd have handcuffed them, threw them down, beat them, hit them in the face unlawfully, fire their ass like yesterday. Yes.
Yeah.
But because the incident did not go far left, I would say a suspension. I wouldn't even say a reprimanded, just on their record like a write-up. No, I say suspended because I believe that depending on the incident as to how harsh the punishment should be, right? Yeah. Like when you see these police officers that are doing the brutality and it's been proven to be unlawful, then they should be not only be fired, they should be decertified so that they cannot go into other cities and states and work for other police departments. Because we know that that's what happens a lot of times to police that has been fired, right? So these police officers, it didn't go far left. They did not brutalize the man. Yes, they broke the law with his civil rights and all of that. There's a price to pay for that. But the reprimand, I don't think that caused for them to be fired. And I know it was racially motivated. I truly wholeheartedly believe it was. But when it comes to things that I witnessed, that I know where officers should have been fired and decertification, it doesn't happen.
Right. But let me ask you this, Patrice, right? So like, and I don't say this, and just so that we're landing in the same place. I still say fire their asses. But if they only got a suspension, I would be satisfied. So I want more done. But if they get a suspension,
and I get your point.
I can accept that. But what bothers me, the reason why I push for the termination is just to get the suspension. Because if you push for the suspension, they get nothing.
And then let's look at, and also I think their records need to be investigated. Right. Now, I will say this. If they have a history of this type of behavior,
they need to be fired.
Being reprimanded on their record, then that needs to be harsher.
Right. So if this is the second time or the third time they've done some shit like this, terminate their ass. You agree? Because if you don't, they won't stop.
I agree, and it will continue. But the thing about the terminations is if they not decertifying them, they can go somewhere else and work. And that is that right there is the bigger thing that we fight for is the decertification, because they cannot commit these type of crimes and atrocities and break the law and then still to be able to go to another town and get another job in the sheriff department or another police department. That is the problem for me there.
Now let me ask you this too, Patrice, and this is also why I lean in the team terminate. because we got too many police officers that have no fucking business being police. They just shouldn't even, because I'm like, these guys don't even, they're not even showing me that they have the judgment that it takes to be a police officer. Thank God the pastor didn't get beat up or killed.
And like I said, this could have easily went left, and they don't have the wherewithal and the discipline to deal with de-escalate, right? So what are some solutions? Okay, so some solutions would be, again, there needs to be more community trust built between police officers and communities. There needs to be more accountability.
Shout out to Kimmy Mundo.
There needs to be more harsher punishments for police officers, because it literally takes us to get beat damn near to death or die before there is something done. And it should not even have to be that far, because when you look at Derek Chauvin's record, there was 20 something reprimandations, 19, I think it was either 19 or 20 something. He had been reprimanded so many times, and no one listened. And there was, for them to be able to have that many is a problem. And like I said, it is a culture in policing that is the problem. And honestly, I'm getting kind of sick of hearing reform. And reform terminate. But listen, let's get some terminations. Let's get some decertifications done. And all of these $1 billion that are being put into the police budget, let's take some of those fundings and put some resources into the communities that forces the police officer to have a community building with the communities and neighborhoods that they're building.
So let me ask you this.
That's what I would like to see happen.
Let me ask you this. So I know. Let me ask you this. Let me propose this to you. So the same way, like they say, the police officers have to go to the range once or twice a year to qualify, whatever. I'm like, okay, if it would be, if I could ran the police department, I'm like, okay, you motherfuckers is going to therapy. They talk about we need therapy. Those motherfuckers need therapy. It need to be like, y'all gonna go to therapy. Y'all gonna have to do so many hours with a fucking therapist every quarter for you to go out and engage the public. That should be a requirement. You need to learn how to deal with people without a gun, because there's nothing in this incident that should have ever rose to the level of taking this man into any form of detention. He's watering the fucking grass. It defies
and police.
They don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, y'all, we got to get through this video because we got to get to the Miranda rights. We got to.
Okay, yes, sir.
What y'all saying is good. What y'all saying is good. But,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
You got to give these people some information.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Patrice, you better respect this pig lover.
I'm respecting him.
My faith a lot, because I knew that God would work the situation out. You have to forgive people, because you can't judge people and hold things against people.
Sitting on the damn porch handcuffed.
A lawsuit. Police department said they have no comment on this because of pending litigation. Guys, everybody involved here. The woman who called, maybe questions about what you could look at her story, say, why would you call? People look at the police and say, you could have handled this differently. This is not good community policing. Police will look at him. People will look at him and say, hey, just show the ID. This didn't have to happen. Everybody could have done something a little better in this situation. And guys, the gut punch in this is at the end of this video, his wife shows up on scene when he's in the back of the car, brings his ID. Police at that point say, we can't unarrest him. And he still ends up in jail. So,
wow,
Pause it. You big lucky SOB you.
We cannot unarrest him. So at the point when the handcuffs was on, he was absolutely
he is absolutely
that sheds a whole nother light on it. And listen, and another thing, I'm so sick of people saying to Black people, well, if you just would have complied. The man did not comply. He didn't resist arrest. He exercised his right to not produce an ID. he could legally do that. I'm so sick of people saying.
Plus, he's
well,
on
black
private property. You don't have to do
Right.
it.
So he's not
You
even
don't have to do
required to
it.
show
but
ID.
but this is the thing. You know, why it's always being said to us when we do comply and things still happen, and when we do know our rights and we still exercise it and we still get arrested and go to jail like this pastor just did. So God damn it, please stop saying to black people all the time, comply, because when they do comply, it doesn't always go in their favor either. And I get it. There's ways to fight the system legally, but I'm so sick of black people saying, well, if they just comply, well, if they just, well, how about if the goddamn police stop doing shit that they doing to us illegally? How about that?
You know what this would do?
Let's
This pastor's 56. But Clarence, this pastor's 56,
I'm
right?
triggered. I'm triggered. Don't trigger me, Brooklyn.
Clarence, let me ask you this.
Yes,
this
sir.
pastor's 56, right? He's 56.
Yes.
If he was 16, this is what they do in our community. When they arrest our young men at 15 and 16 like that, they grew up with a hatred of the police. Because I would hate the fucking police if they did that to me. I would hate them at that point. For the rest of my life, fuck the police. And see, they don't look at that. So they be like, oh, they don't respect us. I'm like, because when you do this and you force that level of trauma on our young teens, you create in their mind how they view you. You position yourself that way.
But doesn't respect work both ways. And listen, we learned this in our community meetings and class, and we watch videos on laws and stuff and things police do. They have intimidation and bullying tactics that they do on people. That's just how they are trained to intimidate and to bully. They do it vocally and they do it physically, right? When it goes overboard with the power trip is when it becomes physical, right? Because a lot of time, if they're not putting their hands on you, just like you could say anything to them, they can say anything to you. Words are words. You have a First Amendment right to say, I can curse them out and call them all kinds of SOBs and POSs or whatever. Does not warrant them, because I'm saying that, for them to beat me, handcuff me, and take me to jail. It's a difference in that. So when they saying what they saying and using their bullying tactics and trying to overpower you vocally and overpower you physically, and they're doing it unlawfully, that is a whole different scenario. Now, if you got a guy, and we've seen tapes where from day one, they're very aggressive, and then they get physically with the police as well, meaning fighting back and resisting arrest. Yes, especially when they're not subdued. They're wrong. They're dead wrong. Let me be clear about that. So we see tapes of that too. And in our meetings, we have these conversations of what is the difference between what is violation and what is not, so that we can know the certain situation. And I will beg of our Black people, especially in the states that you live in, look up your rights.
Yes.
Look up what you have a right to say and do.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Let's finish up, because then we're still getting more information about the situation. So let's finish this.
Come on, oink, oink.
Yet they still made the charge that was dropped later. That's extraordinary. And again, we're all learning something. This is about community policing and having a better relationship. This could have been handled by everybody differently. Did you have to haul the pastor off to jail? People will ask that question. So, guys, just unfortunate. But hopefully everybody learned something.
We're learning, TJ. You're doing these stories too often.
You know, you're not having too many of these conversations, Trey.
Yep, no doubt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So did you hear them say we're doing too many of these conversations?
Yes.
It should not have to be.
And they did take him to jail.
Yeah, that statement shouldn't have to be made. And to take him to jail to only later drop the charges.
Well, see, it's not them that's going to file the charges. It's the DA, right?
Yeah,
the DA looked at that situation and said,
and was like, yeah, we're going to lose this.
Exactly. And I'm not going to put my neck on the line to lose when, it's some crazy policing going on out there. So I already know, I already see this is a lost cause. Matter of fact, they, like Rico said, they probably trying to figure out, okay, is it going to be 500,000 or 700,000? Which one are we going to do, right? But if I was them, I'd give them 7, because if that man take it up to the Fed charges, you really gonna get up off some green. Then you really gonna get up off.
Well, they need to go ahead and just pay him and try to make it go away as quick as possible.
That's
but
what I
this
would
is the thing, and the reason why that I say better community service and policing in the neighborhoods, and it needs to come out the budget of the state of police departments, is because those are our tax money, and if you're going to use our tax money for these big lawsuits that they keep getting, seems like every other day, that's coming from our taxpayers, right? We pay into that as citizens that pay taxes. Why not? I would rather see you take some of that budget money to put it into these communities and force these police officers, make it be a part of their training, that they go into the communities that they're serving, and that they try to build better trust and relations with those communities. I believe that wholeheartedly, and I believe it should come from the police budget. It should. We already paying tax into it anyway. When every time these $1 million lawsuits, these Breonna Taylors and all these other people, and these George Floyd, that's still coming out our pocket. So wouldn't you rather see them take it from their funding and put it and pour some into the communities they serve, to make policing and trust building and communication better in the communities they serve? I would.
All right, y'all. We got to get to these Miranda rights, because a lot of our people are out here and they don't know their rights. They don't know what they're doing out here, and they just out here freestyling out here. So we got to go over the Miranda rights. Okay. Let's see. Can you guys see that? No. All right. Let me go over the Miranda rights. Okay, the Miranda rights. Miranda rights are rights given to people in the United States upon arrest. Anyone who has been watched a U.S. detective show can rattle off these words. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you can say can and will be used against you in a court of law. The speech must be recited by law enforcement officials when detaining suspects to ensure they are aware of their right to an attorney and against self-incrimination. These rights are also called the Miranda warning, and they stem from a 1966 Supreme Court case, Miranda versus Arizona, the state of Arizona. In the original case, the defendant, Ernesto Miranda, was a 24-year-old high school dropout with a police record when he was accused of in 1963 of kidnapping, arping, and robbing an 18-year-old woman. During a 2-hour interrogation, Miranda confessed to the crimes. Lawyers would contend that Miranda had not been clearly informed of his rights to have a lawyer and against self-incrimination. Their appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court forever changed U.S. criminal procedure. The crime in question occurred in March 1963 when an 18-year-old girl was forcibly grabbed by a man as she was walking home from her bus stop after working late at a movie house in Phoenix, Arizona. The attacker dragged her into his car, tied her hands behind her back, and forced her to lie down in his back seat. After driving for 20 minutes, the man stopped outside the city and arped her. Holy smokes. He demanded she give him some money and told her to lie down again in the back seat. He then drove her to the city, dropping her off blocks from the house. Police catch the lead. Days later, after reporting the incident to Phoenix police, the 18-year-old girl and her cousin noticed a car driving slowly near the same bus stop and reported the suspicious car partial license plate to the police. Police tracked the sedan of 29-year-old Twyla Hoffman, who was living in a nearby Mesa, Arizona. Hoffman had a live-in boyfriend by the name of Ernesto Miranda. When police showed up at the girlfriend's door, Miranda spoke to them and agreed to go to the station to appear in the lineup. Never agreed to go to them. Never, ever, ever, ever agreed to go to them. Make them arrest you. Because, I mean, you're just putting yourself in a bad situation there. All right, anyway, the victim was unable to make an immediate identification from the 4-man lineup at the police station, but Miranda was led to believe otherwise. I told you they can lie to you. When Miranda was asked afterwards, how did I do? He was told by Captain Cooley, not too good, Ernie. The confession, Miranda was then questioned for 2 hours without a lawyer. At one point, the detectives brought the victim into the room. One of them asked Miranda if this was the person he had arped. Miranda looked at her and said, "That's the girl." Holy smokes. Miranda eventually offered details of the crime closely matched the victim's account. He agreed to formalize his confession in a written statement, which he wrote out under these words. This confession was made with full knowledge of my legal rights, understanding any statement I make may be used against me. His confession was used as the sole evidence when he was tried and convicted for the crimes by an Arizona court. Miranda's lawyer, Alvin Moore, appealed to the Arizona Supreme Court 6 months later, posing the questions: was Miranda's statement made voluntarily, and was he afforded all the safeguards to his rights provided by the Constitution of the United States and the law and rules of the courts? The Arizona Supreme Court ruled in 1965 that Miranda's confession was legitimate and that he had been aware of his rights. The ACLU gets involved. Miranda's case, however, caught the eye of attorney Phoenix chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, Robert Corcoran. Corcoran reached out to prominent Arizona trial lawyer John F. Flynn, who took over the case and recruited his colleague and an expert in constitutional law, J.P. Frank, to assist in an appeal to the United States Supreme Court. In this brief, on behalf of Miranda, Frank wrote that today they recognize the full meaning of the Sixth Amendment. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the rights of criminal defendants, including the right to a lawyer. That's the Sixth Amendment, y'all. Also at play was the Fifth Amendment, which protects defendants from being compelled to become a witness against themselves. Even though Miranda has a written confession under the statement saying that he was fully aware of his legal rights, his lawyers argued that those rights had not been made explicitly clear to him. Under duress of detainment, they argue his confession could not be deemed admissible. Landmark decision. The Supreme Court I'm almost done, y'all. The Supreme Court under Chief Justice Earl Warren agreed in a 5-4 ruling. The Supreme Court reversed the Arizona Supreme Court decision and declared that Miranda's confession could not be used as evidence in a criminal trial. Warren's 60-plus page written opinion, released on June 13, 1966, further outlined police procedure to ensure that defendants are clearly informed of their rights as they are being detained and interrogating. Miranda warning: the police procedures that are encapsulated in the Miranda warning, which police departments nationwide soon began distributing on index cards to their officers so that they would recite them to suspects. Miranda warning reads: you have the right to remain silent. Now, this is where I want to stop right here, y'all. Y'all heard that one, right?
And it is. Yep.
This is one that people do not exercise, especially us as black men.
Especially us, exactly.
Yes, right? Because they get
I'm
you to see what they're
smarter
doing,
than them.
right? They get you to start talking. Yeah, man, let me get you. You want a hamburger? You hungry? Let me get you a hamburger. Let me get you this. Let me get you that. And they get you comfortable. And they make
Get you a cigarette, Coca-Cola. You want Coca-Cola and a cigarette?
A Coke and all that, right?
Coca-Cola and a cigarette.
And then when you see them pick up your Sprite can, right? They pick it up with some gloves, right?
Right, because they're going straight to fingerprint.
They go straight to the lab with it, right?
And your DNA, because you done sucked all up.
Exactly, right?
Come on, slobbed all over.
Exactly. But see, what they do is they keep you in there for hours. And so they know you're going to get hungry. They know you're going to get thirsty, right?
And Bro Clarence, I'm going to tell you, I had no idea that the Miranda rights came out of a case in Arizona. No idea.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was that young, but I knew it was a Hispanic guy, and I knew it was in Arizona. I thought he was older, though, but yeah.
I had no idea, so I'm learning something here. This is, oh, God.
All right, we're doing something. We're doing something.
Yes.
Okay.
I like it. I learned on your page. I learn something new every day.
Patrice, you have the right to remain silent. Rico, you have the right to remain silent. You can be quiet, Rico. You know that, right?
Okay.
But listen, when the police tell you,
is oink a word?
When the police tell you, oh man, we gotta go get Nathan. When the police tell you, you have the right to remain silent. Remain silent. Remain silent. Don't say anything to them. Right? The only thing you're supposed to say is, I would like to speak to my lawyer. And get yourself a lawyer. And that's it. That's all. When they say, if you 99% of the time we get caught up because we talk too much. They tell you, oh, well, you know what? You're going to go home. Patrice, you're going to go home if you just tell me what happened. You ain't the one I'm looking for.
Bro, Clarence.
I'm looking for Rico.
When you saying this, I promise you, and this whole thing with the Miranda rights and how they entrap a lot of our people, just a lot of people in general. But it's specifically when you said that, bro, Clarence, made me think about the case of the Central Park Five.
Yes.
And how they tricked that young man who had nothing to do with it, wasn't even there. The oldest guy, the oldest one, because he was 16 at the time when it happened. So he got charged as an adult. The rest of them went to juvie. He went to Rikers, to prison, because he had just turned 16. And he wasn't even in the park, even when the boys were there. But when he went down there to speak on behalf of his friends, they entrapped him.
Right.
And he ended up going to prison. Yeah, you go home. Just tell us what. Yeah, unbelievable.
That was the Muslim kid, right?
And no, that's the one that's messed up the most now in the head. Like, because
they
did
some stuff to him.
I can't think his name. Man, they did some stuff to him. If you saw that movie,
they put him in there with them damn Aryan Nation boys. They got at him too.
I don't know if they got to him, but I mean, a lot of people did get to him.
But the men that look like him got to him, and they, man, listen,
yeah,
they messed him up. He's not right to this day. Because of that, he they all got paid, but the money they got does not justify what happened to them.
It'll never make that right.
And for him to not have even been there and to go down to the police station being a friend to speak on his friend's behalf, the DA entrapped him and told him, "Yeah, you gonna go home just right after just give us your story." Tell them, "Oh no, we're not gonna arrest you," and he never went home again.
Yep.
So again, I promise you, it pays to keep silent and ask for attorney and don't say nothing else.
Right. So remember, number one, you have the right to remain silent. I tell all you young guys, remain silent. If you don't say anything, 99% of the time, they're gonna have to drop the charges. Because you didn't say anything to corroborate anything. But when you start talking, then they can go to the next man and go get to the next man and go to the next man and start corroborating everything, and ain't nobody going home. Just like you said, the Central Park Five, ain't nobody going home.
And bro, Clarence, if they can't prove it, they only can hold you for what? Is it 72 hours by law? And if they can't prove nothing by law, they have to release you. As long as you keep your mouth closed for 72 hours and they can't prove nothing, they gotta let you go.
They gotta let you go. They got to, right? Well, they supposed to, right? Let me say it like that.
Exactly. Right. They come with some old trumped up charges.
Right. Because I remember there was a kid down there in Atlanta that they had him locked up for like 6 months. No charges, nothing. They wouldn't let him.
Before he even went to trial. Stuff like it's crazy.
But 9 times out of 10, if you just keep your mouth shut, you're gonna make things go away. You just like Patrice said, you just stand tall and just say, okay, well, do what you got to do, but I'm not gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna help you get me.
And when we say remain silent, that even means remain silent if you held up in a prison cell with somebody else. Don't talk to them.
Never, ever.
Not about your case.
Or on the phone. Or on the phone.
On the phone.
All you use the phone for is to get an attorney.
Because they take them calls. Yeah, absolutely.
All you do is get an attorney. All right, so that's the first one. We all good on that, right? You have the right to remain silent. Now the next thing is anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Have either one of you guys seen that happen to someone?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen many times.
Yeah, talking too much. Yeah.
Right. So you say something and you thought it was no big deal, and they say, okay, well, we just gonna check something out. Next thing you know, okay, turn around, put your hands behind your back. What's going on? you under arrest for this crime or whatever that crime.
You said
Right.
you was in that park at 8 o'clock, so
Right.
that puts you at
If
the
you was
scene of
with-
the crime. See, you
exactly.
said that. Your word said that.
Yeah. So you put yourself there. So now you gonna have to deal with it. So somebody gonna catch a murder charge. One of y'all gonna catch it. So we gonna keep everybody. We charge y'all all with it, and we'll see what stick. Right. Okay. So anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. If anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, that's telling you that these people are going to use anything you say. Then don't say nothing. That goes back to the first thing. You have the right to remain silent. That cannot be used against you that you are remaining silent. They call that pleading the Fifth Amendment. You have the Fifth Amendment with the gangsters or the mob guys used to do when the Senate when the
They
government
use
used
it
to
all the time.
they say
The Black Panthers use it a lot.
yeah, the Black Panthers used it. Who else? The cigarette companies used it. Hey, this is your study. You guys study from your. What do you think about this study? I plead the Fifth Amendment.
I plead the Fifth
because I do not want to incriminate myself. Right.
Yep.
So and by the way, them doing that and they're having more money than God, they have them and the alcohol companies have the only product that they know can give you cancer. Alcohol kills more people than every other thing, right? And they still have it on the market. Because why? They got in bed with the federal government and they pay money. They pay big money to their what are those people called, Patrice, that go up to Capitol Hill, lobbyists. They pay big money to these lobbyists to go up there and lobby for them every year to keep this up, right? And then they just act like, oh, I don't know what people are dying from cigarettes.
Alcohol and tobacco definitely
exactly,
on
right?
on the top 5 for sure.
Right. So the most they could get is a warning on the label. That's the most they could get out of it. The warning on the label. Right? Okay, so my point is keep your mouth shut and you're gonna probably be able to walk away from the situation if it's not too severe. If they don't have, any other proof or video or witnesses or anything like that, you probably are. Even if they have a witness, you probably may be closer to walking away or getting less time if you just keep your mouth shut. Okay, here's the next thing, because there's only 4 of them. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right to an attorney, right? So that means if you want to get a pay lawyer, as they say, get you a pay lawyer.
Public defender, but you have a right to that.
Well, right now we're talking about just if you have a right to any type of attorney, right? But the next thing is, like Patrice was saying, the next thing is if you cannot afford attorney, one won't be provided for you. Now, my question to you is,
let's talk about these public defenders and who they really work for.
I mean, I mean, they got all these cases, right? And what is the first thing public defender? When I seen them,
they tell you to plead. They tell you
just
go ahead and take
behind out of there so fast, right?
You could be innocent as all give out.
Yeah.
Take a plea. Because my cases is overloaded and this is gonna go back and forth, and you don't want to stay in here that long. But I'm innocent. I didn't do it. Well, I understand what you're saying, but just go and take this plea so you can have a record for the rest of your life. Like,
can we also say that the public defenders tend to be the most inexperienced?
Of course.
They'll be like right out of school.
They fresh out of law school.
They fresh out of law school. That's where they can get a job at.
A lot of them are.
But the prosecution office is they got the all-star team. So it's like a rookie squad going against the all-star squad. They got years and years and years and years.
Among the public defenders. Because even among the public defenders, because what the public defenders will do is the best of the public defenders will just go. They get there first, and they look at the cases that they've been assigned, and if they don't like the case, they just give it to somebody even less experienced, right? They just give it to this person, so this person has no.
They literally be going through the cases. Plead this,
right now,
this,
if it's a big case that they feel gonna boost their career, they'll take it.
They'll fight.
But they'll still try to get you. The first thing they try to get you to do is plead.
Right.
Yep.
Take a plea.
Now this is something that happens. This is why many black men.
Over 15.
This is why black men are.
I did a great job. I talked them down to 5.
This is why black people, in particular, have more convictions because they plead more.
They take
Right?
plead.
And
Yeah.
it was well,
Yeah.
see, a lot of times
Absolutely.
they will throw the case out if you have a lawyer that you can pay on your own,
Right.
which a lot of times we're just talking numbers. Is more white people, so there's more white people with money. The more white people have with money get in trouble. So more white people with money that get in trouble have more money for lawyers, right?
Yes.
So they can come in with a pay lawyer. If they see that you got your own lawyer, a lot of times they drop the case.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to go on for weeks of fighting a case, and all you're gonna get
And they
out of
might
it is
lose.
6 months in jail or a year in jail. They say forget it. We just
Because your
leave it
pay.
alone.
Let me tell you what your pay lawyer gonna do. He gonna drag that motherfucker out to infinity.
Right.
Then
Yeah,
when we get
a lot of
when they literally get to court, the first thing he gonna do, he ain't even thought about defending your case. He didn't just talk about getting all these continuances. Then the very first thing that motherfucker gonna do is this ain't the proper venue. So now he ain't even defending your case. Now I want to get it moved.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they do that's what I pay. Now public defender, he ain't dragging it out. He ain't because he know I don't have no money to investigate. I don't have no investigators. I got $500 to try your whole case. Your private defender, nigga, I got whatever you gonna pay.
Right.
If you got $500 or $5 million, I'll spend all. If you give a private lawyer $5 million
as a
we're
retainer,
gonna spend
you ain't get no change back.
You ain't getting no change. He's going to spend every motherfucking dime. He gonna have police investigating the police who investigated you.
Mr. Rico,
Public defender don't have no money for that.
we had to
So
use
that's what the
all
private
5
defender
years.
does. He like, who locked you up? What's the officer name, Clarence? I'm gonna investigate this motherfucker to say that he was picking on you. They will investigate the police who investigated you. Public defenders just I'm not beating up on them because they don't have the experience, they don't have the fucking resources, and they just plead cases. And they're literally public defenders. You ever realize the prosecutor is part of the government. The
Correct.
people who work when you go to court, the prosecution is the government.
Your public defender work for
is
the state.
also part of the government.
Right.
The private
But
attorney
the
is
difference
not part of the government at all.
But the difference is the public defender is going to make deals so that to put W's
For the
on
benefit of the government.
attorney.
He's part of the government. He's a government employee.
But it's advancing their own career.
Right.
Because they tell them, look, hey, I need a certain amount of W's. You there. Okay. So
Well, Clarence, the reality is this. Clarence, the reality is this. The prosecutors are public government employees.
I get that. So is the public defender. I get that.
Exactly. They're all part of the same system. But your private attorney is not paid by the state of California.
I understand
at all.
that.
They don't give a fuck if they drag the state of California from here to the.
But they all are officers of the court.
Right. If a public defender causes the state too much trouble, they're gonna fire that motherfucker. You got to go.
Well,
they're not gonna let no state is gonna let this public defender's office. So when they do this, it's a facade. You know, in
that's
America,
but this is what I'm saying, Rico. They
we
plead
say that everybody
out.
gets representation, so they give you the bare minimum.
Listen. Everybody, like you said, everybody's all in bed together. So the public defender is in bed with the prosecution.
Yes,
they're all in bed together. So they.
But your private attorney isn't.
And nobody pays for it except the accused. I mean, what's that young man? What's that young man out of New York? Prime example, Broderick, the one that Jay-Z was supposed to have been doing the story on, his life story, where he got accused of stealing a backpack, and he did.
Oh yeah.
He did 3 years in Rikers Island. I think
he killed himself.
Looked at his case, and he did for stealing a backpack, guys, and because he had a public defender.
What's his
name? His last name is Broderick.
I know exactly the kid you're talking about.
Yes, and he did those 3 years.
Khalif Browder.
Khalif Browder.
Browder.
Yes, Khalif Browder.
Yeah, he killed himself a couple of years ago. He committed suicide after he got because he was so
because they messed him up in there. He had a public defender, can't afford it. Do all that time before he even was charge. He did all that time. He gets out, and then he deleted himself. It's sad that and that is Bro Clance is right. That is why a lot of times Black people that can't afford attorneys go with the plea, because of course they don't want to sit up in jail for months and years on end, and they may know that they innocent, but if they are inexperienced, of the law.
I think where they messed up Khalif too was, of those 3 years, he spent almost half of it in solitary confinement.
Yeah.
It says here he hadn't even been. He never was convicted of anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said he never was convicted. No. They kept him in that time to go to trial. Never was convicted, guys, and he ended up getting out on that technicality. But by then it's too late. He's messed up. He spent more than half of the time in solitary confinement. He was breaking in there. He was beaten in there. His mentality, everything was taken away from that young Black man. You know, and he gets out and he can't deal with what all he went through and experienced in that prison. And no matter what kind of therapy, medication you're on, a lot of times it does not help. So when people try to tell people to get out and get over it and move on and this and that, stop telling people that they cannot get over it and move on from that type of trauma that has happened to them in the prison system.
Man,
this is what we do to our own people with that bullshit, and it just absolutely kills me. Oh, you need to get over it. Get some therapy. Get on medicine. Yes, we can do all of that, but there are a certain amount of people that will never get over the traumatic things that happen to them. We got people that have served this country. They are on medication, they are in therapy, and they will be for the rest of their lives. It allows them to cope, but it does not allow them to get over the trauma. Stop telling people to get over shit so fast.
There's no
That's
cure
what kills me with our people when we do that shit.
Let me address Kimmy Mundo, y'all. Kimmy Mundo says, don't some industries gain a lot of cheap prison labor, like clothing industry? Yeah, definitely Microsoft and some of the other industries.
Starbucks.
They get a lot of in the cheap labor. And guess who pays for those employees dental and health and everything? We do. Because
guess what, Clarence?
We're paying for
Patrice, they got those motherfuckers doing call center jobs.
Yeah.
They got them doing all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
It's slave labor. It's slave labor.
It's slave labor. It's not just back in the day, it was like, oh, you go to prison, you're gonna be making them license plates. It ain't just making license plates no more. They making they making furniture. IKEA's one. They make furniture for IKEA.
And that's why they said it's fucked up, because it's like they're incentivizing locking people up.
That's the whole point of private prison.
Labor.
Yeah, that's the whole point of private prison.
But who do they lock up? That's the problem.
Well, they got projections, Rico, to lock us up. They got 50-year projections for us. That's why one of the easiest things to get a loan for is a private prison. To build a private prison, if you can get the state to, if you can get to everybody on board, getting the money is easy.
Talking about privatizing the prisons, the majority of them are privatized now, and it's a big business. It's literally about how many beds you can fill. It's not even about quote unquote rehabilitation, which it never was anyway. But privatize, get them beds, meet that quarter, or we gonna close you down.
This is what I think is crazy about it is, if and I even proposed it, I said, if we could eliminate private prisons, just outlaw it, and the states say, well, it costs us too much money. You know what the states would do? They would stop locking up so many people for bullshit. See what I'm saying? Private prison incentivizes people to get locked up for too many months. That's why weed was the scourge of America. You know what I'm saying? Because you could just always lock people up for weed. People out here committing high levels of violent crime. Prison was full of motherfuckers just selling weed.
Yeah.
And now it's legal. Y'all know who some of our investors in private prisons. Y'all know who some of these people are. They are in certain entertainment industries. I'll just say that.
Yeah. I know the Bushes. The Bushes were big investors in private prisons. but the son and the father, definitely. All right, y'all. Let me finish reading this article, and then let me read Sim's comment. Sim says, for some reason, African Americans get in jail and stay there for months, years without even being convicted. I know several Africans that didn't happen to. In my opinion, Sim, the reason why what we were talking about earlier is it's the difference between having a pay lawyer and having a private defender, public defender. If you have a public defender, that's more likely to happen to you. If you have your own lawyer,
But parents, we got to be real too. We get longer prison sentences, prison sentences, and harsher punishment than our white counterparts. Because it is racially the criminal justice system, prison system
I
is
agree,
racial
Patrice,
towards a
but I'm
brown and
saying
black man.
the
Got to be real about
tools.
it, because they
Now,
can
I'm
go to
being
jail
real.
for the same crime, and a black or brown man will get longer time and harsher punishment than their white counterparts.
The
That has been
reason
proven.
why, Patrice, most of the time is because of the lawyer. Because most of the time the white people will have a pay lawyer. The black people, they don't have no money. They take a private
Of
defender.
course,
They say,
that's
I'm
they
getting a lawyer.
tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
And the first
Absolutely.
thing the
That's
lawyer
their
do
tomorrow.
when he come into he got your case, he got about 50 other cases in his hands. He come in that room, he sit you down and he say, okay, you're gonna plead to, you're gonna plead to a lesser crime. You're gonna have a felony, but hey, you're gonna get to go home and you're gonna be
And
able
it
to go.
also depends on the state you in, because when you're looking at southern states like Texas, who's very, we already know about Texas,
Yeah, but I'm saying
Alabama, your Mississippi.
I would say most of the time, even in those states, Patrice, they're gonna plead
Yes, I
most
get
of those
it. Oh,
cats
you're
out.
right. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
they're
you're
gonna plead
right.
most of
But
those
it is
cats
a
out.
man right now in the state of Mississippi that is serving a life sentence for having, what is it? I think I sent you that link.
Yeah.
3.54 ounces or something of marijuana, a life sentence in the state of Mississippi. Life, guys, for something that they have now legalized in most states and profiting off of.
And they will not get a man another. They will not.
Not even.
What's they
He
call it?
won't.
Appeal his case. Yeah, they won't even hear his
Appeal
appeal.
this case. His appeal, I think, was denied or something.
Yeah.
It's sickening of the difference in the states as well as
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question,
the
Patrice.
criminal justice system.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it makes a difference the kind of lawyer you have in these cases?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Because see, here's the thing.
That's a
Well, like I
dumb
was
question,
trying
but
to
go
say
ahead.
before. Like I was trying to say before. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. Yeah, I got a link for you, man. But we about to get out of here in a minute, Jay. So you got to make it fast, man. All right. So, what happened? Anyway, like I was trying to say before, what happened here? Oh Lord, have mercy.
What you
I did
doing,
something,
bro?
y'all.
What you messing up?
I messed up something over here. I'm like, man, what? Okay, there we go. Now we
He's
back.
so busy loving. He's so busy loving that pork today.
Like,
He can't think right. He's thinking about a pork sandwich. Point.
So, yeah.
I
So
stopped eating pork 30 years ago.
man,
So I don't mess with no pigs.
man.
Clarence, old pig lover.
But see, here's the thing, though. Yeah, what I want our people to recognize is how you handle these situations. So I don't want us to get. I know we know that these things gonna happen, right? They're gonna happen. We know this stuff is gonna happen. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that okay, it might not be fair right now. Okay, so how are we going to deal with it is the question. What we gonna do? How we gonna deal with it? So I want these young men to be prepared, or any one of us to be prepared for how we gonna deal with these situations when we run into them in the street, right? If you don't know your laws, see, I have really never had an issue with the police because not that they haven't stopped me or tried to gaffle me up or anything, but it's just because the way I was taught in the mosque and the way we were taught to how to speak to them, that made a world of difference. We wouldn't like, hey, we were very calm. We were taught to be very calm with them, very, because it's a life or death situation, right? They can just
Well, bro, Clarence, you're right. In general, I think that we were raised and taught to respect people of authority. That's just in general. Like with us, it was just a natural that we knew to be respectful to the police. And like I've said many times before, I regret not having that conversation with my Black son when he got stopped and roughed up by the police officers as a teenager, just walking home from the hospital, had just had surgery. So I regret, because I knew that so much had changed, right, in policing, and things that had changed over the years from how I was raised to respect authority. Now, don't get me wrong, I raised my son to respect authority, but I didn't have the conversation with my son about being a Black man in America and how he may be treated differently by racist police or even Black police that just acquiesced into a certain mentality of policing. So I didn't have the conversation with him. And then it happened to my son. And that's the thing, that we need to have the conversations before it happens to our Black and brown young men in America. And that's the one regret that I had, because to watch my son come home crying in tears, bleeding up on his arms because his stitches was literally busted by the police officers.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment and the day I looked at racist white police officers and Black police officers that acquiesce into that bullshit and they say nothing. My whole perspective about them changed. Not all of them, but people like them. It changed.
Okay, y'all. So that's why we went over the Miranda rights. I wanted to go over the Miranda rights so that everybody can know their rights. Now, there's even more rights you should know about yourself when it comes to the police in your home state. Patrice said this earlier. You got to study that for yourself. You got Google. You can go study that for yourself and find out what your rights are for your, because many states are different. So some states allow certain things, some states don't allow certain things. So many states are different, but you got to go out there and see for yourself. You got to go out there and see for yourself, what you are allowed and not allowed to do. In some states, you do not have to present your ID if the police ask for it. Some states you do. Some states you do. All right. Well, let me get Jay in here real quick. Brother Jay, can you hear? Oh man, I think he's in a bad area. He's in a bad area.
I think Jay struggles streaming.
Yeah, he struggles streaming. Rico, do you see what's going on with you? Yeah, we can hear you now, man. We can hear you now, brother. You good?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Good, man. You good?
Crystal clear.
Uh-oh. Now you starting to act up, man. Oh man, you starting to act up, Jay. Jay, you got to go out and come back in.
Try to drive in a better area, Jay. Pull over if you can, or if you can't, just try to get in a better area, because we cannot hear you at all now. And he's freezing and choppy.
Yeah. Come on through when you in a better area, man.
Yeah,
so
that's the
it's better now.
Yeah, that's the advice I as a mother now that I definitely will give to all parents that is raising Black boys and girls, especially black and brown boys. I would definitely say, have the conversation. Don't think it won't be your child. Don't. I mean, it never crossed my mind to that extent, until it happened to my son, and my perspective just changed. I literally, and don't get me wrong, because I met nice cops. I've dated nice cops. I'm dating a cop right now. Don't get me wrong. And I know they all are not like that. But like I told my guy, I'm like, my perspective, I know you a good guy or whatever, but you know that all your people are not. And it's the people that are not that is overshadowing the people that are. And that's a problem, because even the good ones are not speaking up enough for me to fight it. And that's why this whole culture of policing needs to be dismantled and rebuilt up again. The culture of it, like all these old people stuck in their ways, fuddy-duddies, racist, biased, prejudice, police brutality, people that have been reprimanded multiple times, have done nothing but been a detriment policing in the community, they need to be gone. The same way they saying with these old politicians, Bring in fresh new blood. We need people, applying for these jobs. Give them better benefits. Pay them more money. They deserve it of it. I'm not saying that, but there is a larger spectrum of policing that is bad, is horrible, and is overshadowing the good. And when the culture of it is not good, and there are the light is being shed more on bad police than good police, that is a problem in the culture.
Jay, are you there?
How do I sound? Is it up?
Sound better. Sound better.
All right, hold on. No, I wanted to touch up on what OG said about when someone says, get over your trauma. Okay, I have a few things to say of that. But I've never heard of any. Well, this is just me, and maybe it's just where I live. Personally, for me, I don't know freaking anybody who would say, get over your trauma if you've been in jail, because that's the most ignorant shit I've ever heard. Stupid stuff I've ever heard.
And Jay, it's not like people not trying to get over it and move on with their life, because I see people in the community every day, especially veterans that are have PTSD, that are on medication, that are in therapy, and I see people that have been brutalized within the police system, in the prison system, and the criminal justice system that is on medication and in therapy. But they use that to manage the trauma. They don't get over it. It's managed. When you say to people, get over it, you can't get over something that happened to you. You can manage it. You don't forget it. You can move on with life. You can have a job, be healthy, have a family, and all of that. But if you still have to take something for the rest of your life to help you manage it, that's not getting over it. And that's the part that, I say that our people need to stop doing that to each other. When they say they need to just get over it. If I could just get over it, it wouldn't exist anymore, and I would be okay, and I wouldn't need to be in therapy, and I wouldn't need to be on medicine if I could just get over it. I can't, because now I'm taking medicine and I'm in therapy to manage the trauma.
Right. That you actually said what I was going to say. I would say yes. I mean, I don't support medication on some things. On some things I do and some things I don't. But I'm talking about whenever you're trying to cure something. Like it needs to be a therapeutic thing with a professional. And also you need to look up the therapist that's right for you, not simply just any old person will do. Like who can understand, like someone who's had like an expert in harassment trauma or verbal trauma or anything like that, or physical trauma, anything like that. Those are clinical therapists who are licensed. Those are the ones you go to. I don't go to, listen, I'll be honest. I don't go to my boys for therapy. I go to a professional for that. That's what I would do it for. And I would tell them the same damn thing. Don't talk to me and think I got all the answers. The person who would have the answers and have the knowledge to this is an actual licensed professional. And I'm not going on a red pill rage, but these red pill motherfuckers that say just go out and go do it. The ones who actually say like, yo, are you here? Like, and they give like the explanation of like, just get over your mental problem. Listen, those people made me want to punch them in the face. Like, first of all, that's very terrible advice to say. And if I were there right there in front of you, I would punch you in the face for what you just said.
But Jay,
you're literally hurting people and giving them wrong advice that might lead them through a path of destruction, even further down, making their trauma even twice was worse what it was.
Let me ask you a question, Jay, because what you said.
Try telling that to a parent that has lost a child to like my mother lost my oldest brother to cancer as a child. He had childhood cancer.
You can't say get over it. You cannot say get over it.
To tell my mother, even though that was over 30 years ago, Ma, you need to get over the death of your son.
No.
Just get over it, Ma.
No.
I watched my mother never be the same after that. So
and
please,
she doesn't have to be.
We need to goddamn it stop that bull.
Right.
Look,
go ahead.
Jay, this is the question I wanted to ask, because specifically, I know me and Clarence always talk about this. We always say, and I'm always saying this. So like you said, in these red pill spaces or these spaces, period, people are, and me and Clarence, I like, look, man, let's be careful, Clarence, that that I'm always beating him up, and I tell him, beat me up about it too. We got to say things, and then we have to tell people these are our opinion, that we're not qualified. So when people are like giving out therapy advice, I'm like, you're not fucking qualified. You can say it and say, this is what I think, but I could be wrong.
Right.
I'm not
you can say what you think it is my opinion, but you're not an official licensed person.
I'm not fucking qualified. People go to school for this shit to learn this shit. I'm just giving you some street shit. And this is what I think and I might do, but I'm not qualified. So we have to do I think we need to do a better job of picking out the people in the spaces that we go to listen to, because we're listening to a bunch of unqualified people speaking to us about financial advice, life advice, dating advice, marital advice, therapy. There are 1,000 fucking channels to talk to you about everything.
Right.
And 99.9% of the people who are speaking in a pine and have huge followers, they're fucking unqualified.
Exactly.
They're not qualified to talk about what they're talking about or to say what they say. So if you do need help and that's why I was glad when you said it, like, yeah, but that's why I always say, it's like, I lean into saying, look, whether they're right or wrong, they're not qualified. Like I said, broken clock is right twice a day. 2 times a day, a broken clock is, if that motherfucker's at 12 o'clock, it's going to be 12 2 times. But the rest of the day, that shit is wrong. That's most of these opinion spaces.
Exactly. It's more agenda based. And Brother Clarence, just give me like extra 2 minutes to really nail this in the head. So, just all I need is 2. My thing is, like I said, that takes time, it takes preparation, and it takes a lot of work. The story I told of myself when my anger problem, I got help for it. I had handlers, I had men around me, not just any old body, but these guys were licensed in this. So I had the professional help. It took a minute. It took a while, but I got through that anger problem, through my anger management problem that I couldn't control at the time. It's a lot more directed this time. Sometimes there'd be days where I'm really mad, but at the same time, I still remember the techniques that they gave me more often than not. Like, they come in handy every now and then. It's not like they failed. They work. It's just a matter of me not like getting my heart rate up and not getting overly frustrated with things. I'm not gonna go out and say, like, guys, ask me for advice or anything. I may be the big brother group, but I'm not a freaking therapist. If it's something simple that doesn't require life changing stuff, then I can talk to you, of course. But when it's like a profession, like, you need professionals, an official when it comes to these things, because like I said, trauma is not. Well, I'll let you go, Rico, in a second. Trauma is not something that is done in one day that can be just gone. And here's another freaking mistake people say: anybody who says get over stuff is a completely dumbass, ignorant person. And yes, this is me coming at anybody that's like that, because you are ignorant, you are stupid, and you know what the hell you're talking about. Because you pissed me off to the point when you say something ignorant and you have no freaking information on anything that you know about, and you're speaking about shit you don't know.
And Jay, is usually people that
and my father got on me about that shit when I was younger.
Right? So they have zero experience. So they speak on things that they have never experienced. So they try to judge people that have experienced the thing, and so their thinking is totally, they don't understand because it ain't happened to them. And then you got people that sit on platforms and literally try to tell people how they need to get over slavery, get over this, get over that. But then they sit on their platform and they literally cry about their experience with something that happened to them traumatically and how they was depressed and this and that. They literally on their platform crying. So have you gotten over it? Because obviously, if you talk about it, it still brings an emotion and a feeling for you. So have you gotten over it? No, you manage it. You learn to live with it and manage it, no matter if it's through therapy or medicine. But you can tell other people what the hell they need to get over. It just baffles me that people, the hypocrisy of people like that have platforms that do that. And somebody did that recently.
Let me say this real quick because I gotta go. because I knew Sim and New Growth was gonna come in here fucking with me, right? I love you, brother. But look, and I'm gonna give y'all gave me some pushback, so I'm gonna respectfully give y'all some pushback again to tell you why I stand by not being qualified. What you guys are saying is correct and true. But what we can't conflate with, so Simon, you speak about experiences. What's unique about an experience is, right, I can have experiences financially, but the breadth of my knowledge revolves around what happened for me. I couldn't necessarily say that financial advice that I give you is qualified advice because I haven't done it for the masses. I did it for self. So when we do rely, I listen to people with experiences, absolutely. And I listen to how it affected and how it happened to them. But I also know that it has to be qualified with the fact that that was their experience that worked out for them in that way. And there's no guarantee or high probability that if I do the same thing, that it will work out the same way for me. Maybe it will.
Everybody
maybe it
is
won't.
different. That
So
is right.
I'm not saying, and I don't lean into the space that only educated people can give advice. Anyone can give advice, but you have to weight that advice with, are they qualified to give that advice? Because, and it's not to say that it's not right. Yes, there are educated people. So here, this is what I would say to you this, okay? If you're sick, do you go to anybody or do you go to a fucking doctor? We don't go, anybody can give you medical advice.
Depends on the illness. Because if I'm having migraines, I'm gonna go to somebody that specializes in the brain.
Yes.
And if I'm having heart problems, I'm going to the cardiologist.
Right.
If I'm having foot problems, I'm going to a podiatrist.
But you're going to some, you ain't going to Miss Mabel down the street to talk about you having heart. You know what I'm saying? Now she can give medical advice, but she ain't qualified. So
baby, take this Robitussin, baby.
And even medical, if you have
and
a
they can be
specialty,
wrong too.
But if you have a specialty illness and you first go to your primary care physician,
they get it wrong.
They're going to send you to a specialist.
Because they'll be like, I don't.
Right.
So all I'm saying is, and I get you guys. Yes, they're off. I'll say this: if I'm taking advice about a particular topic, and I go to people with credentials, medical advice, I think I would have a 75% chance of getting it right, and a 75% chance of getting good advice, and a 25% chance of getting bad advice. If I go to an unqualified person, I'm gonna have a 25% chance of getting good advice and a 75% chance of getting bad advice, is all I'm saying. So when I speak of qualification, it's not to say that, hell, I think me and Clarence give good advice, but you better take that shit at 50-50 at best. Okay, and I'll tell you what, no, fucking take it at 25-75 and go verify the shit we say. We tell you all the time.
Absolutely.
However, it doesn't mean that we don't know nothing, but I know my experiences apply to me. Clarence's experiences apply to him. The stuff that I did, it would work out different for Clarence, as what he went through would work out different for me. It's never going to be universally the same, but people are out here just giving out advice on these huge platforms as if it's going to work for everybody. And
shout out to
that's
Sahel
just
Network.
not
Sahel
right.
And that the scenario should be the same for everybody, and that's not true. The scenario is different for everybody. I can take, Brother Rico, I can take the same medication you take. We could take the exact same medication, and I have a different result and side effect than you may have.
Right.
So that's the point.
Right.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
You guys are correct about pointing that out.
Brother Sim, you rocking with the advisors?
Right. You guys are correct. You and New Growth are correct for pointing that out. But I'm just saying, you know, if I had to quantify it that way, so that's why I'm like, let me listen for a qualified speaker. And then even with a qualified speaker, then you even question what they say even more. If Clarence can't tell me nothing about driving if he ain't got no fucking license, I'm like, why am I listening to him? He ain't got no license.
I crashed.
But he could tell me. I watched on YouTube, and it's like, well, maybe everything he could tell me could be correct.
Okay,
But
Rico.
But y'all already know. Listen, there's a certain amount of space on here where people are telling you this perspective about that these things are not happening disproportionately to Black people when it comes to policing. God forbid. Wait a minute. And God forbid if it was not for cameras, because we have been saying this shit for years, for decades. They are beating us. They are doing this to us. And we didn't have cameras. Now we have cameras, and they see that it is different out here. And now the narrative, you want to spin it? Stop it.
Well, Patrice, hold on, because you want to get into that. I want you to get into that, but and Rico's got to go. I want Rico to give some closing remarks here.
Yes, let me just say, great stream, lovely being here. I got another little quick stream to do, so then I can go out and get my libations and do some get my bachata on and my salsa and all.
Warning to the Dominican Republic. Warning. Rico has a full wallet and all day.
No, it ain't full no more. It was full when I got here Wednesday. It's light now. I'm waiting to get paid Wednesday. But yeah, here enjoying it, nice and peaceful. Glad to get back with my family. The Let's Talk the Better Black Life. And I will see you on Tuesday, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you be on time?
All right, brother Rico.
Enjoy
the rest of your vacation.
I'll try.
Patrice, can you tell him no more color people time? Be on time.
I'll try, Rico.
Try telling that to a color person. Try telling that to a color person.
I'll see you Tuesday, sir. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Not tonight, but tomorrow.
All right, brother. Be safe.
All right, brother.
Take care of yourself out there. All right, that was Brother Rico.
Take care, Rico.
All right, y'all. Let's start wrapping it up. You enjoy Rico, Vaughn. Vaughn, we gotta get you some medicine, man. We gotta get you over that, man. We gonna pray for you. We gonna heal Vaughn Bryant. All right, so let's start wrapping it up, y'all. Let's get some closing remarks. I know you didn't hear everything, Jay, but man,
heard half of everything, half of the stream.
Okay, so you heard enough to where you can, lace the young fellas out there with some, with your version. Like you said, you're not a therapist, but you just giving your version of what should work, what can work for you as far as getting, when you come in contact with the police and, how you should conduct yourself. Even though the good pastor wasn't wrong, I think he could have conducted himself a lot better and things would have not got as far as it got based on that situation. And so for him, it lucked out, man. He didn't lose his life. But we got other people that lose their life just panicking and doing different things. So we don't want our people to panic. So what, in your opinion, is your opinion of what we've been talking about, or anything you want to say to try to help out some of these young cats?
Honestly, it's a mixture of both, Brother Clarence. The system needs to be changed and it's running on an old system that needs to be fucking gone. Personally, for me, my father is a retired policeman, and I know my man Nathan Daly is a former policeman. I think he's former too. And like I said, I don't want to say all cops are bad, but at the same time, we got to weed out the bad ones from the good ones. Oh,
I'm talking about Patrice. You said Nathan. I was like,
oh, I know. But that got nothing to do with me.
No,
that got nothing to do with me.
No,
nothing to do with you, man. Nathan brought it on.
I know, but like no, like I said, I agree with OG. We do got to change the system. I've been a what's the word? A proprietor to this. Like, just change it more often than not, and also make sure that it actually benefits all people of different race and color. And also, no one gets any goddamn exceptions. I don't give a damn if they're fucking Caucasian. I don't give a fuck if they're Hispanic. I don't give a fuck if they're black. I don't give a fuck whatever. Everybody you want equality? This is how you fucking do it. Listen, and can no white Caucasian just roll up on the cops drunk with a weapon and not get beat up like how we would. If he gets, no, because we're gonna do that to us, do that to them. But also, I'm not saying like we should get beat up when I said that was an example. That's an extreme, but it's happened before. But you take care of the system, knock that out. But also, let me get on us, particularly our people somewhat. The ones who follow the rules, y'all all right. The ones who think who have this predisposition to turn up on the fucking cops just because they black and shit. And I understand that, and I understand this racial profiling. I get it, all that. But guys, your main concern should be getting home. I may not like the motherfucker, but what I ain't gonna do is start cussing out and throwing a freaking fit and turn up. Because for me, I'm gonna be real, and this one gets some people triggered. If you turn up against them when they're just doing, I'm talking about like they come up you nicely, they say, just show your license registrations and I'll let you out and you're good to go. Not you freaking committing a felony, whatever. Then your ass deserves to get fucking pulled over at that point. But if you follow the freaking laws of the direct opposition of what they're trying to tell you, you can go. I've had 4 encounters with cops. One was crazy, particularly because one situation he was going to really pull his gun out on me because he was on some shit. And please believe he would have shot me. I'd come out from the dead and probably beat his ass. That's for damn sure. But the other 3, one was black. Well, 2 of them were black and 1 was white. And the white one was the most chill, level-headed cop I ever talked to. Respectfully. Didn't try to pull out his gun out on me, whatever, none of that bullshit nonsense. Because I comply with the order. He wasn't being a strict asshole. He was just doing the job. Like, sir, just give me your registration and stuff, and you're all good to check out. Simple enough. I did it, got home safely. So y'all need to understand. Some of you need to understand that turning up is not the best idea. Just comply sometimes, and you can get home safely. Now, if there's a crooked ass cop trying to plant something on you and shit, even then, just comply and make sure, of course, you're recorded and whatever. I don't care. Just make sure that number 1 priority is your safety. Get the fuck home. Get to your family. Get to whoever you got to get to. Just get home. Do not act like a dumbass turning up on them. Because if you do, and I see that shit, then your ass deserves to get fucking arrested for that. To me, because like I say, because you didn't get your ass whooped, not by the cops, but your ass beat because you wilding out right now, and you just acting like an asshole or a clown. It deserves to arrest your ass if you acting like that. And most people might not agree with that, but I don't care. You acting crazy. You're not showing a good representation of us when you're doing that, because that actually puts the extra prerequisite in their mind that, wow, he just turned up on him after asking him a simple question. Now he might. This is actually really bad for a cop to do. He's off that one experience. He might think all y'all would turn up on him now, any of y'all, and that's terrible. That's terrible on him, but also terrible on you for doing that. Like I said, to me, OG, it goes hand in hand. If they're already crooked, then of course I agree with you, man. Like F them altogether. But at the same time, you turning up and you looking like a goddamn fool on some Patty Jenkins bullshit, then fuck. You deserve, like I said, you deserve to get arrested. Just like I said, just comply with the. I'm not saying bend over backwards and kiss your ass. I'm saying get home safely. There's some, like I said, if you got a family to get home to, get fucking home. It is that goddamn simple.
And live to fight another day in another way.
Exactly. Like I said, your number one priority should be your safety. Especially if you got kids in the goddamn car too. But that's all I gotta say, Brother Clarence.
All right, man. Hey, appreciate you, Jay. If you haven't already,
I appreciate you having me.
Man, always. If you haven't subscribed to Jay Takashi, go on over to subscribe to Jay Takashi. Jay, when you going back up on? When you guys going back up?
Appreciate you, Brother Jay.
It'll be next Thursday, and also I might do a little stream with a friend tonight. Just because I haven't been on as much. Okay. But like I said, I think we're gonna have a conversation not similar to this, but I do want to OG, if you want to stop by later, if you're not too busy, we love to have you on too. Because I kind of want to talk to the ladies about
what time. It depends on what time. Because I'm going to see Chris Rock tonight.
No! Oh, then don't stop by. Go see Chris Rock.
Don't hit him, Patrice. Patrice, don't hit him.
I want to hear. Hey, I'm gonna be that close.
Hit Chris Rock?
But no, I'm gonna be that close. I wanna see if he's gonna talk about the slap. So this is gonna be interesting.
All right. Actually, keep in touch with me on what he says. But no, but all in all, like I said, I'll do a little stream tonight, and it might just be a Q&A to ask me anything. And like I said, I got I got things that I got to take care of. But I'm very glad for Brother Curtis for having me on, so I can just give him, get my 2 cents on or what I think the matter is. And also, like I said, guys, listen, I'm a big brother to my group of brotherhood and to my little sisters and stuff like that. But I'm not a licensed therapist. All right, I can give you advice.
Shout out to the
on what you on the possibilities, well, not possibilities, but based on what I've experienced, but also what the information can give you. But what you're better off when it comes to trauma, go to a therapist, go to official license ones. And guess what? For y'all who fear therapy, well, guess what? You're never gonna get better if you just sit down in your house and not do anything all day.
That's the truth.
And
That's the
listen,
truth. I
I
appreciate you
don't
so
want to
much,
discredit the
young
ones
man.
who are hurt. I don't ever want to disparage the disparity of people, the voices of them being hurt or hurt at all. But the thing is, listen, you got to take a step sometime. And I will never tell you to get over it. Those words will never come out of my mouth. What I will tell you is, in order to move forward and to get a semblance of your life back, it starts with seeing an official licensed person. That's all I got to leave it on.
Thank you, my
Thank
brother.
you so
Appreciate
much.
you. Y'all going over there and check out
Good
Jay
stuff.
out there in the
Thank
field
you.
today. All right, I'm gonna bring you down, Jay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Did I shout out Sahel? I shout out Sahel. Shout out the Great Pub Podcast. I shout out to the Chester Cat. Yeah, I think I shout out all those guys out. All right. Then there was two.
Two of the toughest.
Okay. Two the hard way. Okay. Patrice, you have any closing remarks for our
Before I digress.
audience? Yes, for our audience, so they can get it. You know what? Because you bring the female energy and the intelligence, but in the female energy, and so we need that, because some of us will look at me and Rico saying stuff, and even Jay saying stuff, and say, "Man, I can't listen to them hard legs," and then you say it, and then it hits them. Boom! Hey, man. So, what words of wisdom do you have to share with our esteemed audience today?
Yeah, just as a realist too, we have to deal with certain amount of reality, in our race and our culture here in America, right? We know that when it comes to race, these things are very sensitive for us because of the history and because of the trauma and the unhealing a lot. If everybody could just get over things, guys, hospitals, mental institutions, things of that nature wouldn't be full, wouldn't be overwhelming if it was just that easy that we could take a magic pill and just forget things, right? And when things affect people differently, because we're all wired differently and made differently, if you can stand or sit on a panel and say you've gotten over something, good for you. Absolutely good for you. But there are people in the world that have not and may never. And that is the reality of when people are constantly taking pills and managing things with therapy and things of that for the rest of their natural lives. There's people like that exist in the world. So it's only being managed. It is not being cured. So to literally tell people to get over things when they have to take things to manage the trauma, that is an oxymoron, and that is the most insensitive thing you can say to a person, right? Because who knows what traumatic thing that this may hold for this pastor that had to experience that, who was, by the way, a former cop. So for him to feel racially profiled in some kind of way, and he knows as a Black man in America, especially in the South, he knows what that looked like, right? So if he say he felt he was racially profiled, that's his right to say that. From my perspective, I looked and I feel in a certain aspect that there was some racial profiling. Now, I do not feel that there was brutality. I don't. I feel that, yeah, they broke the law. They did some things wrong to him, like the handcuffing. It just because we escalate our voice, just because we know our rights and exercise our rights and actually answer the police back in a way that is not appeasing to them, there's no reason why we should get locked up and get arrested. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. That's just facts. It's
Right.
listen, like I said, there's literally videotape of people cursing the cop out, calling them everything but a child of God, and they still able to drive off in their cars and walk away. This is facts. So
Right.
because he got a little agitated and gave a little contingent, was still no reason for him to be handcuffed. And when he was handcuffed, he did not resist. There was no scuffle. There was no none of that. Right? Lessons learned on both sides. Yes. Should we comply? Absolutely. He complied because when the handcuffed, he didn't fight. He didn't resist. So he absolutely complied. Right? So you handcuff me just because I say something you don't like. But see, we need the police to be accountable for their part in that. We need them to admit the wrong that they do and say we need to change the culture of policing and learn how to de-escalate better. When we see that someone is getting a little agitated, how are we going to handle that? You know, they throwing this reform word around so easy in Brooklyn. You already know there's been police reform for how many decades now? Has it been working for us? Has it been working? Let's all answer that question. Has police reform been working for us? But we so easily throwing it around now. We want to put the money, the taxpayers' money, into all these programs and all, and that's fine. You go ahead and do that. But how about putting some of those same taxpayer money and police budgeted money back into the communities that they serve? How about putting some community set up some community camping or community programs where you're actually literally in the communities you serve and making a difference, building the gap between the trust that police and people, especially in predominantly brown and black neighborhoods, do not have anymore.
Right.
So when we addressing the sensitivity of this subject, both people have to be accounted because yes, black people do they be on that fuckery too. They do.
Hey, Patrice, stop. Patrice.
Sorry.
Don't say that about our people, Patrice.
Don't say that.
I
can't
they're
say
perfect in every way.
Okay. But yes, it absolutely goes. I told you, bro, Clarence, you know me. I'm a straight shooter. I'm gonna give it to you from both ends. Yes, but when it comes to who needs to do it first, the police officers need to step up and do it first because they are being paid by taxpayers' dollars to serve the communities, to protect the communities. But are they doing that? Let's be real. They're usually called after the crime has happened. They're usually called after the crime has been committed.
Well, Patrice, you can't
to a certain extent, right? So can we be real about that?
Yeah. I mean, but you can expect them to be there. You don't. I know you're not telling me that they should be there before the crime starts, right?
Yeah, sometimes they should. Yeah, sometimes they should. Because a lot of times they're being called, and they get there way late. I mean, I'll give you a prime example. The UDalby didn't have to go down the way it did.
Okay.
Look what happened when they do sometimes come on the scene and they don't conduct the investigation right and they don't follow the protocol properly. And then you have cases like UDalby. So yeah, and there's a certain amount of police officers that are literally scared to do their jobs. They just took the job because it's a job that pays and they need benefits and they need to survive. But are they really, really, truthfully policing the community effectively the way that they should? No, they're not. No, they're not. So when you have incidents like UDalby happening in the community where policing absolutely went wrong, can we just admit that? The police chiefs have already been fired from UDalby. Yeah. They did that shit wrong. And to me, a part of them, they were cowards. They was actually, to me, they were scared to go in. When they should have been going, they're hired to go into the fire when everybody else is running away from it. Right?
Yeah. That's a sad situation, man.
Yeah. So and look at the outcome of that. So now we see that there is so many systems that are broken, right? We see a culture of policing that is just, it's not been a beneficial to America on a grander scale. When you see that there's more bad policing and bad police officers being shined in a light rather than good police officers that is doing the work in the community for real, and making a difference, they're getting overshadowed. It's just like the people that boots on the ground that are being activists that don't get talked about because you putting all these fake ass ones up in the higher light because they on TV and all that. It's a prime example.
Okay.
So let's see what the outcome will be. I really am interested in knowing what the outcome will be for this pastor, and if he's gonna sue, how much he's gonna end up
I'm
suing
telling you,
for.
he's going to sue. I'm telling you, they're going to
And
sue
I don't blame
that in the
and I
oblivion.
don't blame him
They're
because
going to sue him in
let's
the
be real,
oblivion.
bro, Clarence. At best, at best, that's the most we can do to get some form of justice
Yeah.
is to file a lawsuit. Because
Yeah.
we
But
know a lot of
maybe
times
they'll
they
learn.
just get slapped on the hand. You know, let's see what happens to these police officers. Are they going to get reprimanded? Are they going to get suspended?
I don't think they're going to get reprimanded. I think they're going to
No, they just get a slap
they'll
on the
get a
hand,
new.
which is a
Yeah, they'll
write-up.
get a
They get
slap on the hand.
reprimanded. They
They'll
get
get
a
a slap
slap
on
on
the
the
hand.
wrist.
They'll
You
get a slap
understand?
on the
And
hand
that's
because there wasn't no brutality.
that's the problem. So ways that we could have these resolutions, have better community policing, have better involvement with the police and the communities they serve, with the residents, things of that nature. Also giving back into the communities they serve. Also us playing our part, showing up for jury duty, to stand to be on these juries for when we say people of our peers. When we go to jury, we rarely see people of our peers. Let's start showing up. Let's start showing up at the meetings. Let's start having our voices heard. Let's start bringing these agendas and things to these politicians who we vote in: police chief, DAs, governors, chief of police, lieutenants, judges. All these people get voted in by us.
Yeah.
Let's start making a difference. That's the way you can make change. Or else just, have zero fucks to say, in my humble opinion. And with that, I digress.
All right, sis. Do we need to talk?
Yeah, for a second. Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pull you down. Hang tight. Okay.
All right.
That is OG Patrice. Well, we just got this breaking news that Brother Vaughn's wife is been in the hospital since Friday. Those of us that pray, I'm definitely gonna shoot her out a couple of them as soon as I get done here. But if you're of the praying variety, please pray for this brother's wife, man. This is a good brother. What I'm saying, he's trying to do good by his family, and he already said that his wife has some health challenges. So we want to pray for her. Right? To make sure that she's able and strong enough to come out of that situation. OG Patrice said my prayers go out to Brother Vaughn. Yeah. So we all gonna pray for her. Okay. If we all in unity. We said y'all know that they everybody told me don't don't say a lot about what we gonna do, what we trying to do for these kids, right? So I'm not gonna say a lot about that anymore. But what I'll just tell y'all when I'll have a stream, and only maybe I have I don't know. I don't have enough to have subscriber mode, but those of y'all that want to know will know. But anyway, yeah, man, you are the praying variety. Pray for the brother's wife. You know what I'm saying? So, because as another person who has some health challenges, yeah, man, you do not want to spend time in that hospital bed, man. That is so bad. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? They running around and they serving you at every whim, but at the same time, the price you paying with your health it's just not worth it, man. You'd rather be up on your feet, even if you got to go get your own ice and your own water. Right? But shout out to everybody. Shout out to Marcus. Jack, glad to have you in the building, brother. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do it real quick today, man, because I don't want to spend too long up here. We're going. What did y'all think about the show today? What did y'all think about the show? Did we give you guys some good information that you could use, or you could tell somebody else? Did you learn something? Hopefully, you learned something, man. Even if it ain't in the topic, you learn something in the Black History Minute, learn something in the news, a hit parade, or some jobs, or someplace where we could teach you something, man. That's what we're trying to do, man. We're just trying to put some information out there, not trying to sway. Thank you, Marcus. Marcus said prayers for the brother's wife and support. Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. Yeah, so we just want to try to teach you guys something. And if we could teach you, the most thing we could teach you for is, let's be concerned about. And I saw you praying for New Growth, praying for Vaughn's wife, brother. Appreciate you. brother New Growth said, Brother Clarence, don't let them tell you what not to say. We know your heart. So if it pops up, it pops. If it pops, we don't try it over again. If it pops, it pops. No. It's gonna pop, man. We're gonna do it, man, because it's just we can do it. We can do it. We can show all these other people that, yeah, you can have fun and you can come on here and talk about different stuff, but you can also do some stuff. I mean, we already showing them that we can disagree and still, at the end of the day, we all hug each other and go home, right? So I mean, it's so we already proven that point. We already proven that you can teach people. You can teach. You can have fun and teach people and have different points of view. And you can and then, but the main thing is, I want them to see that we care about each other, man. Like the brother's wife is in the hospital, man. We want to make sure we get those prayers out to her. And anything you need, brother, if we can give it to you, let us know. Let us know. I don't know if Vaughn has a Cash App, but if he does, man, if those of us that can do something, well, let me work on that. Let me work on that. Let me see if the brother has a Cash App. Maybe something, man. Maybe we can cover the gas bill or something while his wife is in the hospital. Something, y'all. Let's see what we can do. All right, y'all. In the meantime, what y'all think about the show today? I mean, hey, man, know your rights, right? If me, Rico, and Patrice didn't tell you guys anything, Jay didn't tell you guys anything else, know your rights. Know your rights. Not knowing your rights. I mean, I've had so many encounters with the police out here, and I ain't talking about Arkansas police. I'm talking about LA sheriffs. Right? They put a boot in your behind so quick, before you know it, they'll flip you around and have you on the ground. And I ain't had that happen to me once. When it's not because they didn't want to do it. I felt their spirit was they wanted to do that, just like they was with this young man. But it was how I responded to them. I responded to them in a way that let them know that he ain't the one. He is definitely not the one. Even when they had my sons, two of my sons, on the police cars, or they tried to jam them up on the police cars. I was like, hey, you ain't doing that here. You ain't doing that here. So, but it was the way I conducted myself. So, hey, look, is he under arrest? Oh, okay. Elijah Muhammad told us there's two questions you ask. Am I under arrest? If so, what are the charges? Oh, I'm not under arrest, and there's no charges. Am I free to leave? That's the last question. Am I free to leave? And you ask if you're free to leave, right? It's not. I mean, you're free to leave, right? You're not under suspicion of no crime. They just holding you up because they feel like it. No. But it's how you conduct yourself. You know they wrong. They know they wrong. But if you get I tried to tell my oldest boy, you can't be all, don't do all that. That's how you get shot. That's how you get shot. Oh, we didn't know what he was going to do, so we had to shoot him, right? So that's how you get shot. No, you just be calm. Is there a problem? Oh, no, there's no problem. We just was looking at you because, okay. Am I under arrest or am I being detained? No. Okay, am I free to leave? They got to answer that question. They got to say yes, right? If you're not taking you for a lawful purpose, they got to let you go. Or they're stepping outside of their authority. And they don't want to be caught stepping outside of their authority. So, but know your rights. Know your rights. Know your rights. In your own state, in your own county, you got to know your rights, because if you don't know your rights, you out here freestyling, man. You freestyling out here. And then when you get caught up, you're gonna say, oh, it's a white and a black thing. It's a white and a black thing. Yeah, that's kind of sometimes that's the progenesis of the situation, but it just gets deeper when you start having an attitude about it. instead of talking to them like a man. I'm not telling you to kiss their butt. I never kissed one police butt. I just talked to them like a man. Okay. I remember one time they was gonna take my roommate. They was gonna take my roommate because his girlfriend had called the here come these sheriffs, man, big old boots, right? White boys and the black dudes, right? Came up in there. They came up to the where we were staying, and they was like, oh, okay, we're gonna take him down. I said, you guys ain't taking him nowhere. He ain't taking him nowhere. Do you have a charge? Well, no, we're gonna take him so we can talk to him. No, you're not. No, you're not. I ain't no lawyer. I wasn't no lawyer. I just knew my rights. I knew our rights. You can't just put him in the car and take him someplace and he ain't under arrest. No, you can't do that. But they counting on the fact you don't know your rights. They counting on that. Just like they counting on the fact that because they want you to produce your ID, right? Let's say you don't want to, for whatever reason, you don't want to produce your ID. So they'll ask you, do you have ID on you? You just say yes. But the average person, they'll dig in their pocket when they saying it. Oh, yeah, here it is right here. Right? Sometimes in some cases, that may stop the whole situation right there. I'm not telling you when or when not to do it because I don't know the situation that you might be getting stopped for, right? Or you might be coming in contact with police. I don't know the situation. I don't know what you got waiting for you at home. I don't know what the situation is. All I'm saying is if you decide that you don't want to do it, you better be prepared for that ride. They can't, if you don't want to produce your ID, some of these states they can take you away, right? If they suspect you are under criminal, you had a crime, you did a crime. So anyway, I'm talking. I forgot I got Patrice back there. Anyway, I just want y'all to know, man, y'all rights, man. I have walked away from so many police encounters just on the way I conducted myself. Not that I was like, oh, Massa, please don't. I never had to do no craziness like that. Well, I never had to wild out, nothing like that. I always talked to them like a man, stood on my feet and talked to them. One time, one dude asked me, hey, should I give you a ticket? Pull me over. Hey, should I give you a ticket? I said, well, that's up to you. If you think I deserve it, give it to me. And he didn't even give me a ticket that time. Same thing with another police. I said, if you think I deserve it, give it to me. I mean, I'm not gonna run from no ticket. It's a piece of paper. But the whole point is how you conduct yourself. All right, let me read a couple things and then we're gonna get to the rundown, y'all. Brother Newgrove said, Brother Clarence, I'm in the process of writing a book. Right on. Good for you, Newgrove. Absolutely, man. Me too. I'm almost done with mine. Absolutely, man. Keep doing you. And I would like to get your insight from the elder males, Rico, Vaughn, and yourself. Is it okay to send an email? Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't know if you got my email, but if you don't have it, I'll give it to you, New Growth. But if you don't have it, you can go to my about page and just click on that, and it has my email right there, bro. You can send everything to me. But congratulations, man. Keep doing it, man. Keep doing it. I got like 4 books, but I got one that's almost done. This one is like probably not, it'll be done by the end of the week next week. But shout out to New Growth, man. That's the kind of stuff we need to have, man. Dudes writing books, and we can share them with each other, man. Brother Anderson said, "Let's talk about Black Lives." Brother C, are you still needing help for the back to school? Yes, brother. But hold on, Brother Anderson. I'm gonna let y'all know. Right now, I'm still pricing everything out, and I'll be able to give y'all itemized list of what's happening. Because see, what happens, Brother Anderson, is people do stuff like this, but they don't say exactly how much everything is going to cost, what they're planning on doing with the excess, if there's some excess or whatever, right? So I'm gonna tell you everything. That way, before you send me a penny, I'm gonna tell you everything that's gonna happen. I'm gonna show you a itemized list of everything, the cost of everything. That way you guys can decide, okay, I can contribute this much, I can contribute that much, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's just the way I do it. I used to be a secretary, and so yeah, so that's the way I do it. I just itemize everything out. That way everybody knows where they're at, right? But thank you, Brother Anderson, for even being interested in doing something like that, man. I'm very honored that I have people like you and the rest of the New Growth and the rest of you guys, Vaughn and all you guys, that come here, and everybody in the chat that comes here that is willing to sacrifice for these children, man. Because, you know, I just want people to see what you can do. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to argue with each other who do you, you know, why women won't submit. This is why women won't submit. Or no, this is why women won't submit. Well, I can make a woman submit, or he can make a woman submit, but you need to make a woman submit. Come on, man. Come on, man. We gotta we gotta do better than that, right? But hey, how can the people know any better unless they be taught? How can they be taught unless somebody come to teach them, right? So that's our job here, man. We as a group, as a community, we got to teach. You know, we got to teach what we talking about, right? We talking about doing better, right? Okay, we got to teach on that. We got to prove it can be done, right? Shout out to you, Brother Anderson. Appreciate you and everybody in the chat. Um, Brother Anderson said, "I always willing to help whenever you need it, brother." See, I know, Brother Anderson. I appreciate you, brother. But everybody, hold on to your cash apps. Hold on to that. 'Cause I gotta see how much everything's gonna cost, and then I show y'all itemized list. So just hold on. Give me about another week or so. All right. So that's everybody in the chat. Okay, so let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown because I got Patrice back here, man. I can't keep her waiting long. She got to go see Chris Rock. All right, the rundown. Okay, we're gonna do it real quick, y'all. Who? First of all, we got to get to the most valuable people. The chat, the MVP. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to Risa. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? They lead by example. Thank you, Risa, for leading by example and you know, pushing that line. And I know sometimes it gets a little, you know, it gets a little squiggly sometimes, but hey, we don't have that riffraff in here. We got people in here that really care about each other, man, and try to do best. I mean, when it really come down, when it really boiled down to it, trying to help each other, trying to help the kids. So shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all. The chat, once again, very solid performance by everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? And so y'all just keep up the good work, man, keeping the riffraff out and making things so easy for us. It makes it look like it's seamless up here on the panel, because trust me, running the panel is a lot more difficult than it looks, man. It's a lot more difficult, a lot more to it than it looks, man. But I try to have it so that everybody else can just say what they say, and they don't have to do a lot of the work that I have to do, and make it, you know, so they can just, you know, do what they do best, man. Give good advice, like Patrice and Rico. They can do what they do best, just giving out good advice. Vaughn too. They can just give out good advice, and if the people catch it, they catch it. If they don't, they don't. But they gonna typically come back when they realize, oh my gosh, man, these guys giving out $1 billion worth of information for nothing, right? Just out of the kindness of their heart. Anyway, the chat is where it's at. MVP, strong performance by you guys. Solid. Very, very solid, everybody. And like I said, hold on to your cash apps. We'll give you a total of everything. All right? All right. All right. Let me move on to the panel because I got Patrice waiting. All right. So who is on the panel today, right? Well, first we had OG Patrice. What did you think about OG Patrice? Did she come through today? Of course she did. As usual, she always comes through, bringing that feminine energy. She brings the same amount of intellect, but at the same time, she infuses it with her feminine behavior, feminine personality, and that's what we need, an infusion of that. So, because like I said, some people get rubbed the wrong way by me. They get rubbed the wrong way by, I know people get rubbed the wrong way by Rico, right? And so Patrice can come in and shoot the gaps and, you know, tell people the same exact thing. And they hear that, oh, yeah, you know what OG Patrice said? So, oh, yeah, that made sense. Here, me and Rico said the same thing, right? But Patrice say it's another way, right? But shout out to OG Patrice, man. See a sister in the street and just, you know, give her a nod. Say so. I know a lot of y'all do that already, but you know, shout out to the sister, man. She good. That's a good sister, man. That's a good sister, man. So, you know what I'm saying? If you you know, just like Risa, man, good people, man. If you ever had a chance to actually sit down and talk to the sister, man, you know what I mean? Take advantage of it, man. Take advantage of it, because sister's a really good sister. And the next thing you know, she'll drop some jewels on you, and you'll be like, wow, I didn't even see that coming. But shout out to OG Patrice. What y'all think? Strong performance? Definitely a strong performance. Very, very solid as always, always. Shout out to OG Patrice. All right, so who else was going? Rico was on, right? Remember Mr. Hour late? I had not even talked to him, like not even 40 minutes before the broadcast started. Yeah, let's start on time because I got things to do. Let's start on time. Start on time, Clarence. Let's start on time. I said, okay, man, no problem. Yeah, but here he comes in 40 minutes late. But hey, what can I say? You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no war chest to pay him no money out of. So what can I do, man? I gotta accept what I get when I get it. You know what I mean? So I have to take what I get when I get it. Right? But anyway, shout out to Rico. What y'all think about Rico's performance today? Even though he came late, solid performance, very solid, very strong performance, right? Kept calling me a pig, right? Pig, what was he calling me? Pig lover. I let him get away with that because he's on vacation. He's on his birthday, so he's out there, right? I can be petty too. I can jam him up, but I let him alone. I said, okay, this is his birthday. Let him get a couple good ones off. But that's my dude, man. Rico's a really good dude, man. All right, so what y'all think about his performance though? I can't yeah, you got me with one too, Anderson. I know you got me with one too. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. But what do y'all think about Rico's performance? Solid, very solid performance, man. Very strong. So when y'all see Rico in the streets out there, man, just tip your hat to him. You know what I'm saying? He's a vet. You know what I'm saying? Served his country. Do you know that Rico jumped out of hundreds of airplanes, man? Rico ain't no Rudy Poop, man. But there's a lot we don't know about Rico, man. But he ain't no Rudy Poop, right? But shout out to Rico, man. Strong performance. And last but not least, definitely not least, is Jay. And what I like about Jay, one of the things I like about Jay is a younger cat, and he brings that young cat energy. And Jay doesn't try to present himself as a problem-free person, right? He'll say, hey, I got these issues, I'm dealing with them, and I'm moving on with my life. You know what I'm saying? How we got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Issues come up, right? Issues come up. Brother Vaughn knows. I know. When you have health challenges, you gotta figure out how you're gonna do it and still keep moving, right? Keep flowing, right? But shout out to Jay Takashi, man. Jay Takashi came in. What y'all think about his performance? Very, very solid. I thought it was very solid, very strong, as always. But you know what I noticed about him? He's getting better. He's getting better, right? He's getting better. When he used to start talking, he would go off on all these different tangents, but he's getting better, learning how to stick with what he's talking about, and then even bring some examples in to talk about, and then stay on the subject. Yeah, he's getting better. He's getting better. So he's another one of them young dudes you got to watch out for sure. And that's it. I think that's everybody. But he did have a strong performance. Brother Jay Takashi, strong performance. That's it. Okay, y'all, that's it for today. We appreciate all of y'all for staying 5 hours. Holy smokes. I was trying to do 3.5. Okay, so we did everything. I think we got to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody. I didn't call your name. Please forgive me and let me know next time if I didn't call your name. But if I did, I try to acknowledge everybody that comes into our chat because that's where we're at right now. All right, so because we're going to get to a place where I'm going to be able to do that. Or it's going to be too many people for me to acknowledge like that. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I mean, that's a good thing, but a bad thing because I like the personality of being able to say, hey, Risa, hey, New Growth, hey, Anderson, you know what I mean? Hey, Sim, you know what I'm saying? I like to be able to say, be able to, just personalize everything. But so let's take advantage of this opportunity, man, while we can, right? All right, y'all, we will see y'all on Tuesday, right? Might drop a couple of other vids. I went out there to, where did I go? I went to Long Beach, then I went to Compton, then I went to San Pedro. So I got a couple different vids in the cooking machine. So hopefully I'll cook those up and drop those on y'all, man. Those are pre-recorded. So we will see. All right. Until then, I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Peace.